A quiet night of quiet stars. Not hundreds, not thousands, but millions of years ago. An ancient moon showers the land with light. Below it, strange creatures, half ape, half man, make an ambitious play. They approach a recently deceased carcass to butcher it with their stone tools. The lions watch their every move, and the hyenas are on their way. How this encounter will play out is lost to the sands of time, but evident in the existence of you and I. Homo habilis was a very important human species. They pioneered the creation of stone tools and the exploitation of carcasses. Their brain was significantly larger and more complex than any other prior hominid. In a dangerous world full of predators, they survived to give way to all other human species. They were the first humans and deserve to be remembered as taking a decisive step in the evolution of you and I. The first remains of this species were discovered in 1959. However, the remains only consisted of a single molar, and it was not known what species they may have belonged to. The first recognized remains were discovered a year later in Olduvai Gorge, Tanzania. They consist of a partial juvenile skull, foot, and hand bones that date to 1.75 million years ago. Olduvai Gorge has long been a fruitful place to find Oldowan industry tools. For years, these tools were ascribed to Paranthropus boise since it was known to have lived in the area. Now it seems there was a new, more human culprit who had been making these tools. The remains of OH7 were assigned to the genus Homo and given the species name habilis, meaning handy, able, or skillful in Latin. The name handyman became a common nickname. Though its classification of being included in the genus Homo was, and to some still is, controversial. Originally, its use of tools was used as a justification for its inclusion. Shortly after this, it was hotly debated if habilis should be reclassified into Australopithecus africanus. This is because at the time it was thought that humans evolved in Asia and that this species was a derived Australopithecine rather than a human ancestor. The brain size was also smaller than what Wilfrid Legros Clark proposed when considering the genus Homo. With more discoveries, Homo habilis began to become more widely accepted. In 1983, it was proposed Australopithecus was a direct ancestor of Paranthropus and habilis. The idea was that through cladogenesis, Australopithecus evolved into habilis, then to erectus, and then into modern humans. This is a generalized model that is still relatively true except for more intermediate species and evolutionary dead ends. This model was accepted, and many late Pliocene and early Pleistocene hominin remains more archaic than erectus were classified as habilis. This practice caused the range in variation for the species to be quite large. This led to the creation of two terms to describe habilis: habilis sensu stricto and habilis sensu lato, or in English, habilis in the strict sense and habilis in the broad sense. Paleoanthropologists use this classification to understand the large variation we see through our rather fragmentary finds. Decades later, it is still widely accepted that the genus Homo evolved from Australopithecines in Africa. What remains unknown is when this split occurred and what was the first species of Homo. Homo habilis and Homo rudolfensis are generally recognized as being at the base of the genus Homo. Habilis seems to be more primitive than rudolfensis. This strengthens the idea that it is the link between Australopithecines and the genus Homo. The oldest Homo specimen, LD 350-1, dates all the way back to 2.8 million years ago. This is 500,000 years before the oldest known habilis specimen. However, it is thought that the habilis species may be a few 100,000 years older than our oldest specimen. The partial mandible has been described as combining primitive traits seen in early Australopithecus with derived morphology observed in later Homo. The specimen may belong to the ancestor of habilis, perhaps the true link between us and the Australopithecines. It could also be considered the same species as habilis, though we do not currently have enough evidence to know. The mandible was found in East Africa. This tells us that Australopithecus afarensis or Garhi may have been its direct ancestor. It is also possible it evolved in the south from either Australopithecus africanus or Sediba. Another enigmatic question regarding habilis and human evolution is whether habilis is actually ancestral to Erectus or if it represents an offshoot on the human line. Currently, it is widely accepted to be an ancestor of all later species, including Rudolfensis, Erectus, and our own species. Erectus in particular coexisted with the species for at least 500,000 years. This has caused some to question whether Erectus truly did come from habilis. It is possible that a group of habilis became reproductively isolated and this group developed into Erectus through anaclatogenesis. Anaclatogenesis is a form of speciation where an ancestral population retains its morphology while a population splits off and forms a new morphology. This process creates one new species and maintains the former. This is different than cladogenesis. Cladogenesis creates two new species. The speciation that occurred in habilis brings us to an important note about human evolution. Basal and derived groups of hominins can live concurrently, or in simpler, less nuanced terms, more primitive and more advanced groups can live together in the same place at the same time. We see evidence for this in habilis. The oldest known habilis specimen, AL666-1, dates to 2.3 million years ago, though it is anatomically more derived than the younger OH7 specimen. Not more derived than all habilis specimens, but it is still notable that it is more advanced than OH7. This is not very surprising. Africa is a large place and groups of habilis would have been geographically isolated for hundreds of thousands of years. We see this today in the genetic differences between modern groups of chimpanzees. Lower Pleistocene Africa would have been a place of many ape species. Australopithecines, Paranthropus, habilis, various evolutionary dead ends, and also the ancestors of modern African apes. It would have been fascinating to see all the apes interact with each other. You could imagine violent encounters over territory or even harmonious assimilation. Homo habilis is known to have had a fairly large range. We know that it lived across southern and East Africa, but it may have expanded its range much further. Based on 2.1 million-year-old tools from Chengchen, China, habilis or an ancestral species may have dispersed across Asia. Further evidence can be found in its descendants, Erectus. The earliest Erectus can be found in both Africa and East Asia. They may have been in China as early as 2.1 million years ago. Their appearance here is surprising and could be explained by an early dispersal of derived habilis. No remains of them have been found outside of Africa, so we do not currently know. Understanding the place of habilis in the picture of human evolution is very hard to do. We have very limited remains of the species that are also very fragmentary. Future discoveries will certainly change how we view this hominin. Homo habilis would have appeared quite primitive to us. It had a protruding jaw, small brain, awkward gait, and it was likely covered in hair. It was still much more human-like than its predecessors. One very important aspect about its evolution was a larger brain. Australopithecines have a brain size between 300 and 500 cubic centimeters. They average slightly over 400 cubic centimeters. The brain size of habilis range between 500 and 800 cubic centimeters. OH7 has a brain volume between 730 and 830 cubic centimeters. This is over 40% larger than the average Australopithecine. This is very significant. However, overall brain size isn't everything. How a brain is organized is just as or even more important than total volume. From casts of the brain, we can see an increased bulk of frontal and parietal lobes. This is a derived feature of Homo. The sucal and gyral pattern of the lateral part of the frontal lobe differs from Australopithecines and resembles Homo. There may also be evidence that habilis was right-handed. Handedness is associated with major reorganization of the brain and lateralization of brain function between hemispheres. The pattern of striations on the teeth of OH65 slanting right may have been accidentally self-inflicted when the individual was pulling a piece of meat with its teeth in the left hand while trying to cut it with a stone tool using the right hand. This evidence is not concrete but still very relevant. Overall, the shape and size of their brain is enough for many to designate the species as belonging to the genus Homo. Along with a larger brain, we see smaller jaws and teeth. As the trend in human evolution goes, brains get bigger and jaws get smaller. Habilis followed this trend, though they were still quite primitive. The tooth rows of habilis were V-shaped as opposed to the U-shaped jaws of later Homo. Their mouth was also very prognathic, meaning it jutted outwards, though we do see the precursors for future facial developmental patterns, especially that the face was flat from the nose up. These trends would continue to the very human face of Erectus and eventually to our own virtually flat faces. Besides their heads, their postcranial remains are interesting, though they are very fragmentary and in turn have provided endless debate. We do know that habilis was smaller than more derived species like Erectus. Specimen OH62 was estimated to have been between 100 and 120 centimeters tall. It would have weighed 20 to 37 kilograms. These estimations are quite wide because, again, our remains are very fragmentary. Habilis may have been much taller than estimated. If we assume longer, more human-like legs, OH62 would have been about 148 centimeters tall or 4 foot 10 inches. This is a very important point about this species. There are generally two schools of thought regarding its stature. They may have had short legs with long ape-like arms and an ape-like posture, or longer, more human-like legs. Its stature and leg length would tell us how well adapted this species was to walking long distances or climbing trees. Unfortunately, we only have two species with postcranial evidence regarding this question. Some anthropologists have argued that because the humerus to femur ratio of OH62 is within the range of variation for modern humans, and KNMER375 is close to the modern human average, it is unsafe to assume ape-like proportions. The femur has been traditionally compared to Australopithecus afarensis specimens, but this comparison may be inaccurate. The femur of Erectus or ergaster may be more accurate for comparison. Since we do not have a good measure for the length of the limb bones, it is much better to look at the cross-section of the bones. The thickness of limb bones in OH62 is more similar to chimpanzees than Erectus or ergaster or even modern humans. This may indicate different load-bearing capabilities more suitable for arborality in Homo habilis. In addition, the strong fibula of OH35 is more like that of non-human apes and consistent with arborality and vertical climbing. The remains of OH8, which is a foot, is better suited for terrestrial movement than the foot of Australopithecus afarensis. However, it does still retain many ape-like features consistent with climbing. Interestingly, the foot has a projected toe bone and compacted mid-foot joint structures, which restrict rotation between the foot and ankle as well as at the front of the foot. Foot stability enhances the efficiency of force transfer between the leg and the foot and vice versa, and may have helped generate energy while running but not walking. This could possibly indicate that Homo habilis was capable of some degree of endurance running. Endurance running was only thought to have evolved later in Erectus ergaster. We may be seeing a transition to this method of locomotion. Further evidence of its lifestyle can come from its hands. The hands of OH7 suggest precision gripping, dexterity, as well as adaptations for climbing. Overall, the postcranial remains provide an odd combination of terrestrial and arboreal adaptations. This perhaps should be expected considering its place in human evolution. They would have been good climbers, but possibly even efficient runners. A good combination of traits for avoiding predators. With future discoveries, we may be able to answer these questions with certainty. For now, we are left hypothesizing and debating. It is important to note that this species exhibited considerable sexual dimorphism. Sexual dimorphism is a condition that sexes of the same species exhibit different characteristics. The degree of sexual dimorphism can give us an understanding of male and female roles in their communities. Generally, in humans and other apes, size is the main difference between sexes. In modern humans, on average, adult men are 9% taller and 16% heavier than adult women. However, when we look back in human evolution, we see a much larger size discrepancy. Australopithecine males were often twice the size of the females. Since habilis existed at such an early time in human evolution, it is hypothesized males would have been significantly larger than females. Identifying males from females from very fragmentary finds is very difficult. In this species, we have been able to identify males and females, but so far estimates regarding the difference in size between the sexes remains enigmatic. However, it is safe to assume males would have been larger because it is the case in earlier Australopithecines and later Homo erectus. Let's take a break from the video to talk about today's sponsor, NordVPN, which currently offers 70% off a 2-year plan plus an additional month for free just for the price of a cup of coffee. NordVPN secures your online data and provides an array of benefits that are essential in the modern day. Firstly, Nord protects your data. Most people do not realize how vulnerable their online accounts are. Hackers can read your emails, steal passwords, and even get your login info. Nord also hides your location. I can't tell you how many times I was playing Black Ops 2 and then some trash talk led to the city I live in being read out in the chat. Not only can this be scary, but also dangerous. Besides protection, NordVPN can also let you access content that might not be available where you live. From sites such as Netflix and many others, you can access movies, TV series, and documentaries from all around the world. Also, if you read academic research often, you can get access to papers. A lot of times when I'm researching for these videos, I visit sites that only let me read one article a day. But with NordVPN, I can read as much as I want. I use Nord to set my location to Italy. This not only protects me, but I am also learning Italian, so all the ads I get on YouTube are a little extra language practice. Nord has thousands of servers in 60 different countries and is available on every major platform. Go to nordvpn.com/north02 to get a 2-year plan plus 1 additional month with a huge discount. It's risk-free with Nord's 30-day money-back guarantee. Again, the link can be found in the description. Now let's get back to the video. Early hominins, including habilis and even erectus, are thought to have had much more hair than modern humans. So much so that it might have resembled the fur seen on other non-human ape species such as chimpanzees. We do not know the extent of this fur as there is no physical evidence. A light covering with skin peeking through is probable. A dense covering as seen in chimpanzees is possible. It is thought hairlessness in humans appeared in erectus and ergaster species. Our best guess is that habilis was a step between Australopithecines and erectus. It is unfortunate that we do not know what their fur would have looked like, but it also gives us room to consider other possibilities. Who knows, maybe habilis sported interesting and elaborate patterns. Colorful males and bland females. Considering other ape species and modern humans, this is unlikely but certainly possible. Habilis was a meat eater, though it rarely actually hunted its game. It is theorized that it derived meat from scavenging. It may have acted as a confrontational scavenger, a type of scavenger that scares other predators away from their kills. Smaller predators such as jackals or cheetahs may have been targeted. Though habilis were not large animals, even a relatively small group would have been very intimidating for smaller animals. It is likely they also carried weapons and tools to make them appear more intimidating and to actually butcher the carcass. We do have plenty of hand axes that they produced. These tools could have been used in close combat or even as projectiles. Regular rocks may have also been quite effective projectiles. A group of 10 habilis throwing a handful of baseball-sized rocks could even be fatal to a medium-sized predator. Even larger predators like lions could be deterred this way. Some anthropologists have hypothesized that throwing may have actually been a very important aspect of our offense and defense during this time. Habilis was not the best thrower, however, it could still create considerable force while throwing. Besides projectiles, large sticks or bones could have been used. A large stick or bone could do considerable damage and also aid in intimidation. Habilis may have even manufactured primitive spears. Evidence for wooden spears would not appear until much later. Even chimpanzees are aware of the idea of sharpening a stick to impale game animals. Chimps make their spears by simply biting the end of a stick to create a sharp end. Habilis could have done the same. But habilis was much more cognitively advanced than a chimp. They could have sharpened their spears with their stone tools or simply scraped the wood on an abrasive rock until sharp. Their use of spears is purely speculative but worth considering. Confrontational scavenging is risky but surprisingly still practiced by some humans to this day. The Maasai people of East Africa are known to intimidate a whole pride of lions with as little as 3 people. This takes enormous confidence to pull off, and it is unlikely habilis would have been able to overcome their instincts this boldly. Instead, ape-like intimidation techniques such as screaming, throwing, and arm waving would have been likely used. It is also possible that habilis did not even need to ward any predators off. After observing that lions in Kenya's Ol Pejeta Conservancy leave a large amount of their kill intact, paleoanthropologist Brianna Pobiner hypothesized in a 2015 paper that saber-toothed cats living alongside habilis may have killed and consumed their prey in a similar way, leaving plenty of leftover food for hungry hominids. From a zebra that lions had eaten, Pobiner found that 95% of the bones were abandoned with some meat on them. Hardly any of the bones had been licked clean. 50% of the bones had significant amounts of meat left. It was estimated an entire zebra carcass could yield almost 15 kilograms of meat. Some of the meat that was left by the lions was in hard-to-reach places between bones. Habilis could have used tools to access this meat. It is hypothesized that one already eaten zebra could provide over 60,000 calories. This would have met the daily requirements of about 27 early hominins. This is only if no other scavengers got to the carcass first. Various scavengers are able to process a carcass quite fast. Habilis would have been able to scare away most scavengers like jackals and birds, though hyenas would have been a significant threat to their safety. However, as observed at Kenya's Ol Pejeta Conservancy, scavengers such as hyenas are not everywhere. Here, lions eat the carcass and only smaller carnivores come to eat the rest. This situation would favor the exploitation of carcasses by habilis. Throughout other hominin species such as Neanderthals and our own, because of competition, hyenas tend to inhabit different areas than us. Habilis may have intentionally avoided the range of hyenas in their area. Another aspect of scavenging carcasses is the bone marrow. Bone marrow is extremely nourishing. As opposed to wild game meat, it is fatty and packed with essential nutrients. Other animals like hyenas and wild dogs can crack bones and access the marrow, but some bones are just too hard to crack. Luckily for our ancestors, using a large rock to smash bones is more powerful than any carnivore molar. Even in the worst case scenarios, when all the meat was stripped from a carcass and most of the bones were gnawed to dust by scavengers, a carcass would have still provided habilis with calories. A part of the carcass that hardly any scavenger can access is the brain. In Kagera, Kenya, early humans transported not only limb bones but also the isolated remains of the heads of larger prey animals. They then broke them open and consumed their brains. There is also evidence of direct predation of juvenile gazelles. These young animals were probably simply caught by hand or killed with a weapon prior to capture. For the entirety of the existence of habilis, they obtained meat through these fairly simple ways. It wouldn't be until Erectus that humans began to hunt larger game animals. But it is fascinating how they were able to access so much meat in such creative and unexploited ways. This is perhaps one of the keys to their success as a species. They weren't the fastest or the strongest, but they were able to use that big brain to exploit their environment in a way that other animals couldn't. This change in diet is also hypothesized to have led to an increase in brain size. Acquiring meat may have put evolutionary pressure on developing enhanced cognitive skills to facilitate strategic scavenging of fresh carcasses. Meat may have allowed the large and calorie-expensive ape gut to decrease in size, allowing this energy to be diverted to brain growth. Based on dental micro-wear texture analysis, Homo habilis likely did not regularly consume tough foods. Micro-wear texture complexity on average is somewhere between that of tough food eaters and leaf eaters. This points to an increasingly generalized and omnivorous diet. This could also indicate a higher consumption of meat as well as further processing of food with tools. Fruit was also likely a very important dietary component, indicated by dental erosion consistent with repetitive exposure to acidity. Besides just fruit, a lot of other less tough plants would have been consumed. Homo habilis lived in a prehistoric hell. Weighing only about 30 pounds, they are susceptible to all sorts of predators. In a time of darkness when brains were small and tools were primitive, our ancestors often became prey. Despite having very fragmentary remains of this species, we do have a surprising amount of evidence that they were preyed upon. We have two separate remains found in close proximity that show evidence of crocodile attacks. The foot of OH8 was bitten by a crocodile. What species of croc, we do not know for sure. It was likely a Nile crocodile, but it may have been the monstrous Crocodylus anthropophagus. This animal was nearly a meter longer than the largest modern crocodile ever recorded. Not only would Anthropophagus appear like a dinosaur to us, it must have seemed like a Goliath to the small habilis of the area. Both Nile crocodiles and Anthropophagus prowled Olduvai Gorge for habilis' entire existence. The remains of OH8 and OH35 are both from the left leg of two separate Homo habilis individuals. They were found only 200 meters away from each other, leading to speculation that they were of the same individual. It was then found that they are around 10,000 years apart in age. In addition to crocodile bite marks, OH35 also had the bite marks of a leopard on it. This poor soul fell victim to two predators likely on the same day. He was perhaps caught by a leopard and then a crocodile pulled him into the water. Or the croc may have attacked him, leaving him wounded for a leopard to finish the job. Our evidence of predation does not stop there. We also have a parietal skull bone and jawbone with bite marks of a leopard on it. These remains can give you a picture of just how dangerous Olduvai Gorge would have been around 2 million years ago. We hardly have any remains of this species, but 3 of them have direct evidence of predation. Leopards and crocodiles were not the only animals they had to worry about. The ancestors of modern lions have lived in Tanzania and all over Africa since the early Pleistocene. Just as they still kill people to this day, they likely preyed on our ancestors. But perhaps an even more deadly predator was Dinofelis. This animal was between a leopard and a lion in size. It had very robust forelimbs and saber teeth. It has been suggested that it was a specialized hominin hunter. These claims seem to be unsubstantiated, but that does not mean it didn't eat the occasional habilis. Big cats in general are very good at killing hominins. They are stealthy, powerful, and able to kill us quickly. The ancestors of wild dogs and hyena species may have also ganged up to kill our ancestors. The extinct Chasmoporthetes, also known as the hunting hyena, may have been a particular problem for habilis. Other seemingly peaceful animals would have been very dangerous to our ancestors. Hippopotami may have been just as deadly as crocodiles at Olduvai and other wetland environments. They are known in the modern day to be the deadliest animals in Africa. With ridiculously powerful jaws full of teeth and tusks, one bite could prove fatal for any hominin. Contrary to what you might think, they are not slow either. Usain Bolt cannot even outrun a hippopotamus at full speed. Our ancestors also encountered hippopotamus gorgops. At as much as 4,500 kilograms, it was twice the weight as the average modern hippo. They certainly would have appeared as behemoths. Large proboscideans could have also been quite dangerous to our ancestors. Dinotherium and Paleoloxodon rechi were both much larger than modern elephants. Bull elephants are known to even kill rhinos when upset. If these beasts had a short temper like their relatives, then all habilis could do is watch as they went on a rampage. Perhaps the most terrifying animal that these early humans could have come across was Dinopithecus. Dinopithecus were very similar to modern baboons except for their massive size. Some mature males weighed up to 77 kilograms and were 1.5 meters tall. That would be over twice the weight of even the biggest habilis. One could only imagine the uncanny hell of running into one of these beasts. Their ferocious temper and massive fangs would have not only made them scary, but also very deadly. Imagine a troop of Dinopithecus wandering into your family's camp in the middle of the night. Looking up and seeing the ungodly silhouette of a dog-faced ape with teeth as long as knives. Now we cannot say for certain that habilis interacted with these animals often, but modern, much smaller baboons are known to be very aggressive and even attack humans. If Dinopithecus acted anything like their very close relatives, then our ancestors may have had to be very careful around these horrors. Let's all take a moment to appreciate the dreadful times our ancestors had to endure. Besides predators, it is important to remember that habilis was not the only other bipedal hominin in its range. Throughout time, the species coexisted with Homo rudolfensis, Homo ergaster, later more derived Homo erectus, and even Paranthropus boisei. It is unknown how all these species interacted. Being so anatomically similar, these species likely exhibited niche partitioning, the process by which natural selection drives competing species into different patterns of resource use or entirely different niches. Though from dental remains it seems these species had similar diets. All four of these species may have found each other in conflict over territory and resources. Paranthropus boisei was a species of Australopithecine that coexisted with habilis for the entirety of its existence. It was technologically much more primitive than habilis, and it is not believed to have manufactured tools. Despite this, remains are associated with Oldowan tools. Leakey and colleagues, when describing Homo habilis, suggested that one possibility was that Paranthropus boisei was killed by habilis, perhaps as food. However, when describing Paranthropus boisei 5 years later, Louis Leakey said, There is no reason whatsoever in this case to believe that the skull represents the victim of a cannibalistic feast by some hypothetically more advanced type of man. Boise's association with Oldowan tools may either be a coincidence or they may have found and used tools produced by habilis. Whatever the case, it is fascinating to imagine how these species would have interacted. Though so similar and so human, their interactions were in all likelihood not friendly. We must remember that humans intellectually grew from this world. The countless encounters, good and bad, shape every human to this day. We are the descendants of an incomprehensibly long line of people who have been through it all. Homo habilis is associated with the early Stone Age Oldowan tool industry. They created very simple tools primarily to butcher animals and crush bones. They also used some of their tools to work wood and process plants. Their tools are very simple, but they were still very advanced for the time. Knappers carefully selected lithic cores and knew that some rocks would break in specific ways. They preferred rocks that could break with a conchoidal fracture. Conchoidal fractures occur when a hard but brittle material is struck at a specific angle. This creates sharp and hard edges which are useful for tools. Though they were selective in their material, they often used what was at their disposal rather than searching far and wide. For example, spheroids are common at Olduvai, which feature an abundance of large and soft quartz and quartzite pieces, whereas Cubiphora lacks spheroids and provides predominantly hard basalt lava rocks. With such simple technology, they created several different tools, including choppers, polyhedrons, and discoids. Most early Oldowan tools did not require planning or foresight as opposed to later Oldowan tools. Complexity would not drastically increase until the appearance of Erectus. The Oldowan stone tool industry dates back to 2.6 million years ago and is perhaps associated with the evolution of our genus. This date is important. As mentioned earlier, the oldest habilis remains date back to 2.3 million years ago. However, it is hypothesized that the species may be a few 100,000 years older than our oldest remains. The creation of these tools may be directly correlated with habilis diverging from its Australopithecine predecessors. Australopithecines also made tools as far back as 3.3 million years ago. This is known as the Lomekwi tool industry. Nonetheless, the sharp edges of Oldowan tools were a major innovation from Australopithecine technology. These tools would have allowed them to more efficiently process food. This would have been very helpful during the period of climate change they endured during this time. There is currently no solid evidence to suggest this species used fire. We do not have any hearths or burnt animal remains at their sites. There is some evidence of controlled use of fire going back to the dusk of their existence, but this was likely from Erectus. They certainly encountered fire on many occasions, as wildfires are common. They may have scavenged animals killed by these fires and had a primitive understanding of what was going on. You can only imagine how otherworldly and magical fire must have seemed to these people. Another technology they may have used are constructed dwellings, or in other words, shelter. Shelter itself is not a very complex concept. Many animals create shelters and some are even very complex. But hominin shelters differ in a number of ways than typical animal shelters. In 1962, a circle made with volcanic rocks was discovered in Olduvai Gorge. At specific intervals, rocks were piled up to 20 centimeters high. Anthropologists have suggested the rock piles were used to support poles stuck into the ground. They may have possibly supported a windbreak or a rough hut. Some modern-day nomadic tribes build similar low-lying rock walls to build temporary shelters upon, bending upright branches as poles and using grasses or animal hide as a screen. The site dates to 1.75 million years ago and is attributed to early Homo. It is the oldest claimed evidence of architecture. Whether the structure belonged to Erectus or habilis, we may never know. This species probably did not wear clothes of any sort. They lived in a warm habitat, and their hair was likely enough to keep them warm at night. It is possible simple items were worn, such as an untreated piece of leather, but this is very speculatory. The first clothing technology would likely appear in Erectus as they moved into colder climates. Homo habilis may have been far from having a language, but still may have communicated in a way that was much more complex than modern non-human apes. They had a distinguishable Broca's area that is correlated with language in modern humans. Still, they likely did not even have a proto-language, but may have been capable of rudimentary speech. The social structure of ancient humans is an incredibly hard topic to study, but nonetheless essential to our understanding of our ancestors. Typically, Erectus ergaster is considered to have been the first human to have lived in a monogamous society. All other hominins preceding this species are thought to have been polygamous. This is mainly based on the degree of sexual dimorphism and the size disparity between the sexes. Basically, smaller females and larger males generally indicates a polygamous society, while males and females of similar size indicate a monogamous society. This assertion is based on the general trends seen in modern primates and humans. However, there are two issues with this hypothesis. The correlation between sexual dimorphism and societal layout is not direct, and there are exceptions. The other issue is that we struggle to identify the true degree of sexual dimorphism in ancient remains. In some cases, sex is arbitrarily determined in large part based on perceived size and apparent robustness in the absence of more reliable elements in sex identification, such as the pelvis. In habilis, the enlarged cheek teeth would suggest marked size-related dimorphism and thus intense male-to-male conflict over mates and a polygamous society. However, the small canines indicate the opposite. The problem is that they possessed a mosaic of traits not seen in modern apes or humans. This prevents us from accurately comparing them to any modern animal. Besides their skeletons, their tools can actually tell us a lot about their society. The spatial distribution of tools and processed remains at sites in Olduvai Gorge indicate that the area was used as communal butchering and eating grounds. This is a contrast from the nuclear family system of modern hunter-gatherers, where the group is subdivided into smaller units, each with their own butchering and eating grounds. This indicates a lack of complexity in their society, more on par with that of non-human apes. The behavior of habilis groups is sometimes modeled after that of savanna chimps and baboons. These communities survive on the open savanna by having several males for defense. These males typically engage in throwing sticks and stones against enemies and predators. In 1993, paleoanthropologists and psychologists estimated that habilis group size ranged from 70 to 85 members. This is on the upper end of chimp and baboon group size. Habilis groups most likely needed fairly high numbers in order to ward off predators. Savanna chimps may be the best modern example of how our ancestors evolved. Given enough time, perhaps they would follow the other trends our ancestors went through. Homo habilis would go extinct 1.65 million years ago. It is not very hard to understand why. Homo erectus was the next hominin in line for dominance. There are two schools of thought regarding their extinction. The habilis species, more or less as a whole through anagenesis, may have gradually advanced into the more derived erectus. Olduvai Bed 1 has habilis at the bottom, then hominins with a mixture of habilis and erectus traits, and then finally erectus at the top. Other remains from various sites corroborate this hypothesis. However, in other sites we see that habilis and erectus coexisted for hundreds of thousands of years. This would suggest anaclatogenesis. As mentioned earlier, anaclatogenesis is the process by which a sister taxa diverges from an ancestral lineage while the ancestral lineage retains its morphology. The split between erectus and habilis was likely a result of geographical isolation or niche partitioning, though likely a combination of both. Geographical isolation occurs when populations are physically separated. In the case of Habilis and Erectus, Erectus became further adapted to living in the open while Habilis retained its tree climbing ability. Though they are found in the same area, their initial split could have been caused by this reason. Erectus may have actually evolved in Eurasia before migrating back into Africa. But African remains are very close in age and no definite conclusions can currently be made. Whatever the case, they coexisted for about 500,000 years. Their ultimate extinction was likely due to increasing dominance of Erectus. Their technology was becoming better and they were overall better hominins. They had bigger and more complex brains, a body adapted for open plains, and many other more derived traits. A changing climate may have also put a stress on both species, leading to increased competition. Just as Homo sapiens would go on to replace every other hominin, Erectus would replace the archaic forms of its world. Overall, Habilis is a much more important species than many may realize. It pioneered the creation of tools and the exploitation of carcasses. Its brain was also significantly larger and more complex than any other prior hominid. Though our postcranial remains are limited, we know the body of Habilis was also following the trends that would make us human. They were the first humans and deserve to be remembered as taking a decisive step in the evolution of you and I.
A rhino gives its last breath as a tribe plunged spear after spear into its organs. It will soon be butchered and fed on for many days. Its organs and bone marrow to be prized, and the flesh divvied up among the tribe. The bones will be used for tools, and the skin for clothing. This rather successful day is not the norm of Middle Pleistocene Africa. Hunts fail, predators attack, and violent encounters with other groups occur. But for this moment, this one moment a long time ago, this tribe can share a meal beneath the stars, relive the hunt, and live to fight another day. Homo erectus was the first hominin to do many things. They pioneered complex tool use, conquered new environments, and cared for each other. Through discoveries, we have learned that these ape men were much more human than we once thought. They cared for each other, took care of the disabled, and didn't look all so different. They are among our most important ancestors, and live on in you and I to this day.
The first Homo erectus fossils were found in 1891 on the Indonesian island of Java by a Dutch doctor named Eugene Dubois. Prior to this discovery, Neanderthals were the only early human fossils known of. Dubois unearthed a tooth, a thigh bone, and most importantly, the top of the skull. This discovery originally baffled scientists. The theory of evolution was still relatively new, and many didn't know what to make of it. It was upright, had a much bigger brain than a chimpanzee, yet was still primitive. In The Origin of Species, Charles Darwin controversially proposed that man may have evolved from apes. This discovery of such a primitive human led many to believe the theory may be true. When Erectus was first discovered, however, it was thought to be much more primitive than we now know it was. Java man was first allocated to a genus of fossil chimpanzees. The following year it was assigned to the new genus Pithecanthropus. It was given the name Erectus because its femur suggested it was bipedal. At the time, a few scientists recognized the fossil as a missing link, but others largely disregarded it. Luckily, Java man was not the only Homo erectus fossil. In 1921, 2 fossil human teeth were discovered in China and the world was interested. Subsequent excavations uncovered about 200 human fossils from more than 40 individuals. They were dubbed Peking man. Among the material, 5 nearly complete skull caps were found. Now science had not only Java Man but also Peking Man. Separated by hundreds of miles, but they were seemingly very similar species. The existence of these ape men was now undeniable to the reasonable man. Both were formally renamed as Homo erectus in 1950. Since they were discovered in Asia, this led many models of human evolution to have an Asian origin. However, a few naturalists, including Darwin, pointed out that both chimpanzees and gorillas were African and only exist there. This Charles Darwin guy was really ahead of his time, huh? Throughout the 20th century, the place of Homo erectus in human evolution was heavily debated. It was only with further discoveries of the species and other human species that we got a true idea about their place in human evolution. The difficulty in understanding this species mainly strives from just how widespread and how long they were around for. It has been proposed that Homo erectus evolved from Homo habilis over 2 million years ago, though they still would have coexisted for at least 500,000 years. The earliest remains of the species can be found in both Africa and Asia, which leaves a confusing tale for researchers. They were in China as early as 2.1 million years ago and in South Africa 2.04 million years ago. Some believe that habilis reached Asia and evolved into erectus there, and only later came back to Africa and Europe. Others suggest that erectus evolved in Africa before quickly traveling to East Asia. Either of these theories could be both true in their own way. More primitive and more advanced forms of erectus were certainly on the planet at the same time. It could be that primitive erectus left Africa, evolved in Asia, and some returned to Africa with more advanced genetics. It is quite hard to postulate any theory given the complexity of this time in human evolution. There are certainly more primitive hominids like Homo habilis still around. They were able to mate with erectus and may have set African Homo erectus back, while the ones in Asia were free to evolve into more advanced forms. Using the words advanced and primitive in evolution is usually frowned upon. In the sense of human evolution, though, advanced forms are typically more Homo sapien-like, and this includes smaller jaws and larger brains. Since Homo erectus existed for about 2 million years, the species varied heavily. The average Homo erectus has a brain volume of about 950 centimeters cubed, though Middle Pleistocene individuals have brains as large as 1,230 centimeters cubed. The average modern human brain volume is about 1,350 centimeters cubed. So erectus varied a lot in brain size and other parts of their morphology over the vast amount of time they walked the earth. Because of this, there are many different forms that are sometimes considered subspecies of Homo erectus. Regarding archaic humans, there is still no definite consensus over what defines a species or subspecies. Typically, most human species are considered their own distinct species. Homo sapiens, Neanderthals, and Denisovans were all able to mate with each other and were all very similar. Even so, they are all considered different species. But for erectus, since the forms are very similar and undoubtedly erectus, the different forms are often considered subspecies. Here is a list of all of them. Many are geographically separated or separated by vast amounts of time. Homo erectus had a flat, more Homo sapien-like face than earlier hominins. Its skull was low and flat with a very pronounced brow ridge. These brow ridges are quite weird looking to us modern browless humans. We typically ask why did they have such big brows, but in reality we should be asking why don't we? The reason we lack them is likely a response to how social we are. Subtle cues caused by moving your eyebrows can mean a lot socially. We likely lost these brows to have more mobile and expressive faces. Brows in these ancient men also did serve as protection from impacts to the face. Modern humans have fistfights over petty things, and there is no reason to think that that wasn't the case in these people. Their heavily built skull may have protected them from not only each other, but the hard world they lived in. The fossil record indicates that Homo erectus was the first human species to have featured a projecting nose, which is generally thought to have evolved in response to breathing dry air in order to retain moisture. American psychologist Lucia Jacobs hypothesized that the projecting nose instead allowed for distinguishing the direction different smells come from to facilitate navigation of long-distance migration. This seems unlikely considering humans do not have the best sense of smell. Like mentioned earlier, the average brain size of Homo erectus is about 950 centimeters cubed across the board. However, the average Asian Homo erectus is about 1,000 centimeters cubed. Remarkably smaller specimens such as Erectus georgicus had a brain of only about 600 centimeters cubed. Overall, across all subspecies, brain sizes range from as low as 546 to 1,251 centimeters cubed. This is a greater variation than seen in modern humans and chimpanzees, though surprisingly less than that of gorillas. They were very intelligent people compared to prior hominids. It is quite hard to study how smart these people were by looking at their skulls. However, a 1-year-old Homo erectus specimen shows that this species lacked an extended childhood required for greater brain development, indicating lower cognitive skills. Their prefrontal cortex was certainly smaller than ours and certainly less complex. Regardless, they were the smartest hominids of their time and capable of a lot. Dentally, Homo erectus have the thinnest enamel of any Pliopleistocene hominin. Enamel prevents the tooth from breaking down from hard tools, but impedes shearing through tough foods. The body of the mandibles of Homo erectus are thicker than those of modern humans and all living apes. The mandibular body resists torsion from the bite force or chewing, meaning their jaws could produce unusually powerful stresses while eating. But the practical application of this is unclear. The premolars and molars also have a higher frequency of pits than Homo habilis, suggesting that Homo erectus ate more brittle foods. These all indicate that Homo erectus's mouth was less capable of processing hard foods and was better at chewing through tough foods, thus reducing the variety of foods it could process. This was likely as a response to tool use. Like modern humans, Homo erectus varied widely in size. They were as small as 146 centimeters or 4'9" and as tall as 185 centimeters or 6'1". They weighed between 40 and 68 kilograms or 88 and 150 pounds. Though I suspect at 6'1" they would have been a little heavier than 150 pounds because that is quite lean. But it is likely that they were quite lean. We like to imagine them as tanking brutes, but they didn't have access to 3 meals a day and they did not lift heavy weight. Their diversity in size was due to regional differences in climate, mortality rates, and nutrition. Like modern humans and unlike other great apes, there does not seem to be a great size disparity between Homo erectus men and women, though there is not much fossil data regarding this. Modern Homo sapien women are 15 to 20% smaller than men. This is not that much considering some Australopithecine men were about 50% bigger than the females. If Homo erectus did not exhibit substantial sexual dimorphism, then it is possible that they were the first in the human line to do so, though the fragmentary fossil record for the earlier species makes this unclear. If yes, then there would be a substantial and sudden increase in female height, which in turn suggests a vast change in social structure. Homo erectus had about the same limb configurations and proportions as modern humans, implying human-like locomotion. Homo erectus tracks in Kenya also indicate a Homo sapien-like gait. A modern human-like shoulder suggests an ability for high-speed throwing, which was likely a very important aspect of their life. It is unknown when our human ancestors lost the majority of our body hair. Genetic analysis suggests that high activity in the melanocortin-1 receptor dates back to 1.2 million years ago. Losing our body hair would have allowed for harmful solar radiation to reach our skin. Dark skin may have developed in response to the loss of hair. It is possible that exposed skin only became dark in the Pleistocene, because the increasing tilt of the Earth, which also caused the ice ages, would have increased solar radiation. This would suggest that hairlessness first emerged in Australopithecines. However, Australopithecines seem to have lived at much higher and colder elevations. The nighttime temperature can drop significantly, so they may have required hair to stay warm, unlike early Homo, which inhabited lower, hotter elevations. Populations in higher latitudes potentially developed lighter skin to prevent vitamin D deficiency. A 500,000-year-old Homo erectus specimen from Turkey was diagnosed with the earliest known case of tuberculosis meningitis. It is typically exacerbated in dark-skinned people living in higher latitudes due to vitamin D deficiency. Hairlessness is generally thought to have facilitated sweating, but reduction of parasite load and sexual selection have also been proposed. Regardless, we see in modern humans that skin is highly adaptive and changes color depending on the region. This adaptable feature allows us the ability to sweat, absorb optimal vitamin D, and also block harmful solar radiation, all dependent on our specific environments. Skin's pretty amazing. We know sweat helps cool us down. It is a fact. Since Erectus most likely had bare skin and the ability to sweat, it was able to cool down the same way we do. Different populations had different skin colors, and some may have remained a little hairy. By the time of Homo habilis, upright running and jogging was already a well-adapted ability. But Homo erectus had a modern human gait and limb proportions. Erectus was a great runner just like us and even had good endurance. It is estimated it could have ran for 5 hours straight, given that the individual was of course already conditioned. This would have allowed them to do many things unique to them not only as humans but as animals. They could run down animals until they collapsed due to heat stroke and exhaustion. This strategy is still used by the San Bushmen of southern Africa to hunt herd animals like kudu antelope. They also could reach dead carcasses before other animals. It seems running may have evolved due to a change in our diet. We were running in search of prey. But what did Homo erectus eat? Well, it had such a wide and diverse range that populations ate vastly different things. The increase in brain size is often associated with a meatier and higher calorie diet. Energy-expensive guts decreased in size in Homo erectus due to not only a more nutritious diet but also due to further processing of food such as cooking. This would have increased brain size indirectly while maintaining the same caloric requirements of ancestor species. Homo erectus may have been the first hominin to use the hunter-gatherer food strategy. This would have emphasized teamwork, division of labor, food sharing, and tool production. This facilitated a large increase in brain size. One of the most amazing things I find about this species is its love for very large game. Homo erectus sites frequently are associated with assemblages of elephants, rhinos, hippos, bovids, and boar. It is thought that Homo erectus was actually quite dependent on large game. For example, the disappearance of erectus from the Levant region of Asia is correlated with the local extinction of the straight-tusked elephant. Hunting these large animals would have left a lot of leftovers. It is possible that the meat was preserved by drying the meat. We know from fossil evidence that they enjoyed bone marrow, and it seems a lot of the carcass was eaten. But not all groups of erectus depended on such large game. Its diet varied widely depending on location. At the Gesher B'nai Ya'akwa site in Israel, this group of Homo erectus ate 55 different types of vegetables, fruits, seeds, nuts, and tubers. They even used fire to cook plants that were otherwise inedible. Across the world, they also preyed on amphibians, reptiles, birds, and invertebrates. At a 1.95 million-year-old site in East Turkana Basin in Kenya, the inhabitants ate many aquatic creatures. Besides bovids, hippos, and rhinos, they also ate turtles, crocodiles, and catfish. The large animals were likely scavenged, but the turtles and fish were likely caught live. Dentally, their mouths could not handle as tough food as their ancestors, but their tools and use of fire made almost anything edible. In 1999, British anthropologist Richard Wrangham proposed the cooking hypothesis, which states that Homo erectus speciated from ancestral Homo habilis because of fire usage and cooking 2 million years ago. This was meant to explain the rapid doubling of brain size between these two species in only a 500,000 year time span. Cooking makes protein more easily digestible, speeds up nutrient absorption, and destroys foodborne pathogens. This would have increased the environment's natural carrying capacity, allowing group size to expand, causing selective pressure for sociality, and requiring greater brain function. However, the fossil record does not associate the emergence of Homo erectus with fire usage, nor is there evidence that cooking was widespread at this time. Rather, the doubling of brain size can generally be explained by an overall more nutritious diet, not necessarily in need of cooking. The earliest evidence of fire being used by hominins in the fossil record is at oldest 1.7 million years old, but this evidence remains unconfirmed. There is evidence of reddened sediment in Cubiphora that got as hot as 400 degrees Celsius or 750 degrees Fahrenheit over 1.5 million years ago. It is not confirmed that this was caused by humans because fires do occur naturally. But after 1.5 million years ago, sites like this become more common, and about 1 million years ago, controlled use of fire is widely accepted by scholars. It is a fact that these species use fire, especially after 1 million years ago, but it is very likely they were using it long before then. It may have started with a simple bushfire. Primitive men may have approached the flames to find cooked animals inside and realize how delicious their flesh was. Maybe it was even a habit when a fire would start that they'd run into the flames immediately after going out to find free food. Perhaps they gained a sort of liking for this fire as it did provide them with sustenance. For a long time, fire was probably only produced when nature would make it, but eventually Homo erectus was probably making fires themselves with flint or friction devices. It is thought Neanderthals could start their own fires, and it is not so crazy to think that some late Pleistocene Homo erectus could as well. Homo erectus is credited with inventing the Acheulean stone tools, succeeding the Oldowan tools. They were the first to make large lithic flakes and bifacial hand axes. They were multi-purpose tools, sort of like the pocket knives of their day. Cutting meat, preparing plants, and cutting wood were all possible. They may have even been used to kill animals. Acheulean tools were significantly more complex than the Oldowan ones. They had a standardized shape and symmetry. These hand axes are found in mass in many sites around the world. The earliest records of these tools come from West Turkana, Kenya, 1.76 million years ago. Oldowan-style tools were still used for some time before completely switching. Acheulean tools outside of Africa date to no older than 1 million years ago, suggesting technology spread to other people or perhaps were carried there in migrations. I have mentioned that Homo erectus undoubtedly hunted animals, and specifically large ones, but how did it actually kill its prey? For most of the species' existence, they didn't have stone tips to spears or projectiles. The first evidence of this comes from about 500,000 years ago in Homo heidelbergensis. More ancient erectus that were over 1 million years old likely hunted their prey with wooden spears, stones for bashing, and even hand axes for jabbing into prey. Wooden spears are a very simple technology. Even chimpanzees use them. They can be used for hunting small things like fish and amphibians, but even a wooden spear can be effective at taking down large game. To kill something as large as a bovid or a rhino, it would have taken multiple people and probably a variety of tools. Their great endurance was likely used to exhaust prey before thrusting spears and axes into their vital organs, after which those hand axes would be very useful for taking apart the animal. A fascinating discovery regarding the tools they crafted was a bone spear tip that had barbs. This 800,000-year-old piece of bone was most likely crafted by Homo erectus, and it shows a level of complexity not seen in many other tools. It featured 3 barbs. These barbs may have been helpful when spearing fish, as they are very slippery and can easily come off of a normal point. If they were able to craft complex bone tools, then perhaps they even made bone spear tips for taking down large game. We do not really have evidence of this from this time period, but to make a broadhead out of bone would be much less complex than this amazing artifact. It is unfortunate that wooden spears and many other things made by these people do not survive the ages. One could imagine they had specific spears and tools for certain animals. Maybe smaller and lighter ones for small game, barbed points for fish, and large spears for large game. Besides active hunting, scavenging and foraging would have been a large part of their diet. Homo erectus was actually quite crafty in other ways than just breaking stone. On Java, Homo erectus produced tools from shells. Spherical stones are found in Lower Paleolithic, African, and Chinese sites. They were potentially used as parts of bolas. This would indicate string and cordage technology. They also may have used clothes. It is unclear when clothing was first invented. Head and body lice diverged 170,000 years ago. Body lice can only inhabit clothed individuals. This suggests that modern humans were clothed well before leaving Africa. If they were in use before encountering cold climates, then it suggests that African Homo erectus may have had clothes. The oldest hide scrapers are about 780,000 years old. This of course does not necessarily mean clothing, but it is notable nonetheless. One of the most interesting things I find about ancient hominins is the art they produced. Not much exists for Homo erectus, likely due to them being very ancient, but we still do have some examples. An engraved shell with geometric markings is the oldest example of art, about 546,000 years ago. Art-making capabilities could be considered evidence of symbolic thinking, which is associated with modern cognition and behavior. Archaeologist Alexander Marshak asserted that the engraved lines on an ox rib found at an Acheulean lithic site in France are similar to the designs found in Upper Paleolithic cave art. 3 ostrich eggshell beads associated with Acheulean lithics were found in northwestern Africa, the earliest disc beads ever found, and Acheulean disc beads have also been found in France and Israel. The Middle Pleistocene Venus of Tantan and Venus of Berekhat Ram are postulated to have been crafted by Homo erectus to resemble a human form. They are mostly formed by natural weathering, but slightly modified to emphasize certain grooves that suggest hairline, limbs, and eyes. The former has traces of pigments on the front side, possibly indicating it was colored. Erectus may have been the first hominin to collect red-colored pigments, mainly ochre. Ochre lumps as old as 1.4 million years old are found in Tanzania and become more common throughout time. Red, yellow, and brown ochres were all used. It is unclear what these pigments were exactly used for, possibly to color objects or possibly even body paint. Regardless, this shows that they exhibited some sense of symbolic thinking beyond basic survival. They also may have made shelter. In 1962, a circle made of volcanic rocks was discovered at Olduvai Gorge. Paleoanthropologists suggest that these rocks were used to support poles stuck into the ground, possibly to support wall or roof structures. In Europe, evidence of constructed dwelling structures dating to or following the Holstein Interglacial has been claimed in Germany. The oldest evidence of dwelling in Europe comes from a site in the Czech Republic from 700,000 years ago from the Cromerian Interglacial. The earliest evidence of cave habitation is in the Wonderwork Cave about 1.6 million years ago. But evidence of cave use globally is sporadic until about 600,000 years ago. Shelter is a natural human need, and it is interesting that some of these shelters correlate with glacial periods. But they were capable of even more complex construction. One of the most fascinating things about the species is their possible seafaring ability. Acheulean artifacts found on isolated islands have raised many questions. Some places have easy answers. during the last glacial period the sea levels were much lower. This allowed hominids to just walk to places that are now considered islands. The problem occurs when we find artifacts on islands that were never connected to the mainland, sometimes even by many miles. Evidence suggests that Erectus may have been seafaring by as early as 1 million years ago in Indonesia. The island of Flores is famous for being home to the tiny Homo floresiensis. I made an entire video on just this species, so I'll not go into too much detail here. Long story short, it is thought that Homo erectus may be the ancestor of these hobbits. This is hardly a fact, and researchers do not really agree if it's true. Regardless, we know that Homo erectus was in the area at the time, and many think that they were indeed the ancestors of Homo floresiensis. But Flores is an island that has not been connected to the mainland for even over 1 million years. This means that Homo erectus would have had to travel over 15 miles or 24 kilometers to adjoining islands and over 40 miles to get to mainland Flores. It is possible that populations of Homo erectus could have swam this far. Professional swimmers can swim much further than 15 miles with proper training and preparation. But the average person could only swim about 1 to 2 miles on a moment's notice, and even that is very optimistic. It is very unlikely that Homo erectus swam there, mainly because of rough waves, currents pulling you out to sea, and the fact that in a tribe of humans there are bound to be some young people. And there's no way a baby or a kid is going to swim 15 miles or 24 kilometers. Flores isn't the only island that shows evidence of Homo erectus habitation. The island of Crete actually has hand axes that are over 100,000 years old. Now, it is not known for certain which species made these axes. It could have been Neanderthals, Homo heidelbergensis, or Homo erectus. But for our purpose, it doesn't really matter. If any of these species could have gotten to Crete, which is over 90 miles from the nearest land, then it proves that they must have been capable of creating some type of boat or flotation device. It is honestly so fascinating that one of those species made it to Crete. That is a very long distance. It is also possible that they were the first European mariners as well and crossed the Strait of Gibraltar between North Africa and Spain. Homo luzonensis is dated between 771 and 631,000 years ago. Because Luzon has always been an island, their ancestors would have had to make a substantial sea crossing and cross the Huxley Line. Luzon is separated from other islands by well over 50 miles or 80 kilometers. Not a swimmable distance. Dang it, I just realized that some of you are going to suggest the aquatic ape theory, but please don't. I urge you to look up some criticism of this theory before blindly believing in it. There is a reason science as a whole has largely dismissed it. Anyways, as for the boat used, it could have been made in a variety of ways. A simple boat may have consisted of a single buoyant log or multiple logs bound together. They could have used this to swim alongside. A reed boat may have been possible. There was always the possibility that they made much larger and more complex boats that kept them above water. Something perhaps like a dugout canoe. But a dugout canoe even takes many days to make with steel tools. Unfortunately, archaeological remains of boats are very poor. Due to them being made out of perishable materials, they don't really survive. The Pesce canoe is the world's oldest known ship, dating between 8040 and 7510 BC. There are petroglyphs from 12,000 BCE showing breed boats in the Gobustan petroglyph reserve in modern Azerbaijan, which was then on the edge of the much larger Caspian Sea. It's unfortunate that we may never know what these boats looked like. But with the knowledge that they must have created them gives us clues about their intelligence. To make a voyage spanning many miles of sea with crafts they constructed, a certain level of coordination must have been attained. This suggests that they may have had a complex language. Neurologically, all Homo have similarly configured brains, and likewise the Broca's and Wernicke's areas of Homo erectus were comparable to those of modern humans. These areas are in charge of sentence formulation and speech production in modern humans. However, this is not indicative of anything in terms of speech capability, as even large chimpanzees can have similarly expanded Broca's area, and it is unclear if these areas served as language centers in archaic humans. The hyoid bone is a bone that is very important for speech. A 400,000-year-old Homo erectus hyoid bone from Castel de Guido, Italy is bar-shaped, more similar to that of other Homo than it is to non-human apes and Australopithecines. But is devoid of muscle impressions and has a shield-shaped body, meaning Homo erectus lacked a human-like vocal apparatus and thus anatomical prerequisites for a modern human level of speech. Homo erectus likely used some sort of proto-language and built the basic framework which fully fledged languages would eventually be built around. A hyoid bone from a 530,000-year-old Homo heidelbergensis is like that of modern humans. Another specimen from the same area shows an auditory capacity sensitive enough to pick up some human speech. So erectus likely did have some sort of proto-language and undoubtedly had advanced social behavior, but modern speech as we know it was not present in their species. It is hard to tell what these people's social structure would have been like. The only fossil evidence comes from a site in Kenya of 97 footprints made 1.5 million years ago. The group composed of at least 20 most likely male individuals. This indicates some specialized task group, maybe a hunting party or border patrol. If correct, this would indicate sexual division of labor, which distinguishes human societies from those of other great apes and social mammalian carnivores. In modern hunter-gatherer societies who target large prey items, male parties are dispatched to bring down these risky animals. And because of their low success rate, females typically focus on more predictable foods such as plants and smaller prey. Homo erectus ergaster may have lived in large, multi-male groups in order to defend against large savanna predators in an open, exposed environment. Interestingly, dispersal patterns indicate that Homo erectus generally avoided areas with high carnivore density. So basically they avoided carnivores, which makes a lot of sense. It is possible that male-to-male bonding and male-to-female friendships were important societal aspects. All animals are imperfect creatures. Through their lives, we are bound to run into health issues, some less serious and some wicked enough to take one's life. In nature, animals are typically not able to stop health conditions from sealing their fate. If a lion receives a broken jaw or limb, that might just be the end for them. But humans have sort of thwarted this inevitability. The classic notion of survival of the fittest does not always apply. Especially in modern humans, individuals that might not even have functioning legs are able to reproduce and have a full and happy life. This ability to help and care for others is a large part of what makes us human. Further discoveries of Homo erectus have shown that many of them were very human. A 1.77 million-year-old skull of Homo erectus georgicus has given an important insight into the origins of compassion. The well-preserved skull belonged to a male of about 40 years of age. All of his teeth, except for the left canine, had fallen out. The tooth sockets had been reabsorbed into the skull, suggesting that he had lost his teeth several years before his death. This impairment suggests that he had been dependent on the kindness of others to survive. With only one tooth, he couldn't chew up tough meat or raw vegetables. Instead, he likely had to rely on bone marrow, brain matter, and soft plant matter. He was an old man at age 40. His body was likely not in the best condition as well. It is unlikely he foraged for all of his food. If he did, he may have starved to death given the state of his teeth. He was likely cared for and valued by his tribe. These people were not savages. Just like you or I, we don't ship our grandparents off to death when they are no longer useful to society. We are human enough to care for them until their last days. And this Homo erectus was likely cared for in the same way. It should come as no surprise to us that our ancestors, even as far back as Homo erectus, felt the same powerful emotions that make us human. They were, after all, human. This specimen is not the only erectus with an impairment. The 1.5 million-year-old Turkana boy had juvenile spinal disc herniation. a condition that is very painful and restricted him from walking, bending, and other daily activities. Yet the specimen survived into adolescence, which is evidence of advanced group care. At a site in Spain called Cima de los Huesos, a skull of a young child was discovered. This small and frail cranium shows us clear evidence of a serious brain deformity. This child likely suffered from severe learning disability that would have been apparent to its parents. Yet the child was not abandoned or killed. Instead, for at least 5 years, they cared and nurtured for it. Who knows why it ended up dying? Even eventually, if they did decide to kill it, they still cared for it for 5 years at some cost to the parents. Many other fossils exist of human species that cared for the sick and injured. This behavior may have first appeared in Homo erectus, although some suggest it appeared as far back as the Australopithecines. Even chimpanzees certainly cared for their kin, though typically in a much more occult way. To actually help an individual with their condition is much different than just caring for them. If a chimp had no teeth, he would probably starve, for the other chimps would not understand the problem. So it takes not only a certain level of intelligence, but also the ability to care for an animal to actually help their kin with a health issue. A behavior seemingly limited to the human line, although there do exist other examples. This species began to decline with the emergence of other human species. Its descendants, made up of their genetics, went out with the old and in with the new. Just like how Neanderthals and Denisovans went extinct, we slowly conquered and absorbed their genetics. It is likely the same thing happened to old erectus. They would survive for almost 2 million years. It was only until modern hominins appeared that they were replaced. But it seems climate also played a role. In 2020, researchers reported that Homo erectus and Homo heidelbergensis lost more than half of their climate niche. The climate began to change 100,000 years ago, and they likely couldn't adapt the same way other species could. The first Homo sapiens lived alongside them and encountered them on many occasions. The world 100,000 years ago was full of many unique human and ape species. On our trek out of Africa, we encountered Neanderthals, Denisovans, erectus, and even very distantly related apes like Gigantopithecus. Back then, the world was a strange place. The movie Quest for Fire actually displays this world quite well. In the movie, the protagonist group of Homo sapiens ventures through a world of other human species and predators. One of my favorite scenes is when they run into a much more primitive group of apes. This was the reality of the time. If your group wanted to travel and find new food sources, you might just run into a more primitive group of barbaric beasts. And I can't imagine these meetings were often friendly. Homo erectus would slowly fade throughout the world. They survived in Java until about 100,000 years ago before completely going extinct. They may have survived a little later, but we don't know this for sure. These people are human, just as human as you or I, in fact. They were the precursors of many aspects about us today. What they did on this planet affects us all, and their genes live inside of us today. Though they were quite primitive, especially in older forms, they were capable of a lot. In their more modern forms, they had fire, likely boats, and culture. They sort of never really went extinct because their descendants were the other species of Homo like Homo sapiens, Neanderthals, Denisovans, Heidelbergensis, Antecessor, and Floresiensis. And even some of these species' genetics still live in us today. The way in which all these species are connected is very complicated and debated. Regardless, erectus is the ancestor to about all of them. It is thought that Floresiensis in particular is a direct descendant of a group of erectus about 1 million years ago. For Homo sapiens, Denisovans, and Neanderthals, our story is a little different. We are likely the descendants of Heidelbergensis, which itself descended from erectus. It is one of the most important of our ancestors. It was the first to leave Africa, discover fire, make complex tools, cross the ocean, and form complex social groups. As we saw in the section about injured individuals, they were passionate people that cared for each other. Fortunately, we can appreciate their existence just like people will do to us one day.
Northern Spain, 1 million years ago. Shouts echo atop a hill. Two groups, stone and spear in hand, struggle over the high ground. The attacking group, primarily made of young males, has been starving in the cold regions upriver. The hill sits above prime hunting lands. It is the only way to truly dominate the area. The encounter will be directly fatal to some, but failure to secure the location will mean starvation for the entire tribe. The older, more numerous defenders brutally pummel the inexperienced attackers. They themselves took the hill long ago, and have secured their dominance by preying on young individuals from neighboring groups. As moments in life slip by, the attackers fail to take any ground. The surviving few retreat as the defenders taunt their adversaries in gruesome fashion. The overseers have successfully protected their territory, and have gotten plenty of free meat in the process. A great day for a select few in the primeval past. Homo antecessor was a pioneering species at a time when most hominins were restricted to areas where the sun shined bright. They inhabited the frigid lands of the north not with technology such as fire, but with just pure grit. The remains they left behind tell a dark tale of struggle and conflict. Their world was one of flesh and stone, of tooth and claw. Though we may never be able to relate to them, they put our own beliefs in perspective and expand the possibilities of what it means to be human, inherently including them in the greatest story ever told. Now it is time to talk about everything we know about the mysterious remains we call Homo antecessor. The Atapuerca Mountains of northern Spain have long been known for their abundant fossil remains. In 1966, archaeologist Francisco Jorda Cerda was the first to recover evidence of a primeval presence of early man. Initially, he was only able to find a few basic stone tools and some animal remains. Later in 1976, paleoanthropologist Trinidad Torres began excavation at the Grandolina site for bear fossils. He did indeed find many bear fossils, but also some very archaic human fossils. An extensive excavation of the area was made, and finally in 1992, significant human fossils were found. Formally described as a new species in 1997, these remains were named Homo antecessor, meaning pioneer man in Latin. This name was chosen because antecessor was thought to be the first human to colonize Europe and perhaps one of our direct ancestors. Subsequent years of analysis of the recovered remains as well as new discoveries have left us with many questions regarding this species and its relation to others in our genus. In the original description of these specimens, it was noted that antecessor had an unexpectedly similar face to that of Homo sapiens. Its face was much flatter than expected for a hominin of this age, and the curvature of its cheekbones were seemingly modern. The original paper hypothesized antecessor may represent the last common ancestor between Neanderthals and Homo sapiens. This assertion was mainly based on facial anatomy, an aspect of antecessor which has played a key role in our understanding of it. In 2007, primatologist Esteban Sarmiento and colleagues proposed that antecessor may not be a distinct species, but rather a distinct variety of Homo heidelbergensis. Homo heidelbergensis remains are known throughout Europe starting around 700,000 years ago, which is quite close in time to Homo antecessor, which appeared around 1.4 million years ago but disappeared from the fossil record about 770,000 years ago. It appeared that antecessor could even be ancestral to European heidelbergensis, considering that they were fairly similar and were certainly the first in Western Europe. Though two subsequent studies, one in 2009 and one in 2012, convincingly determined that antecessor was not ancestral to heidelbergensis and belonged to an early offshoot from Africa. Paleoanthropologist Richard Klein stated that antecessor was an offshoot of Homo ergaster that disappeared after a failed attempt to colonize southern Europe. One of the biggest problems with understanding the facial morphology of this species was due to the fact that most of our cranial remains belong to juveniles. The apparent flatness and other seemingly modern features may have disappeared with maturity as they do even with chimp or gorilla infants. In 2013, Sarah Friedlein and colleagues suggested that the seemingly modern flat face seen in antecessor did not disappear with maturity. They also found evidence that flat faces have independently developed several times in our genus. A 2017 study found that antecessor was likely not a modern human ancestor and split before the Homo sapien and Neanderthal split. In an amazing 2020 study,
Researchers were able to sequence ancient proteins from the enamel of an 800,000-year-old Homo antecessor tooth. They compared the data with proteins from modern human and other archaic species. The data proved that Homo antecessor was far too different to belong to the same branch as modern humans, Neanderthals, or Denisovans. This proved the idea that Homo antecessor represents an early offshoot from Africa that did not contribute to future hominin species. This study was also quite significant because it displayed how studying ancient proteins can allow us to look deep within the Paleolithic. DNA itself degrades quickly and becomes unreadable in a few 100,000 years. The oldest DNA sequenced is 430,000 years old, while the oldest proteins ever sequenced come from a 1.9 million-year-old ape from China. Though sequencing ancient proteins is not nearly as accurate as DNA and often requires accompanying evidence to reach certain conclusions. To conclude, antecessor is not one of our ancestors, and are rather an early offshoot from Homo erectus or ergaster. They may have spread into Iberia from North Africa by crossing the Strait of Gibraltar. In the modern day, this would only be an 8-mile or 13-kilometer swim. This distance has of course varied throughout ice ages and geological activity. It is plausible that this is how antecessor found itself in Europe seemingly before all other hominins. The oldest remains of antecessor was a jawbone dated to 1.22 million years ago, but part of the upper jaw of another individual has dated to 1.4 million years ago. This is by far the earliest remains of hominins in Europe. The only other hominins that would come close would be the 1.8 million-year-old Dmanisi hominins from Georgia. Though this is not really Europe by most standards, it is quite far north for the time with a similar environment. So far, Homo antecessor has only been discovered in Iberia, specifically northern Spain, but it may have been much more widespread. A 2001 paper postulated that Homo ergaster remains from Algeria may represent the same population, though a later 2007 paper found that these remains were more similar to other African populations. Still, this paper supports the possibility that antecessor had roots in North Africa. The stone tool assemblages found at antecessor sites are fairly similar to some contemporary sites found in Europe. It is possible that antecessor was the creator of these tools as well, though remains would have to be found to support this. Hominin footprints dating to 1.2 million to 800,000 years ago in England could be attributed to antecessor considering they are the only known hominins in Europe at this time. Though this evidence is only circumstantial, it may prove that Homo antecessor was much more widespread than we currently have evidence for. Now that we have a better understanding of where this hominin belongs in the story of our genus, we should talk about what remains we actually uncovered. We have uncovered about 80 fragmentary fossils in at least 6 different individuals. The most significant skeletal evidence recovered was from the type specimen ATD6-69. The remains consist of partial skeletal evidence of what appears to be a 10 to 11-year-old child. Its face is completely flat, unlike most Middle Pleistocene humans, and quite similar to modern humans and East Asian Middle Pleistocene humans. Its cheekbones are also strikingly modern and unlike European Heidelbergensis. As mentioned earlier, cranial structure can change a lot with maturity. It was determined in 2013 that the characteristics seen in this specimen would still be present in an adult individual. What is so interesting about Homo antecessor's skull is that it suggests that the modern human face shape has evolved and disappeared more than once in our genus. Graphs showing simplified linear evolution of humans getting smaller jaws and flatter faces are not necessarily accurate. Evolution is of course not linear, and this is exactly what we would expect to find in the fossil record. Seemingly modern-looking facial features on hominins that are anything but. The reason antecessor had a flat face likely has to do with its diet and therefore likely its environment. Other features of their skull were quite archaic, such as their parietal bones, which are flattened with a tent-like profile as we see in Homo erectus specimens. They also had very prominent brow ridges. Their lower mandible was quite gracile and they have unusual dentition. Their upper incisors are shovel-shaped, an expected trait of Eurasian hominins, and their upper molars have more modern traits typically seen in Neanderthals. Conversely, their lower molars and premolars are quite archaic. They also do not have a retromolar space, a large gap behind the last molar. Unfortunately, we do not have this gap either, and our modern diets have caused us to often need surgery to prevent our wisdom teeth from messing up the rest of our teeth. Homo antecessor would have not needed such a surgery, just as pre-agricultural humans did not. Overall, their dentition displays a strange suite of derived and archaic traits, but nothing too unexpected. Moving up to their brain, we have a good amount to wonder. The remains of ATD 6-15, not to be confused with ATD 6-69, does preserve part of the cranium, though this individual was also quite young, likely around 11 years old. Still, it had an estimated brain volume of about 1,000 cubic centimeters. This is fairly large considering that modern humans average 1,270 cubic centimeters for males and 1,130 cubic centimeters for females. Adult antecessor individuals may very well have had about the same size brains as we do, though of course the size of the brain does not necessarily determine intelligence. Our limited remains do not tell us much about the organization of their brains. Antecessors certainly had a large brain for the time, though subsequent hominins like Homo heidelbergensis had similar sized brains, and so did even some Homo erectus. A 2010 study looked closely at the mandible of a 5 to 6-year-old Homo antecessor. It found that the molars barely had any wear on them, which suggests that they erupted shortly before the individual died. This tells us that they had a developmental rate similar to our own, suggesting that they had a prolonged childhood. Childhood is when a significant part of our cognitive development takes place. Homo antecessor may have been more cognitively advanced than we give them credit for. Hopefully more cranial remains are discovered of this species, but for now we are left with many questions. Postcranial remains are also limited, but they do tell us quite a bit. An adult clavicle of one specimen tells us that it stood 162 to 187 centimeters tall, or 5'4" to 6'2" inches. Yeah, quite a wide range, but this is the evidence we have to work with. Another adult radius belonged to a male estimated to be around 172 centimeters, or 5'8" inches tall. A metatarsal bone of an adult male also stood about this same height. This is fairly tall for the time period. Early European modern humans were slightly taller, while male Neanderthals were around 3 inches or almost 8 centimeters shorter on average. They may have been slightly taller than Neanderthals, but one of the clavicle bones recovered is similar in form to a Neanderthal, suggesting a broad chest. A fossil shoulder blade tells us that they would have not been good climbers, but were capable of efficiently launching projectiles such as stones or spears. A fossil radius tells us that they had relatively long limbs for a hominin living this far north. This is unlike Neanderthals, which developed short limbs to retain heat in their often cold environments. Their femurs and kneecaps were generally similar to modern humans and other Middle Pleistocene hominins. The phalanges and metatarsals of the foot are similar to modern humans, though they seem to be adapted to carry a more robust body. They would have a slightly different gait than us, but it wouldn't be very noticeable. Overall, Homo antecessor displays a mosaic of characteristics that are entirely separate from any other known hominin. Its unique morphology and deep antiquity on the European continent supports its classification as a distinct species. Homo antecessor remains are associated with fairly simple stone tools. Cores were prepared and flaked, which produced crude bifaces. Their technology bears some resemblance to the Acheulean industry, but would more aptly be classified as Oldowan-style tools. Proper Acheulean tools were developed in Africa around 1.8 million years ago, but they did not spread to Eurasia until about 1 million years ago. Homo antecessor's tools were not of this complexity and relatively primitive for the time. Use wear on the tools from Grandolina show repeated abrasion against flesh. They were likely being used as butchering tools. The Atapuerca Hill naturally has a wide array of mineral outcroppings, including sandstone, limestone, but also quartz and chert. These materials could all be used to make a sharp edge. Sharp flakes, cores, and hammers appear in their assemblages. There is no evidence that Homo antecessor utilized fire in any way. Their teeth indicate that they frequently consumed tough, gritty food such as raw meat and tough plant material. Natural fires may have been harvested from time to time, but we do not have any evidence if this is the case. Clothing, the other way to keep warm, also was likely limited or completely absent. Evidence of clothing is rare in general, but this is especially the case when talking about over 1 million years ago. Simple hides may have draped over the body, but for the most part, they would have toughed it out. It is thought that during colder periods, they would have completely abandoned central Iberia for the more temperate shores of the Mediterranean. Throughout the year, they may have moved along the Ebro River. Alongside Homo antecessor at the Grandolina site, 16 animal species have been recovered. These animals include various species of deer, bison, horse, fox, bear, wolf, hyena, boar, monkey, lynx, and mammoth. A large number of these remains show evidence of butchery, particularly deer. These deer appear to have been carried back whole to the site. Other larger animals were only brought in pieces such as limbs or skulls. Our evidence indicates that prey was being brought back to the entire family group to share. This suggests cooperation and perhaps a division of labor. 95% of the animal remains show no carnivore damage. This is highly indicative of direct hunting rather than a reliance on scavenging. 2 fossils even show tooth marks on top of cut marks, suggesting carnivores only got to the remains after a group of antecessor were already done with it. At the older Cima del Elefante site, herbivore remains such as deer, elephant, rats, rabbits, boar, bison, beaver, and tortoise have been found. Though so have carnivores. Canids, bear, fox, a big cat, and lynx have been found. Some bones of large herbivores from the site were cracked open to get access to the marrow, and other bones have cut marks. This brings up interesting questions about this species. How did they obtain these animals? Some animals would have certainly been merely scavenged, but it does appear that they had direct access to many animals before any other animals got a hold of them. It is likely they used wooden spears and perhaps stones as weapons. Their stone tools certainly could have shaped simple or even more refined spears. Wooden spears can even simply be made by breaking a stick into a jagged edge. A plain old stone could have also functioned as an ambush weapon for throwing or even just bashing. Their shoulders and overall morphology would have certainly allowed them to powerfully throw. Considering the amount of prey animals we find at their site, it is clear that they were quite deadly hunters. They even appear to have hunted each other. An abundance of their remains, which were smashed and cut with stone tools, has made us rethink what we thought about this species and this time in human evolution. But before we understand their man-eating tendencies, we must understand the bigger picture of the finds at Atapuerca. Atapuerca is a small hill located on a natural corridor connecting the basins of 2 different rivers. The area surrounding the hill was very ecologically rich, providing grazing grounds for large herbivores, lush forests for medium game, and 2 rivers to drink from. The Atapuerca Hill itself was a perfect place for hominins to make their base camp, which they could hunt in the surrounding basin, then bring their game to safety on the slopes of Atapuerca. Atapuerca has more than just antecessor remains. Remains of other hominins such as Heidelbergensis, Neanderthals, and many modern human populations are found in younger layers. All of these hominins understood the hill's importance for procuring and protecting their prey. This is important to keep in mind when we discuss the anthropophagy found at this site. Because this production is meant for YouTube, I will refrain from using this word and instead use the word anthropophagy. 80 specimens from young adults and children from Grandolina exhibit evidence of anthropophagy. Antecessor themselves are the second most commonly butchered prey at Grandolina. It wasn't just a few cuts being made either. Their corpses were extensively processed. Most of our cranial evidence of this species shows evidence that they were smashed. They were percussed with such force that the teeth show impact scars at the gum line. Furthermore, muscle attachments at the base of the skull and face were deeply cut. The cranial evidence suggests that these hominins were getting access to the nutritious brains of their slain contemporaries. The postcranial remains are no less extensive. Ribs bear cut marks along their length, back muscles were cut off, the meat around the clavicles were sawed off, and the vertebrae were shattered. Femurs were smashed to extract the marrow, and even hands and feet show cut marks and percussion damage. The evidence seems to suggest that the unfortunate victims were being consumed for nutritional purposes. But there is more to the story. When comparing the processing of human skulls as compared to how they processed animal skulls, we see a striking difference. Human cranial elements, even the face, display significantly more cut marks in the face of any prey species. When this has occurred in populations of modern humans, it is strongly associated with exoanthropophagy. Exoanthropophagy is a form of anthropophagy where the victim is from someone beyond their social group, typically from a nearby group of competitors or enemies. This is often explained as sending a message to the enemy group. Murdering one of their own and eating them is universally an act of intimidation, aggression, and disrespect. Chimpanzees have been seen exhibiting the exact same behavior. They often share borders with other violent groups. In one documented case, a young chimp was killed by a hostile neighboring group. The attackers which made the kill brought the body into the trees and consumed part of the corpse. This behavior is not entirely understood, but it seems to not only serve to weaken the neighboring tribe in numbers, but also in morale. The desecration of the corpse may serve as nutritional as well as to spread fear among their competitors. When looking back at our evidence of this behavior in Homo antecessor, we are left with many questions. There are a few main possibilities. The evidence may support violent exoanthropophagy, starvation-induced nutritional anthropophagy, or just endoanthropophagy. The first possibility takes into account the context of the site. Atapuerca has been a bountiful base camp for well over 1 million years. It is possible this prized territory was fought over to get control of the defensible high ground from which control over the surrounding area could be established. The abundance of young individuals that were consumed may support the idea that they were specifically targeted and consumed in a similar way to the behavior we have observed in chimpanzees and ancient modern human cultures. The heavily processed facial remains are also quite characteristic of violent exoanthropophagy. However, it is possible that the people of Atapuerca simply ate members of rival groups or their own due to starvation. The abundance of cut marks on the face of the butchered remains could also be evidence of inexperienced butchers. Humans have a much different morphology than the typical prey animals of these groups. It is possible that the cut marks simply represent a lack of experience butchering humans. A 2019 study explained the youthful demographic of these victims as the expected average demographic of hunter-gatherer groups with a high mortality rate, meaning the average antecessor was a young adult or child since their world was so deadly. It is hard to rule out the possibility that these people were just starving. Though plenty of game, large and small, is found in their lairs and the antecessor individuals do not appear to have been starving. The last option would be endoanthropophagy. Endoanthropophagy, consuming individuals from within a group, is common throughout human species. When looking to chimpanzees once again, documented cases have been seen of adult individuals, male and female, killing infants and then partially eating them. The reason for this is also not entirely understood, though it may be to eliminate competition or for some other reason beyond our understanding. Chimps are not humans, and we are obviously much closer to antecessor. The fact that antecessor were human, as in hominin, the possibility exists that these individuals were being consumed for an abstract reason. Anthropophagy has been practiced in our species probably for as long as we have existed, and certainly in more recent times. Some tribes in Papua New Guinea believed that consuming the flesh of their dead loved one was the respectful way to honor them. Why let the foul maggots consume your loved ones when your tribe could benefit from all that nutrition? The possibility exists that antecessor consumed their kin for a reason that was not malevolent. They very well may have eaten family members that met a natural end. It could have also been a way to dispose of the dead. Though these possibilities may sound repulsive to us, we must understand that we are talking about hominins from 1 million years ago. Their culture and social behaviors are alien to our own. The reality that something we find so absolutely repulsive can be something entirely respectful in other cultures is the reason I find anthropophagy to be one of the most interesting anthropological topics. It puts our own beliefs into perspective and expands the possibilities of what it means to be human. In the case of Homo antecessor, we have very tantalizing evidence, though we cannot come to a definite conclusion at this moment. Another point that needs to be made about this evidence of anthropophagy is that it may not be representative of their entire species. Atapuerca is one hill in northern Spain. Butchered remains do span different layers and therefore thousands of years, but just because anthropophagy may have been common here, doesn't mean it was elsewhere in Spain or even as far as the British Isles. The last form of evidence we have regarding this species is their pathology. Pathology is the study of the causes and effects of disease or injury. It has proven to be a very important form of evidence to understand nuances related to culture and social relationships. It is also terrifying to think of how these hominins had to endure painful injuries and diseases with little to no treatments. The face of ATD-69 has an upper third molar that erupted improperly. This caused an impaction of the second molar which blocked it from erupting. This could have led to lesions, cavities, and painful cysts. The mandible of ATE9-1 has severely worn tooth crowns that expose the root canals. One can only imagine how painful it must have been for this individual to eat anything remotely tough. It appears this occurred from gum disease, which itself may have occurred from carrying around items with the teeth. The left knee bone of ATD6-56 has a lesion on the knee which may have come from improper loading and intense activity. The fourth metatarsal of ATD6-124 has a lesion consistent with a march fracture. March fractures are typically due to repeated high-intensity activity. It is a condition that often affects long-distance runners, soldiers, and flat-footed people. The feet of antecessor may have not been adapted to their terrain, as the later Neanderthals would develop much more robust feet and lower halves to endure the difficult terrain of much of Europe. Our remains do not preserve evidence of any serious injuries nor apparent carnivore attacks. Carnivores are almost certainly a big concern for a species lacking fire or truly complex tools and weaponry. In the fossil record, we have seen that hominins in a similar stage of development as antecessor were quite vulnerable to predators. Check out my video titled, "When We Met Monsters," to learn more. As far as the culture or social structure of this species, we are left with many questions. It is difficult to answer many of these questions for Neanderthals or even ancient modern humans, let alone a species mainly found on one hill. Our evidence may suggest these groups were involved in violent competition with neighboring groups. Let's imagine what a day would have been like in the life of a young antecessor living along the Ebro River over 1 million years ago. The onset of a glacial period far in the depths of time has caused the climate of the Iberian Peninsula to gradually become much colder. For a group of 8 antecessor located in a valley along the Ebro River, this has meant frigid winters, cool summers, and increased competition with neighboring groups. For an already mature 14-year-old antecessor, this has meant the violent demise of his younger brother along with 2 close companions. A stronger group of 15 one valley over had taken his kin by force in a midnight raid. Now his mother, sister, and 5 others live in a quiet fear. They move carefully through their small plot of earth on the lookout for any others. At night, they sleep under thick brush, and during the day they move throughout hidden trails which help them navigate the valley. Food has been scarce. 2 weeks ago, a medium-sized deer was ambushed with spear and taken. The organs were quickly eaten while much of the meat was dried in open air. Many of the bones were left uncracked for later use. Only a few of these bones remain along with some of the raw hide. For our young antecessor, he is left chewing on partially dried, rotting hide. The rest of the bone marrow will go to the youngest children, of which there are 3. An aggressive male loosely related to him also hoards his share. He is the only fully mature male in the group, along with another mature female and his mature sister, age 16. Along with our protagonist, these 3 other individuals are the only ones capable of defending against an attack. On this cold autumn morning, our group awakes huddled together for warmth under some dense foliage. They awake long before first light due to their incessant hunger. Without communication, they understand their duties and quickly set off for a laborious day. Our protagonist, though only 14 years old, is already nearing physical maturity. He is still weaker than the aggressive 20-year-old male who occasionally beats him down, but he is old enough to hold his own in a fight or against aggressive prey. He sets off with the older male and one of the older females. They each carry a crudely made spear with them, while our protagonist is also stuck carrying 2 additional backup spears along with a handful of sharp flint flakes. They quietly follow along their memorized path to a choke point between the neighboring valley. This valley is not home to the stronger group of 15, but rather a weaker group of 7. Due to careful surveillance, they know that this group is quite poor at hunting. They have seen deer with insufficient wounds of the gut and hindquarters. These wounds only serve to weaken the deer, which often seek refuge high on the hill separating these 2 valleys. On occasion, our group has even seen members of this group hopelessly chase the wounded animals. They are mainly young individuals who lack the maturity of figure or of experience to be able to efficiently take game. Not only does this allow our group to find these weakened animals, the possibility exists to hunt the other hunters. Understanding this, our party of 3 formidable aggressors sets up their post for the day at this choke point. Long hours go by. Various animals are seen, but none huntable. A herd of rhinos can be seen grazing near the river below, though without 8 or more hunters, it is an impossible challenge to make one of these beasts breathless. Deer are seen in the distance, but in open plains. Approaching a deer requires extreme stealth. The hunters opt to spend hours in concealed cover than to waste calories chasing tails. At around midday, some deer run near their positions from the neighboring valley. A dozen or so take an alternate path far out of reach. Moments later, another comes limping down the trail. It is still quite fast, and far too fast for the hunters to run over to the other path. But just as predicted, the sounds of soft human footsteps crunching leaves approaches. A lone hunter, lean and full of stamina, continues the chase. He is far off from the deer, but may eventually catch up with it as its wound continues to flow. The party is not frightened nor hasty. They know this trail leads towards their home and that the trail runs along a short cliff. They silently leave their positions and march off trail to eventually try to cut the man off. However, on their way to the ambush point, they hear the unmistakable groans of death. Their neighboring hunter has made a successful kill. Our party quickly sprints through the remaining woods out for blood. Stealth is no longer of primary concern. They must get to the carcass before he drags it away or his companions join him. After a winded sprint, they come upon him devouring the organs. His gluttony would be his downfall as our party sets up on the top of the cliff edge. While crouched over chewing on liver, a spear is thrown into his thigh, his back, and one wings his shoulder. The man is immediately immobilized before the 20-year-old male charges him with one final thrust. He lie dead alongside his quarry. For a moment in the lands of Iberia 1 million years ago, all seems well. The hunt worked out almost perfectly. The three now have enough meat to feed their kin, strengthen their children, and hunt another day. The oldest male grabs the fallen quarry and slings him over his shoulder. Our protagonist and the older female both grab some legs and set off towards home with the deer. The oldest male gets some distance ahead of them. He is stronger and it is easier to carry the man than the limp deer. As the march continues, they begin to see blood on the trail. At first, they don't think much of it. They think that maybe the old vet decided to have a bite of some flesh prematurely, or maybe the fallen foe was still bleeding. Whatever the case, they carry on. Consistently, they see a stream of blood until they come around a bend. Here they interrupt a party of 8 adults feeding on their old friend in his quarry. The aggressors immediately notice them, and a chase ensues. The deer is dropped and the two run as fast as they can. They keep the distance, but not by much. Soon, a thud is heard and the woman is no longer beside our protagonist. He looks back to see several thrusts followed by some twitching. He continues to run, pursued by 3. A whirling wind is heard alongside a sharp pain. His left arm dangles limp. But he continues to run, and a while later he looks back to find no one. Stopping to finally rest, he realizes blood is dripping from his back and his arm no longer functions. He is wounded, but his mind only thinks about what is next. 2 of the adults from his group are dead. Now, only his mother, his older sister, 2 children, and 1 toddler remain. Their odds of survival are slim to none. Winter will soon come along with certain death. As he returns to his family, he finds them well, but he is empty-handed and one-armed. His old mother and sister are the only ones capable of hunting while he is near useless. Their only hope may be to join the equally weak neighboring tribe which has just lost their last adult male. As the sun finally clears the horizon, our protagonist watches the children chew on sinew and lick shards of bone. Their future is uncertain, and their survival is unlikely. This story is of course fiction, though it is written with reality in mind. Considering our evidence, it is entirely possible situations similar to this played out in the world of Homo antecessor. Life was undoubtedly hard, and conflict undoubtedly occurred. Groups such as the one mentioned were at the mercy of stronger and more numerous foes. In the writing of this story, I actually took a bit of inspiration from the story of Ishi, the last Native American to live in the wild. He and his family lived for many years in isolation, camping secretly and frequenting only hidden trails. Some of the behavior I have described in this story may have been too complex for the minds of antecessor, though I don't personally believe these behaviors are out of their capabilities. Predators such as tigers are known to maneuver with extreme cunning and are even thought to be vengeful. Complex stories such as this one likely did indeed play out in the valleys of Iberia over 1 million years ago. The oldest Homo antecessor remains are dated to 1.4 million years ago and sparsely persist in the fossil record until around 770,000 years ago. This does not mean that the species went extinct during or shortly after this time. Considering the footprints in England may have been made by individuals of the same species, we really cannot say for certain when this species vanished. What we do know is that they did vanish. Not only did their morphology disappear, but DNA evidence suggests that they did not contribute to future European populations. The hominins to move into this region were likely descendants of Erectus, perhaps migrating from the Middle East or even all the way from Africa. They would expand across the continent and be known as Homo heidelbergensis. These populations would seemingly find much more success than antecessor ever achieved. Though let's not take this away from our long-lost cousins, more like long-lost great-aunts and uncles. They were the first hominins to expand into the incredibly hostile territory of Europe. The geography and climate of Europe are very challenging to live in for hominins that evolved under the beating sun of Africa. The fact that these hominins were able to migrate into at least Iberia and survive for over 500,000 years is really mind-boggling when you think about it. They withstood winter after winter, predators big and small, and even hostile groups of themselves. Though they may seem like a footnote in prehistory, they survived in this breathtaking environment for longer than our species has even existed. Instead of looking at them as evolutionary failures, we should look at them as the brave souls that came before. Their countless stories may be lost forever, but our imaginations, which themselves are a product of the evolutionary process, can allow us to appreciate the greatest story ever told.
Perched high in a tree, clinging to a branch, a man sits. He has been there for over 2 hours. Spear in hand, prey in mind, he waits with patience. For he knows below him lies a popular path, a path which horses often take in the afternoon. They move from the plains into the forest to get a drink. He is not alone. In adjacent trees, his brother and cousin wait. On the ground, 2 friends are concealed in the grass. They have been waiting for this hunt for a number of days, honing their tools, practicing their throws, and most importantly, planning. They know who will throw the first spear, when to jump out of the grass, and even how the horses will react to such an attack. But the horses never come. As they finally leave their post and head home, they see a group of Homo feasting on a young horse. Despite all their efforts, today in Middle Pleistocene Europe, brawn has beat brain. But this group has had great success in the past, and they will continue to have it in the future. Homo heidelbergensis has long been a mysterious human species. What they accomplished and their relation to other hominins has puzzled researchers for many years. As more discoveries are made, we are learning they are an incredibly important milestone in human evolution. Even in the past few weeks, many Homo heidelbergensis have now been reclassified as a new species, Homo bodoensis. It is uncertain if the term heidelbergensis will even be used anymore. But regardless, this video covers the Middle Pleistocene hominins of Africa and Europe. All the way back in the Middle Pleistocene, they were laying the groundwork for our own dominance. They created major advancements in tools, hunting, fire, and language. They are essential in understanding the story of our ancestors. So without further ado, let's get into the 5th installment of the Ancient Human series. The first fossil of this species was discovered by a worker in Mauer, southeast of Heidelberg, Germany in 1907. It was then formally described the next year by German anthropologist Otto Schoensack. He determined it to be a type specimen of a new species, Homo heidelbergensis. This jaw was different enough from Neanderthal or sapiens specimens due to its archaicness. The most telling feature was its overall massive size, a trait typically associated with lower Pleistocene hominins. The jaw is in great condition for being over 600,000 years old. It belonged to a young adult. Later in 1921, a skull named Cobway 1 was discovered by a Swiss miner in Zambia. It was then assigned a new species, Homo rhodesiensis. These two names were part of a trend at this time in paleoanthropology. Everything that looked different was given its own name. Towards the middle of the 20th century, it became apparent that specimens could be grouped together in more variable species. But grouping together different populations that are separated by thousands of miles and years is a difficult task. Specifically, its distinction from late Erectus and upper Pleistocene hominins. In comparison to early Pleistocene Erectus and ergaster remains, Middle Pleistocene humans have a much more human-like face. They have a nasal opening that is set vertically in the skull. The frontal bone is broad, the parietal bone is often expanded, and the squamous part of the temporal bone is high and arched. All of these features indicate that the skull was accommodating for an increase in brain size. Despite a more modern face, they retained a number of more archaic traits. They lacked a chin like almost all other hominins. Their brow ridge was very prominent and their jaws were huge. This makes sense considering both of these features were still smaller than that of Erectus, thus a notable trend can be observed. As mentioned earlier, their brain size was noticeably higher than previous hominins. A study in 2004 estimated the brain volumes of 10 Middle Pleistocene hominins attributable to Heidelbergensis. Out of the 10 skulls studied, an average of about 1,206 cubic centimeters was found. The skulls ranged from 1,100 to 1,390 cubic centimeters. In comparison, modern humans have a brain size typically between 1,200 and 1,400 cubic centimeters. So it is safe to say some individuals would have had slightly larger brains than some modern humans. But of course, size doesn't always correlate to intelligence. Even in modern humans, the smartest people do not necessarily have the biggest brains. These people were certainly smart, but were undoubtedly less intelligent than anatomically modern humans. In this same study, the brain volumes of 30 Erectus and ergaster specimens across East Asia and Africa were studied. This yielded an average of 970 cubic centimeters. Since Heidelbergensis almost certainly descended from Erectus ergaster, this shows us a significant jump in brain size. Besides their skulls, their postcranial remains are also quite interesting. Unfortunately, our knowledge of their body size is obscured due to a lack of limb bones. Based on what we have, males averaged around 169.5 centimeters or 5'7". Females were shorter at 157 centimeters or 5'2". A tibia from Cobway is typically estimated to have been 180 centimeters or 5'11". It is among the tallest Middle Pleistocene specimens, but it is possible that this individual was either unusually large or had a much longer tibia to femur ratio than expected. They are not very heavy, but on par with modern humans of the same height. Males averaged around 62 kilograms or 136 pounds. Females were smaller at an average of 51 kilograms or 112 pounds. It is noteworthy to say Heidelbergensis displayed a level of sexual dimorphism to a higher degree than in modern humans. Although we don't have very many long bones, one of the long bones we do have from this species is conspicuously large. The massive upper half of a femur recovered from Berg Akis Mine, Namibia was originally estimated to have been as much as 93 kilograms or 205 pounds in life. That would almost be twice the weight of an average Homo heidelbergensis. But the exorbitant size is now attributed to intense activity level while maturing. The Berg Akis individual was probably proportionally similar to other known remains. Early modern humans, which are now thought to be descended from Bodoensis, which is just reclassified Heidelbergensis, were notably taller. The skull and capsa remains averaged 185 centimeters or 6 foot 1 inches for males and 169 centimeters or 6 foot 7 inches for females. 6'1" is still quite tall for modern humans, and it is fascinating male remains average this height. The human body plan had evolved in Erectus ergaster, but among the more derived members there are two distinct morphs. A narrow-chested and gracile build like modern humans, and a broader-chested and robust build like Neanderthals. These two builds are now known as early Neanderthals and Homo bodoensis. Homo bodoensis is the name of a new species based on remains which were previously considered Homo heidelbergensis. The other hominins from Europe are now largely considered early Neanderthals rather than Homo heidelbergensis. It was once assumed that the Neanderthal build was unique to Neanderthals based on the gracile Homo ergaster turcana, but the discovery of some Middle Pleistocene skeletal elements seems to suggest Middle Pleistocene humans overall featured a more Neanderthal-like morph. Thus, the modern human morph may be unique to modern humans and our closest ancestors, evolving quite recently. Homo heidelbergensis is one of the most enigmatic species in paleoanthropology. This is because it lived during the Middle Pleistocene, a time often referred to by paleoanthropologists as the muddle in the middle. This is because the remains that are currently known left us with many questions about our ancestors. Basically, what we know happened during the Middle Pleistocene is that more archaic hominins like Homo erectus and related forms gradually evolved into the species of the Upper Pleistocene. This means that many Middle Pleistocene hominins were transitional in nature. And because we see traits that are shared between different groups and we do not have the best remains, this period is heavily debated. I will present you first with our former understanding of Homo heidelbergensis's place in our family tree, and then I will talk about the new classification of bodoensis. One thing we know with relative certainty is that heidelbergensis evolved from Homo erectus at the beginning of the Middle Pleistocene. Homo erectus was an amazing species that really pioneered hominin success across the world. As it spread into a vast range, populations began to diverge. First, relatively small changes created regional differences. But after hundreds of thousands of years, these adaptations built up, and notably new species formed. One of these species is of course heidelbergensis. But hold on for a second, it's not that simple. The story gets more complicated with the discovery of Homo antecessor. The remains of what we once thought to be Homo heidelbergensis are around 800,000 to 1 million years old. They are the oldest remains of hominins in Europe. However, the 6 individuals found here indicate to anthropologists that they are different enough from heidelbergensis to be considered the same species. So that means they must be the more archaic ancestors of heidelbergensis, right? Once again, it is not that simple. Homo antecessor has been a puzzle for paleoanthropologists to understand. Originally, the flat human-like face of ATD615, also known as the Boy of Grandolina, led researchers to believe that antecessor was more closely related to modern humans and Neanderthals than even Homo heidelbergensis. However, after much scrutiny, it is now largely regarded as an evolutionary offshoot. Its flat face and more modern-like facial features seem to be the case of convergent evolution, or bias due to the young age of the specimen. As many of you may know, Homo ergaster is often considered a subspecies or subpopulation of Homo erectus. So heidelbergensis did evolve from erectus. Researchers think that they specifically evolved from Erectus ergaster. The origin of Homo heidelbergensis is still very much shrouded in mystery. Like mentioned earlier, Homo erectus was the original species to colonize Eurasia. For a long time, it was thought that heidelbergensis originated in Europe or the Near East, possibly from a migration of Erectus ergaster. However, in 2016, it was suggested that 875,000-year-old remains from Ethiopia represent a transitional morph between Ergaster erectus and heidelbergensis, thus postulating that heidelbergensis originated in Africa instead of Europe. Regardless of where exactly the species appeared, we know for sure that they were successful in the Middle Pleistocene. After originating some 700,000 to 800,000 years ago, their range would eventually encompass much of the Old World. They lived throughout Africa except for the western regions. Most of Europe was conquered even as far north as the British Isles. All of the Middle East and even nearly all of Asia may have been inhabited. I say may because we are not really currently sure of how to classify some Asian remains, namely remains from Dali and Junishan in China. Though we could confidently label them as heidelbergensis previously, the 2010 discovery of Denisovans through the genetic code has changed our view on Asian hominins. These remains could very well belong to Denisovans or a transitory form. Also, the recent discovery of Homo longi only makes this story more complicated. Homo heidelbergensis is already confusing as is, but Asian Homo heidelbergensis is an entirely different story. For now, Middle Pleistocene Asian hominins remain shrouded in mystery. In the coming years, this will hopefully change, and for that reason, there is currently not a whole lot I can say. Most of what we know about this species comes from Africa, Europe, and the Middle East. And just when you thought that this species couldn't get any more complicated, it might not even exist. Very recently, as of October 28, 2021, it was announced that Homo heidelbergensis may be an outdated term to be done away with. A new paper came out that proposed the aforementioned species, Homo bodoensis. Bodo 1 is a cranium discovered in Africa in 1976. It presented a complex array of modern human and Homo erectus traits. It was grouped into heidelbergensis until relatively recently. Paleoanthropologists were frustrated with describing so much diversity as one species and instead decided on two different species. Hominins in Africa and Southeast Europe are now being reclassified as Homo bodoensis, while other hominins in Europe are being reclassified as early Neanderthals. It remains unknown what will be done with the classification of Homo heidelbergensis. It may still apply to certain hominins or be done away with altogether. Regardless, the information in this video is still relevant. The exact name of a hominin is just an arbitrary scientific name. What matters is who these people were, what they did, and what they left behind. First, let's talk about the most abundant evidence of these people's existence, the tools they left behind. Not all tools leave behind good remains, but stone tools certainly do. Homo heidelbergensis mainly lived during the long-spanning Acheulean tool industry. The Acheulean is characterized by the production of mostly symmetrical hand axes. This technology stagnated in the hands of Erectus but would see some small advancements with the emergence of heidelbergensis. Their technology is largely considered late Acheulean. The transition is indicated by the production of smaller, thinner, and more symmetrical hand axes. Some of these hand axes look to be made purely for function, while others seem to be artistic in nature. At the 500,000-year-old site in Boxgrove, England, thinning may have been produced by striking the hand axe near perpendicularly with a soft hammer. This would have been nearly impossible to do by hand, and a prepared platform would have been necessary. The Boxgrove knappers also left behind large lithic flakes left over from making hand axes, possibly with the intention of recycling them into other tools later. Late Acheulean sites elsewhere pre-prepared lithic cores in a variety of ways before shaping them into tools, making the prepared platforms unnecessary. With either method, knappers would have had to produce some item indirectly related to creating the desired product, which could represent a major cognitive development. Experiments with modern humans have shown that platform preparation cannot be learned through purely observational learning, unlike earlier techniques, and could be indicative of well-developed teaching methods as well as self-regulated learning. Perhaps the most impressive evidence of stoneworking in this species comes from the Kapthuran Formation, Kenya. The site has yielded the oldest evidence of blade and bladelet technology. The evidence dates all the way back to about 545,000 years ago. This technology is rare even in the Middle Paleolithic and is typically associated with Upper Paleolithic modern humans. Interestingly, it is unknown if this is part of a long tradition or if methods were lost and reinvented several times by multiple different human species. All of the stone tools we have talked about so far were hand axes. For those unfamiliar, hand axes were basically the pocket knives of their day. They were used for butchering animals, processing plants, and crafting other items. Besides hand axes, fire was another instrumental technology to their success. Despite living in colder climates, evidence of fire is conspicuously scarce in the archaeological record until 400 to 300,000 years ago. It is possible the evidence for these fires were lost to time, but it is quite odd that some long-term sites entirely lack evidence of fire. Since we know long-term fires were being used as far back as 700,000 years ago, we know these people were aware of this technology. The lack of evidence may actually indicate fire ignition technology. In older sites, we see fires that burned for many weeks. Basically, whenever hominins could harvest fire from naturally occurring wildfires, they would keep them going as long as possible. Of course, this would require a lot of wood and a lot of time. But if these people had a way to start fires on their own, they wouldn't need to keep one going all the time. They would simply start one when they made a big kill or needed to stay warm. This notion is interesting, although admittedly hard to prove. We know Neanderthals started their own fires, as evident by iron pyrite being present on a handful of hand axes. Heidelbergensis were the Neanderthals' direct ancestors, and it is reasonable to think that they could have possessed this technology, though direct evidence would have to be found. One of the most important steps these people took in advancing technology was their advancements made towards weapons. It was recently discovered that even as far back as Homo heidelbergensis, humans were hafting stone tips to their spears. In Africa, 500,000-year-old sites from Cathupan 1, South Africa may be the oldest evidence of hafting in the world. The points are shaped in a way which would have made them efficient spears. When put under a microscope, their purpose is obvious. The concentration of damage is pronounced at the tip of the spear, while the edges have much less wear. Comparing this evidence to experimental studies tell researchers all they need to know to confidently say that these points were hafted and used as spears. Attaching stone points to spears is a very important technological advancement. Stones are much harder and sharper than wood could ever be. Wood also by nature has a lot of friction and often lacks the mass needed to penetrate large game animals. Evidence of hafting in both Europe and Africa became much more common after about 300,000 years ago. Still, this technology did not exist for much of this species' existence. For a long time, Heidelbergensis primarily used sharpened sticks. The Schonigan spears are excellent examples of such tools. They are around 330,000 years old and have miraculously survived all those years, albeit fossilized. Most of the spears are made of slow-growing spruce trees except for spear 4, which is made from pine. The spears vary from 1.84 to 2.53 meters or 6 to 8.3 feet in length. They were made from the bases of young trees, which are harder wood. These features indicate an awareness of the properties of wood and an experience in selecting crafting materials. Just like today's tournament javelins, the center of gravity is located in the front third of the shaft of some of the spears. In addition, most of the spears taper in an aerodynamic way except for spear 6. Experimental research using experienced athletes to throw replicas of spear 2 show that the spears are capable of being thrown at a distance of at least 15 to 20 meters. However, spear 6, which does not taper at the back and also has a natural kink, is interpreted as a thrusting spear. Together, the evidence suggests that the Schonigan spears were crafted in specific ways for specific uses. Another discovery from the Schonigan site was a wooden throwing stick. The object was made with stone tools to be smooth and flat on one side. The artifact preserves impact fractures and damage consistent with that found on ethnographic and experimental examples of throwing sticks. When thrown, these sticks would have flown in an accurate straight line. These sticks are effective at killing small game and even driving large game. Australian Aboriginals famously used throwing sticks called boomerangs to kill a variety of prey, including kangaroos. The presence of water birds at the site has led researchers to hypothesize they were killed by these throwing sticks. It is fascinating how much you can do with simple technology. These people were smart and certainly resourceful. Homo heidelbergensis were hunters of large game. Middle Pleistocene communities in general seem to have eaten big game at a higher frequency than predecessors, with meat becoming an essential dietary component. The diet overall could be varied and certainly differed vastly between populations. They hunted a large variety of animals across their range. Horses, elephants, hippopotami, bear, aurochs, deer, ibex, boar, and more were hunted. Some of these beasts were quite large, and it is impressive that they were able to kill them. Even with the stone points these people had in later times, they were still crude compared to the spears of sapiens and Neanderthals. This has led researchers to believe that they were capable of a high degree of cooperation and strategy. For instance, at Torralba and Ambrona, the animals may have been run into swamplands before being killed, entailing encircling and driving by a large group of hunters in a coordinated and organized attack. With their large brains, they certainly had the capability of coordinating large and complex hunts. Though carcasses may have been simply scavenged, some Afro-European sites show specific targeting of a single species, which more likely indicates active hunting. For example, a site in Kenya has yielded over 50 to 60 individual baboons. Torralba and Ambrona in Spain have an abundance of elephant bones and larger herbivores such as rhinos. Their diet was similar to that of later Neanderthals. African sites commonly yield bovine and horse bones. The exploitation of aquatic environments is generally quite lacking, despite some sites being in close proximity to oceans, lakes, or rivers. Plants were probably frequently consumed, including seasonally available ones, but the extent of their exploitation is unclear as they do not fossilize as well as animal bones. Assuming a diet heavy in lean meat, an individual would have probably needed a high intake of carbohydrates to prevent protein poisoning. They would have been able to supplement their diets with tree bark, berries, nuts, and other plants. The Schöningen site in Germany has over 200 plants in the vicinity which are either edible raw or when cooked. Overall, it was impressive that they were able to get their hands on so much meat. But the relative simplicity of their diet still denotes to paleoanthropologists that they were technically and cognitively less advanced than Upper Pleistocene hominins. A facet of hominin life during the Pleistocene was competition with other predators and even predation. Throughout Heidelbergensis' vast range, there was a menagerie of predators. In Eurasia there lived caves, steppe and brown bears, cave lion and African lion, cave hyena, homotherium, leopards, and tigers. Big cats are notoriously efficient hominin killers. Powerful, stealthy, and deadly. There is no doubt that the various cats of the Middle Pleistocene dined on Heidelbergensis. But the notion that these people were constantly getting preyed upon is unfounded. In fact, predators may have often become prey for these people. At the amazing Middle Pleistocene site of Grand Dolina, the bones of cave lion have intriguing cut marks. It would be easy to assume the animal was merely scavenged from a dead individual. But the cut marks present on the bones indicate that it was gutted and butchered in the same way many other animals were. Since organ meat is typically targeted first by scavengers, it wouldn't have been necessary to gut the animal if scavengers got to it first. All lines of evidence seem to indicate it was actively hunted and killed by hominins. But why would these fairly small-sized men with wooden spears want to tangle with such a ferocious predator? The Maasai people of East Africa are known to actively hunt lions as a form of initiation. It is possible this animal had significance to their culture. We know from later hominins such as the men and women at Chauvet that lions were important to them. It is fun to speculate, but in actuality it is impossible for us to know. The lion could have been merely hunted for meat or possibly in self-defense. Whatever the case, it is fascinating to know that this particular lion has a particular story. One fateful day, an inconceivable amount of time ago, a group of humans would slay a beast of claw and fang with a sharp piece of wood. It is fascinating to know that history is made of individuals. Though we apply vague names like cave lion and Homo heidelbergensis, all of these animals had lives just as you do right now. This is why it is crucial to learn about these people that we will never truly know. Though limited to fossils, their stories still echo in eternity. Africa was also home to many fearsome predators. Though some of the predators were the same as they are now, a lot of the fauna was different. Crocodiles would have posed a significant threat. Hippopotamus were intimidating, but they may have been prey more than they were a predator. An interesting animal they may have tangled with were the fearsome Dinopithecus. This giant relative of modern baboons could weigh up to 77 kilograms or 170 pounds. Large males would have weighed more than most of the Heidelbergensis they encountered. Baboons are vicious animals that even in their smaller form are known to attack people with their devastating fangs. Words cannot describe how terrifying it would be to encounter an angry Dinopithecus that weighs more than you. A site in Kenya revealed that hominins may have actually seen the baboon kin as prey. The site has the butchered remains of over 90 giant gelada baboons. It is dated to about 500,000 years ago. Typically the site is credited to Homo erectus, but since no hominin remains are known from the site, it very well could have been Homo heidelbergensis. Overall, predators were a dominant fact of everyday life for these people. They were able to defend themselves and even target predators, though toothy beasts certainly contributed to their mortality rate. We do not currently have evidence of cannibalism in this species. Regardless, it can be said that they would have eaten human flesh from time to time. The oldest evidence of cannibalism comes from 800,000-year-old Homo antecessor remains from Spain. We know that sapiens and Neanderthals both ate their kin from time to time. There are a number of reasons to eat human flesh. Violent conflicts leave meat lying around, and starvation pushes people to extremes. Strange rituals are often to blame as well. Ritualistic cannibalism is actually quite common throughout our own species, and similar behaviors may have been done in the others. Cannibalism was an aspect of life for many ancient humans, and Heidelbergensis would have been no different. To expand in the cold hinterlands of Europe and Asia, Heidelbergensis would have needed to stay warm. Their vast range was also inhabited for a vast amount of time. They went through several ice ages but occupied Europe all the same. Fire was certainly used to stay warm, but other methods would have been necessary. Clothing would have been a crucial technology for these people. Evidence of clothing itself does not last long. Hides and cordage disintegrate very fast. Other forms of evidence must be considered. Awls and sewing needles are obvious evidence for clothing and sewing. This technology is actually more advanced and only appears within the last 100,000 years. Hide scrapers are the most widespread evidence for clothing. If you have ever killed and skinned an animal, you know how painstaking it can be to remove the fat and flesh from the hide. We know that Heidelbergensis used scrapers at Grandolina and Schöningen, Germany. It can be said with reasonable certainty that these tools were used to prepare hides. What we can't say for sure is if they actually wore this hide. Considering they lived in cold climates and they prepared hides, it is not too much of a jump to assume that they would have worn simple clothing. Since many populations of Heidelbergensis probably lacked cordage technology, clothing would have been very limited. They may have simply tied their pelts to their bodies to stay warm, although other more complicated fabrication techniques may have been used. Beyond clothing, shelter would have been very important. In typical hominin fashion, they often lived in caves. But there are only so many caves, and some may have not preferred to live in them. Even as far back as Heidelbergensis, humans were making complex shelters. Firm surface huts with solid foundations have been recorded since the Cromerian Interglacial. The earliest example is a 700,000-year-old stone foundation from the Czech Republic. This dwelling probably featured a vaulted roof made of thick branches or thin poles, supported by a foundation of big rocks and earth. Other such dwellings have been postulated to have existed during or following the Holstein Interglacial, which began 424,000 years ago. These sites were probably occupied during the winter and averaging about 3.5 meters by 3 meters in area. They were probably only used for sleeping, while other activities including firekeeping and tool-making were done outside. Less permanent tent technology may have been present in Europe in the Lower Paleolithic. Housing is often made of perishable materials, so most of the evidence of their constructions has since faded with the sands of time. It is quite amazing how much evidence for their housing we do have, though. It's not easy to make even a basic shelter. Constructed dwellings with solid foundations are a testament to their intelligence. Another testament to their intelligence would be if they were seafaring. Traveling by sea is a very complicated process, to say the least. So much so that it was long assumed we're the only species to do so. However, evidence indicates that humans may have been seafaring by about 1 million years ago. No vessels have survived the years, but what has is the evidence of hominins on remote islands. Some islands, such as Luzon, have never been accessible from the mainland. It is 80 kilometers or 50 miles from the mainland. That is not a swimmable distance. Luzon and a variety of other islands have told us that our ancient relatives were certainly utilizing some sort of craft to travel across the water. We know that Neanderthals and Erectus were both capable of this technology. Some Mediterranean islands such as Crete have evidence of Acheulean hand axes that have been dated to as late as 190,000 years ago. Though researchers speculate that they could be much older than the layers they are in. They resemble the hand axes made in Africa around 800,000 years ago. Dr. Strasser, a Greek archaeologist, said they could be as much as 700,000 years old. This would mean the maker of these tools was likely Heidelbergensis. If so, this would tell us a lot about their technological ability. Crete is too far to swim to. It would have been a major undertaking to get there. I should note that we currently do not know exactly how old these hand axes are, and we should not jump to any conclusions. It is currently believed that they were made by Neanderthals. We don't have any hominin remains from the island yet, just tools. Intelligence can often be observed by the things these people left behind. Moral intelligence can be seen in the remains these people left behind. Injuries and deformities often give us a window into their harsh lives. A male specimen from Cima de los Huesos may have lived for over 45 years. He may be the oldest example of this age demographic in the human fossil record. This demographic would eventually gradually increase in Neanderthals and sapiens. He did not live all those years without problems, though. His spine was excessively curved and misaligned. He also had Bastrop disease on the L4 and L5 vertebrae. This would have caused him tremendous pain and severely limited his movement. This man would have little use for their society. He couldn't hunt, he couldn't gather, and he wasn't very mobile. His usefulness would have been limited to entertainment, passing on knowledge, and comforting his kin. In all likelihood, he was loved by these people. Even in some modern human populations, the elderly have been killed as we decided they had no further use to society. Hunter-gatherers and people in antiquity alike practiced senicide. But even for archaic human species, we have no evidence that this was the case. Another specimen from Cima de los Huesos provided us with even more evidence about their compassion. An adolescent skull no older than 5 was diagnosed with lambdoid single-suture craniosynostosis. The severity of this rare condition is thought to have caused its death. It would have been obvious to its parents at a young age that it was deformed, though it was kept alive until it eventually died of its deformity. This tells us that despite its problems, these people valued it enough to keep it alive. They spent 5 years caring and feeding for this child just to let it die. This is another example that the people of Cima de los Huesos were compassionate in a similar way we are today. this should not be too much of a surprise. Multiple species across the animal kingdom mourn their dead. Mothers are especially prone to this behavior for obvious reasons. Homo heidelbergensis is obviously a lot more cognitively advanced than a chimpanzee. The death of a loved one would have certainly been a tragedy for these people. Another way we often measure the intelligence of ancient people is through their art and culture. Symbolism is a very complex behavior that is truly fascinating. Hominins have been making art for hundreds of thousands of years, and this includes heidelbergensis. Though what we consider art is certainly subjective. About 27 Middle and Lower Paleolithic objects have been postulated to have symbolic etching, out of which some have been refuted as having been caused by natural or otherwise non-symbolic phenomena. The Lower Paleolithic art consists of rocks and bones with engravings on them. Some of these pebbles are nearly 400,000 years old. An elephant tibia from Germany has a number of cut marks that cannot be explained by simple butchery. So far, these examples seem to be contemporary to our scribbles in a notebook. These hominins may have just been bored and decided to scratch some rocks together. But fortunately, we do have other, more complex art from these people. Two artifacts that are possibly as much as 500,000 years old are attributed to this species: the Venus of Tantan and the Venus of Barakat Ram. For those unaware, a Venus is a figurine portraying a woman. They become common throughout Europe in the Upper Paleolithic but are not known from other periods. Their purpose is poorly understood, and we may never actually know what they were used for. The two Venus figurines that have been attributed to heidelbergensis are also controversial. Both of the artifacts were mostly formed by natural processes before hominins slightly altered them into a more human-like shape. Most archaeologists can agree that hominins altered and possessed these objects. What they don't agree on is their interpretation as human figurines. The debate mainly surrounds whether they are symbolic or utilitarian. The objects contain traces of pigment. It has been hypothesized that they may have been used to manufacture pigment, but it has also been thought that they were painted to look more like a human. What I find so fascinating about these objects is assuming that they are supposed to resemble women, then human cultures separated by hundreds of thousands of years decided to make these figurines independently of each other. Fascinating. Early modern humans and late Neanderthals made wide use of red ochre for presumably symbolic purposes, as it produces a blood-like color, though ochre can also have a functional medical application. Modern hunter-gatherer societies still find this pigment important for a variety of reasons, including symbolism and medicine. Beyond sapiens and Neanderthals, there is evidence of older red ochre usage. Sites in Tanzania, Ambrona, and Terra Amata have extensive evidence of red ochre. These sites are attributed to heidelbergensis and erectus respectively. The site may represent the emergence of pigment technology as it becomes common later in the Paleolithic. Besides physical art, another feature of complexity is the burial of the dead. In 2006, it was suggested that the Cima de los Huesos hominins were buried by people rather than being the victims of some catastrophic event such as a cave-in. Because young children and infants are absent from the remains, they can't be explained by such a sudden event. Also, the remains are conspicuously associated with a single stone tool, a carefully crafted hand axe made of high-quality quartzite. This has led to speculation about it being some kind of grave good. Supposed evidence of symbolic graves would not surface for another 300,000 years. Considering we know that their descendants buried their dead, it is not too unreasonable to hypothesize the same for this species. However, evidence for burial is quite hard to gather, and the age of the buried individuals is not always enough to come to this conclusion. The Cima de los Huesos humans may have been capable of language. They had a modern human-like hyoid bone and a middle ear bone capable of finely distinguishing frequencies within the range of normal human speech. Remains have indicated that they are predominantly right-handed. Handedness is associated with lateralization of brain function. which is also typically associated with language processing. It is postulated that this population was capable of an early form of language. These traits do not absolutely prove they had language, but certainly provide evidence. They obviously were able to communicate with each other in complex ways, but enough so to be considered a language is the real question. What is important about these findings is that we see that it evolved within Heidelbergensis. This shows that the species truly did make great strides in human evolution. I should note that the Cima de los Huesos hominins are closely related to Neanderthals, and with the new reclassification they probably are considered Neanderthals now. They are still very close in time to what we would consider Heidelbergensis, but who knows how paleoanthropologists will change the classification of Heidelbergensis in the future anyways. The consensus was that Homo heidelbergensis was the ancestor to sapiens, Neanderthals, and Denisovans. However, the reclassification to Bodoensis now puts them as the direct ancestor to Homo sapiens. It is generally thought that our species and Neanderthals had a last common ancestor about 600,000 years ago. So could we call this ancestor Heidelbergensis? Maybe. As of now, we do not know if it will receive a name or simply be known as the MRCA. MRCA means most recent common ancestor. The idea was that populations of Heidelbergensis living in Europe evolved into Neanderthals and Denisovans, while populations in Africa evolved into sapiens. And this is still kind of the idea, but instead of Heidelbergensis, it would be the MRCA. Like I previously mentioned, Middle Pleistocene remains in Europe were stocky, while the ones in Africa were more lean, among other morphological traits. This is why researchers decided to finally make clear terms to describe these differences. This new classification only recognizes Bodoensis in Africa and Southeast Europe and early Neanderthals in the rest of Europe. Who knows if the term Heidelbergensis will continue to be used in paleoanthropology? It is a little disappointing that this whole video was made on a species which might not even be recognized anymore, but I believe it was actually a really important lesson in understanding the field of paleoanthropology. It is a very complicated field, and people often have trouble understanding the admittedly complicated nomenclature. Homo heidelbergensis, or I guess the MRCA, was an incredible human species. Though they are often overshadowed by Neanderthals and even Erectus, they are essential to the human story. They were the first of many things and deserve to be remembered as great survivors of an archaic world. They never really went extinct, as you could say we are their direct descendants, though I guess now we are directly descended from Bodoensis. Same hominins, different name. Nothing lasts forever, and we too are merely a new addition to the hominin family tree. There was a time before us, and there will be a time after us. The information talked about in this video will certainly change with new discoveries. I suspect that a lot of things said in this video about the classification of hominins will change within the next few months. But this is good. Science is like an animal that molds its skin to grow bigger. Constant changes to what we think we know are inevitable, and there is beauty to be found in change. If you noticed any mistakes in the information presented in this video, leave a comment down below and I'll try to answer it. So thanks for watching my 5th installment of the Ancient Human series. This series is undoubtedly the most successful on my channel. I am amazed some of you will sit down for nearly an hour or sometimes even more than an hour to watch my content.
The coast of Spain, 50,000 years ago. A sea rich with life prospers in the warm summer months. A pod of dolphins chase their quarry into a warm bay. Here they can easily close the distance and get a belly full of fish. However, they are alerted by a strange splashing noise coming from a tall rock in the bay. Their curiosity gets the best of them and they swim to the disturbance. But they must be cautious. A strange predator has been taking their kin. In bays just like this one, they have seen their friends be speared from above. A
Upon arrival at the rock, they see strange creatures repeatedly jumping into the water. They dive to the bottom, pry off shellfish, and return to the surface only to jump in again moments later. The less than proficient swimmers are also making curious noises. The nosy dolphins continue to investigate until their curiosity is satisfied. Luckily for the pod, they have merely ran into a group of giggling children foraging a snack while their parents are out on the hunt for the real prey. But they are not normal-looking children. Their noses are large, they lack a pronounced chin, and their brow ridge protrudes. They look a little odd, but still unquestionably human. For they're Neanderthals. Neanderthals were a people that have long been seen as savage brutes. However, discoveries have unveiled the very human nature of our evolutionary cousins. They cared for one another, created art, and even had complex medicine. They also didn't exclusively hunt hulking beasts as we often see them depicted. Some groups may have been more or less vegetarian, while others predominantly ate marine resources. They were pioneers of their time and still live inside you and me to this day. So without further ado, I bring to you my fourth installment of the Ancient Human series. This one will by far be the most extensive and well-researched video yet. The first Neanderthal remains were discovered by Dutch naturalist Philip Charles Schmerling in 1829. He assumed it was a fossil of a Homo sapiens skull. Later in 1849, Gibraltar I was discovered, though it too was thought to be a modern human skull. Finally in 1856, schoolteacher Johann Carl Vollrath recognized that bones discovered in the Neander Valley were distinct from that of Homo sapiens. The remains were then handed to German anthropologist Hermann Schaffhausen to study them in 1857. They comprised of the cranium, thigh bones, right arm, left humerus, ulna, left elum, part of the shoulder blade, and pieces of the ribs. Following Charles Darwin's On the Origin of Species, Vollrath and Schaffhausen argued that the bones represented an ancient modern human form. With only a single individual, it was argued that it was just a Homo sapien with various illnesses. This view would stall Neanderthal research until the end of the century. However, by the early 20th century, numerous other Neanderthal discoveries were made, establishing Homo neanderthalensis as a legitimate species. The first reconstructions describe Neanderthals as slouching, ape-like, and only remotely related to modern humans. But by the middle of the century, further scientific studies began to rework our understanding of our long-lost relatives. Gradually, a more human-like picture of Neanderthals began to emerge. Hybridization between Neanderthals and early modern humans had been suggested as early as 1890 and was eventually proved to be true. Neanderthals are hominids in the genus Homo. They are generally classified as their own species, Homo neanderthalensis. Sometimes they are considered as a subspecies of modern humans as Homo sapiens neanderthalensis. This would make us Homo sapiens sapiens. They can be considered a distinct species because of the absence of Neanderthal-derived patrilineal Y chromosome and matrilineal mitochondrial DNA in modern humans, along with the underrepresentation of Neanderthal X chromosome DNA. It is hypothesized that this would have caused a reproductive barrier to where some hybrids would be sterile. Obviously not all of them were though, as traces of admixture can be found in almost all modern human groups excluding some sub-Saharan Africans. Neanderthals were more closely related to Denisovans. Denisovans are also considered their own distinct species by many. It is largely thought that Homo heidelbergensis was the last common ancestor of Neanderthals, Denisovans, and Homo sapiens before populations became isolated in Europe, Asia, and Africa, respectively. The distinction between heidelbergensis and Neanderthals is mostly based on fossils in Europe between about 300,000 and 243,000 years ago. Neanderthals are typically fossils that appear during and mainly after this period. However, bones from Cima de los Huesos that date to 430,000 years ago might represent the earliest hominids considered to be Neanderthal. 400,000-year-old remains of Aero Era 3 could represent a transitional phase. Ancestral and derived morphs could have lived concurrently. The fossil record of Neanderthals is much more complete from 130,000 years ago onwards. Most specimens are known from this period. The reason Neanderthals became distinct from sapiens and even Denisovans is likely due to the climate of Europe and the Near East during the time. Their environment was very cold due to our planet being in an ice age for the past 2.5 million years. This caused them to adapt to the colder conditions anatomically. Our last common ancestor with Neanderthals split off about 500,000 years ago. They then split from Denisovans as late as 470,000 years ago or as early as 200,000 years ago. Before splitting, Neanderthal Denisovans or Neanderthals migrating out of Africa into Europe apparently interbred with an unidentified super-archaic human species. These super-archaics were the descendants of a very early migration out of Africa around 1.9 million years ago. Neanderthals would then expand into a fairly large range, although their population was quite small. They are recorded living in Western, Central, Eastern, and Mediterranean Europe, as well as Southwest, Central, and Northern Asia up to the Altai Mountains in southern Siberia. The southernmost find was recorded at Shukba Cave, Levant. Their easternmost presence is recorded at Denisova Cave, Siberia. They also lived as far north as the British Isles and possibly as far as southern Scandinavia. But for much of their existence, these areas were covered in glaciers. To add to this, the evidence of their occupation of these areas may have been destroyed by glaciers. Like mentioned earlier, their population was quite small. Various studies using mtDNA analysis yield very ineffective populations, such as about 1,000 to 5,000, 5,000 to 9,000 remaining constant, or 3,000 to 25,000 steadily increasing until about 52,000 years ago before declining until extinction. Their population was only a tenth of the size of contemporary sapiens. Neanderthals were robust and stocky compared to modern humans. They had barrel-shaped rib cages and wider pelvises. Their forearms and forelegs were also proportionally shorter. Based on 45 Neanderthal long bones from 14 men and 7 women, the average height was 165 centimeters or 5 feet 5 for males. Females were shorter at 152 centimeters or 5 feet. For comparison, the average height of 28 male or 10 female Upper Paleolithic humans is 176 centimeters or 5 foot 9 inches for men. Women, on the other hand, were 163 centimeters or 5 foot 4 inches. The fossil record shows adult Neanderthals varied from about 147.5 to 177 centimeters or 4 foot 10 inches to 5 foot 10 inches. Some certainly grew larger, and a height of 182 centimeters or 6 feet was likely attainable. For Neanderthal weight, samples of 26 specimens found an average of 77.6 kilograms or 171 pounds for males and 66.4 kilograms or 146 pounds for females. The body mass index for Neanderthal males was calculated to be 26.9 to 28.2, which in modern humans correlates to being overweight. Though for Neanderthals, this just indicates a very robust build. The Neanderthal LEPR gene concerned with storing fat and body heat production is similar to that of the woolly mammoth. It was likely an adaptation for cold climate. The neck vertebrae of Neanderthals are longer and thicker than those of modern humans, lending to stability, possibly due to different head shapes and sizes. Body proportions are usually cited as being hyperarctic as adaptations to the cold, because they are similar to those of modern human populations which developed in cold climates. The Neanderthal build is most similar to that of the Inuit and Siberian Yupiks among modern humans. Nonetheless, Neanderthals from more temperate climates such as Iberia still retain the hyperarctic physique. In 2019, English anthropologist John Stewart suggested Neanderthals were adapted for sprinting. Their robust bodies may have allowed them to quickly run after prey. Neanderthals generally did prefer warmer wooded areas over the colder mammoth steppe. DNA analysis also indicates a higher proportion of fast-twitch muscle fibers in Neanderthals than modern humans. Stewart explained their body proportions and greater muscle mass as adaptations to sprinting as opposed to the endurance-oriented modern human physique. As persistence hunting may only have been effective in hot climates where the hunter can run the prey to the point of heat exhaustion. They had longer heel bones, reducing their ability for endurance running, and their shorter limbs would have increased the speed at which their muscles contracted. So they no doubt would have been good sprinters, but this may not be the only reason for their physique. Climate also definitely played a role. Another controversial aspect of their anatomy was their humerus. There has long been a debate in anthropology over the anatomy of Neanderthal humeri and whether it would have been efficient at throwing spears. Originally, evidence seemed to indicate that their shoulders could not overarm throw well. They were thought to be better adapted to thrusting. This was also backed up by how many wounds they received in their lifetimes. If they really did only stab their prey, then they would have had to get up close and personal with these very dangerous animals. However, this notion of stabbing big dangerous animals has been fading away. Berthaum et al. 2014 found that Neanderthal humeri were efficient at both thrusting and throwing. There was no evidence that thrusting was more prominent. It also found that sapien and Neanderthal humeri, although different, showed similarities in resisting throwing and thrusting stress. To add to this, the Schonigan spears dating to over 300,000 years ago were found to be efficient throwing weapons. They were balanced and able to be thrown over 20 meters or 65 feet. Though they are often credited to European Homo heidelbergensis, these people would have been near indistinguishable from early Neanderthals because this is right around the time when their species appeared. We also know that Homo erectus, a distant ancestor of Neanderthals and sapiens, had efficient arms for throwing millions of years ago. All of this evidence seemed to indicate that they certainly could throw, and the Schonigan spears indicate they did. They still would have been ambush predators, and certainly stabbed their prey when they got close. You could even imagine some Neanderthals out of the group were not that good at throwing, so maybe some would prefer to get up close and personal. And even if you spear a large animal, they still often have a lot of fight in them. Trying to finish off these animals would lead to the injuries that we do see in their remains. Neanderthals had bigger brains than modern humans. The Neanderthal brain case averages 1,600 cubic centimeters for males and 1,300 cubic centimeters for females. Modern humans average 1,270 cubic centimeters for males and 1,130 cubic centimeters for females. However, Homo sapiens specimens from between 190 and 25,000 years ago averaged about 1,478 cubic centimeters disregarding sex. Modern human brain size is suggested to have decreased since the Upper Paleolithic. The largest Neanderthal brain, AMUD-1, was calculated to be 1,736 cubic centimeters, one of the largest ever recorded in hominids. Now I wonder if this guy was any smarter than any of his contemporaries, or if the brain matter was just used for other things. Interestingly, both Neanderthal and human infant brain cases measure about 400 cubic centimeters. In Neanderthals, the occipital lobe was much larger than in modern humans, and similarly they had larger eyes, probably as an adaptation to lower light conditions in Europe. More brain tissue was devoted to bodily maintenance and control, and consequently, the cognitive areas of the brain were proportionally smaller than in modern humans. They would have been less proficient in language, attention, working memories, social abilities, and thought in general. How much so is up for debate. Since we obviously do not have a living specimen, it is very hard to say how smart they were. It is a great mystery how one of these people would fare in the modern day. If you were to acquire a Neanderthal baby, could you teach it English? Could it learn math? Could it socialize like a sapien? These are all very intriguing questions that we may never be able to answer. Depictions of Neanderthals were originally very primitive and ape-looking. In more recent years, we have discovered that Neanderthals were much more human-looking than once thought. Their faces differed from ours in a few general ways. They had a reduced chin, sloping forehead, and a large nose. The Neanderthal skull is typically more elongated and less globular than that of modern humans. They also had an occipital bun, a protrusion on the back of the skull, although it is within the range of variation for modern humans who have it. They had larger eyes, likely adapted to a low-light environment like previously mentioned. The large Neanderthal nose has generally been explained as having warmed air as it entered the lungs and retained moisture. Neanderthals featured a protrusion of the jaw known as prognathism. This may have been to make room for the large teeth that they had. Neanderthal dental wear patterns are most similar to that of the modern Inuit. The bite force of Neanderthals and modern humans is now thought to be about the same. The lack of sunlight in Europe led to the proliferation of lighter-skinned Neanderthals. These are the same forces that eventually led to the lighter-skinned European sapiens. Our bodies primarily synthesize vitamin D rather than getting it from food. Vitamin D is synthesized when UV rays from the sun enter our skin. Lighter skin absorbs more of this light while darker skin blocks it out. Europeans need lighter skin to get vitamin D from the limited sunlight they receive. African and other groups, on the other hand, have darker skin because they are subjected to intense sunlight every day. Too much sunlight damages cells and can lead to cancer. For this reason, human skin color varies depending on the environment. Neanderthals primarily live in northern areas and thus needed lighter skin. They did live closer to the equator in places such as the Mediterranean and the Middle East. These populations had darker skin and hair. The DNA of 3 Croatian Neanderthals show they had darker hair, skin, and eye color than modern Europeans. MC1R is a receptor gene that controls the production of melanin, the protein responsible for pigmentation of the hair and skin. Neanderthals had a mutation in this receptor gene which changed an amino acid, making the resulting protein less efficient and likely creating a phenotype of red hair and pale skin. Modern humans display similar mutations of MC1R, and people who have 2 copies of this mutation have red hair and pale skin. No modern human has the exact mutation that Neanderthals had, which means that both Neanderthals and Homo sapiens evolved this phenotype independent of each other. Some groups of Neanderthals certainly had red hair, such as in Italy and Spain. However, as in modern humans, red was probably not a very common hair color because the variant is not present in many other sequenced Neanderthals. Genetic analysis indicates that there were at least 3 distinct geographical groups: Western Europe, the Mediterranean coast, and east of the Caucasus. These 3 populations differed anatomically. Southern Neanderthals exhibit regional anatomical differences from that of their northern counterparts: a less protrusive jaw, a shorter gap behind the molars, and a vertically higher jawbone. Neanderthals living west of the Altai Mountains also had their own differences. This suggests Neanderthal communities regularly interacted with neighboring communities within a region, but often not far beyond. Nonetheless, over long periods of time, there is evidence of large-scale cross-continental migration. Early specimens from Mezmaiskaya Cave in the Caucasus and Denisova Cave in the Siberian Altai Mountains differ genetically from those found in Western Europe, whereas later specimens from these caves both have genetic profiles more similar to Western Europe Neanderthals. Similarly, artifacts and DNA from other caves also in the Altai Mountains resemble those of Eastern European Neanderthal sites about 4,000 kilometers or 2,500 miles away. This suggests two distinct migration events into Siberia. Neanderthals are considered to be the apex predators of their environment. They would get close to their prey or wait for their prey to get close to them, and then in a powerful burst of speed throw or thrust their spears into their prey. Younger or wounded animals may have been hunted using traps, projectiles, or pursuit. Over their vast range, they employed a variety of hunting and gathering techniques. Communities on the Mammoth Steppe would primarily eat large game with a variety of local plants. Forest-dwelling communities would have consumed a wide array of plants and smaller animals such as deer and rabbit. Tribes living on or around the Mediterranean would consume aquatic resources. Generally, their diet seemed to be less varied than that of sapien hunter-gatherers, but still varied enough to ward off nutritional deficiencies. For many communities during the winter, lean meat would have been about the only thing around to eat. They would have supplemented by eating fat-rich brains, roots and tubers, and the stomach contents of herbivorous prey animals. Plants which have been semi-digested by these herbivores would have been a good source of nutrients for these people. Though it sounds odd, it is a practice still done by the Inuit who have little access to plants during the winter. They fed primarily on hooved animals. Red deer and reindeer were consumed most frequently, and they were the most abundant. Other game included ibex, Irish elk, wild boar, aurochs, mammoth, straight-tusked elephant, and woolly rhino. There is evidence of directed cave and brown bear hunting both in and out of hibernation as well as butchering. Analysis of Neanderthal bone collagen from Vindija Cave, Croatia shows nearly all of their protein needs derived from animal meat. Some caves show evidence of regular rabbit and tortoise consumption. At Gibraltar sites, there are remains of 143 different bird species, many of them ground-dwelling. Neanderthals also exploited marine resources on the Iberian, Italian, and Peloponnesian peninsulas, where they waded or dived for shellfish. At Vanguard Cave, Gibraltar, the inhabitants consumed Mediterranean monk seal, short-beaked common dolphin, common bottlenose dolphin, Atlantic bluefin tuna, sea bream, and purple sea urchin. You may be wondering, how did they manage to catch such animals? Well, paleontologists are still wondering. Seals can be caught once they come ashore, and beach dolphins would have been easy prey. Fish can be caught with nets and hooks. At Gruta da Figueira Brava, Portugal, there is evidence of large-scale harvest of shellfish, crabs, and fish. Evidence of freshwater fishing was found at Grotte di Castelsvita, Italy for trout, chub, and eel. As many of you know, fishing is not easy. Fish are smarter than you think, and they are really good at escaping once caught. The wide variety of fish caught by this people tells us that they might have employed a wide variety of tactics to catch them. The presence of all these fish remains indicate that they may have had better fishing technology than once thought. Besides hunting and fishing, they also foraged often. Edible plant and mushroom remains are recorded from several caves. Neanderthals from Cueva del Cedrón, Spain, based on dental tartar, likely had a meatless diet of mushrooms, pine nuts, and moss, indicating they were forest foragers. Remnants from Amud Cave, Israel indicate a diet of figs, palm tree nuts, and various cereals and edible grasses. It's amazing to think that some groups may have been more or less vegetarians. Others were hyper-carnivores who hardly touched green plants. Dental tartar from Grota de Spies, Spain, indicates the inhabitants had a meat-heavy diet including woolly rhinoceros and mouflon sheep, while also regularly consuming mushrooms. The oldest known human fecal matter remains show that a particular group in Spain ate mainly meat and plant matter. Evidence of cooked plant foods, including legumes and acorns, has been found in Israel. Many groups of Neanderthals were quite nomadic, likely due to their hunting and foraging needs. At Shanidar Cave in Iraq, Neanderthals collected plants with various harvest seasons, indicating they scheduled returns to the area to harvest certain plants. This indicates that they had complex food-gathering behaviors for both meat and plants. To be a hunter-gatherer required a deep knowledge of your land and an expansive mental map of your environment. These people were certainly masters of survival, but they didn't survive unscathed. Neanderthals faced ruthless competition with the other Ice Age predators. They coexisted with most of these predators for about 200,000 years. This tells us that neither the ruthless predators nor the Neanderthals pushed each other to extinction. Regardless, competition would have been fierce. Cave lions as large as the biggest tigers targeted horses, large deer, and wild cattle. Homotherium, known as the scimitar cat, hunted young mammoths and other fairly large game. Wolves would have hunted a variety of prey. Leopards mainly targeted reindeer and roe deer. This heavily overlapped with the diet of Neanderthals. Fortunately for our evolutionary cousins, leopards are solitary creatures, so defending a kill from them would have not been very difficult. However, the other predators certainly craved our kills. To deter such predators, Neanderthals likely engaged in intimidation tactics such as yelling, arm waving, and stone throwing. Being able to quickly harvest game was a necessity for these people. Deer and other small game could be dragged off, but larger game would have put them at a higher danger of encounters with lions or hyenas. They were not helpless in their skirmishes with rival predators. The remains of wolves, cave lions, and cave bears, which were all major predators of the time, indicate Neanderthals hunted their predators to some extent. Neanderthals and cave hyenas might have actually exemplified niche differentiation. They would have actively avoided each other when they could. Animal remains from Neanderthal caves indicate they targeted prime individuals while hyenas hunted weaker or younger prey. Nonetheless, in typical hyena fashion, encounters over food would have become hostile and may have been a large factor in how Neanderthals protected their kills. Remains of Neanderthals indicate that they were either preyed upon or scavenged by these powerful beasts. In addition to ruthless hyenas, bears were certainly to be feared by these people. Cave bears stood 3.5 meters or nearly 12 feet in height. They also weighed up to 1,000 kilograms or 2,200 pounds. However, cave bears were mainly herbivores that hunted very rarely, and most of the remains they ate would have been scavenged. Still, such a powerful animal would have been hard to stop even with a whole tribe of spear-wielding Neanderthals. Remains indicate that bear hunts may have been a cultural practice among some groups. Regardless of all of the formidable predators that occupied their lands, Neanderthals seemed to thrive alongside them. At Grota du Lazaret in France, a total of 23 red deer, 6 ibexes, 3 aurochs, and 1 roe deer appear to have been hunted in a single autumn hunting season. The entire carcasses seem to have been transported to the cave and then butchered. Because this is such a large amount of food to be consumed, it is possible these Neanderthals were curing and preserving the food before winter set in. The evidence is 160,000 years old, and it is the oldest potential evidence of food storage. It would make sense that they were capable of preserving their food. A whole mammoth or woolly rhino would have left substantial leftovers for even a whole tribe of Neanderthals. Neanderthals seem to have cooked most of their food. They roasted meat and plants and likely even created stews. The abundance of animal bone fragments at settlements may indicate the making of fat stocks from boiling bone marrow, possibly taken from animals that had already died of starvation. This would have been a very important meal because fat was a hot commodity for Neanderthals. Many groups were basically on a ketogenic diet for most of the year. Lean meat would have had to be supplemented with fat. This bone broth would have been a good way to do it. Neanderthal tooth size had a decreasing trend after 100,000 years ago, which would indicate an increased dependence on cooking or the advent of boiling, a technique that would have softened food. It is important to note this because many get the notion that Neanderthals were stagnant beings that never progressed. In reality, just like sapiens, we see trends of evolution within their species. At Cueva del Cedrón, Spain, Neanderthals likely cooked and possibly smoked food, as well as used certain plants such as yarrow or chamomile as flavoring. This is not for certain, as these plants could have been used as medicine. With shellfish, Neanderthals needed to eat, cook, or in some manner preserve them soon after collection, as shellfish spoils very quickly. At a cave in Spain, there is evidence that they are keeping these shellfish alive in water-soaked algae. It blows my mind that these people ate so much seafood. The classic picture of a Neanderthal hunting big game is true, but it leaves out the diversity of diets between groups. Their diet was so diverse, in fact, that they even ate each other. There are several instances of Neanderthals practicing cannibalism across their range. Examples come from Croatia, Spain, France, and Belgium. 5 cannibalized remains of Neanderthals in Belgium met a gruesome fate. There is evidence that their upper limbs were disarticulated and the lower limbs smashed and the chest cavity disemboweled. About 35% of the Neanderthals at Marillac-le-Franc, France, show clear signs of butchery, and the presence of digested teeth indicate the bodies were abandoned and eaten by scavengers later. Based on this evidence, it would be easy for one to make the assessment these people were brutish cannibals. Closer examination of the evidence shows that the high number of cut marks present on the Neanderthal individuals indicate a lack of experience in butchering human carcasses. To aid to this, total cannibalized individuals are actually quite small when compared to the total number of fossils we have. Cannibalism would have not been a very common practice. Other groups may have gone many generations without tasting the flesh of their kin. Anthropologists interpret this behavior in a few ways. Ritualistic behavior, pre-burial defleshing to deter scavengers, an act of war, or simply for food. And before you place judgment on these people, let me say this. Homo sapiens, just like our Neanderthal cousins, are also cannibals. Archaeological evidence has shown that thousands of years ago we were partaking in similar behaviors. And of course, even in modern times, cannibalism happens. And not just out of desperation. There have been whole societies that eat people in both ritualistic and non-ritualistic ways. For example, the Aztecs were known to partake in ritualistic cannibalism. Our disgust towards this practice is due to our culture rather than it being objectively wrong. At the end of the day, we are made out of meat, and whether it be hard times or a strange religious worship, cannibalism is a natural human behavior. So when looking at the evidence of Neanderthals eating each other, do not make generalizations about the species. Even if some groups ate people, some may have been just as disgusted as you or I at the idea of eating their kin. Fire was one of the most important technologies these people possessed. Many Mousterian sites have evidence of fire, and some for extended periods of time. It is unclear if they were capable of starting their own fires. They could have scavenged them from naturally occurring fires. Indirect evidence of fire technology includes pyrite residue on a couple dozen bifaces. When flint is struck against this material, sparks fly. These sparks could be harnessed into a combustible material to produce fire. It is a skillful and hard process, but we know these people were capable of a lot. The amount of evidence of fire found at Neanderthal sites, some only inhabited during the winter, tell us that fire was likely not just harvested from natural wildfires. It is pretty safe to say that at least some bands would have been able to produce fire. Hearths have been discovered in a number of caves. Neanderthals likely considered air circulation when making these hearths. At a site in Spain, 8 evenly spaced hearths, lined up against the rock wall, were likely used to stay warm while sleeping, with one person sleeping on either side of the fire. Other caves show evidence that smoke was let out of the cave through natural ventilation. We have evidence that a lot of their food was cooked, especially animal remains. Even plants were cooked as mentioned in the food section. Fire was certainly one of the most important technologies that these people possessed and helped them survive in many ways. But it was only one of their tools. Neanderthals made a wide array of tools to thrive in their world. And these tools did not stagnate. They changed as the years passed and the technology progressed. They are credited with creating the Mousterian industry, a more complex and advanced form of working stone. It evolved from the Levallois industry about 160,000 years ago. The Levallois was its close predecessor, and the two are sometimes considered as one. The Levallois industry made it easier to control flake size and shape, and as a difficult-to-learn process, the Levallois technique may have been directly taught generation to generation rather than purely on observational learning. There is a relatively high diversity in Neanderthal stone tool production that we don't see in other hominid species for thousands of years. Proposed explanations include unique ethnic traditions and a diversity of uses. For example, a tool that is good at killing a deer may not fare well in killing an elephant. Given that the Neanderthal diet varied from rabbit to seals to elephant, it makes sense that there would be diversity in tool production. Stone tools included disc-shaped cores, flake tools, well-made scrapers, and triangular points that were used as knives. Denticulate tools were made to serve as saws. They could be used to make notches in wood or to saw it in half. Round limestone balls found at Neanderthal sites are believed to serve as bolas, a weapon used to this day consisting of 3 balls at the end of a string that can trip animals. Weapons to actually kill game varied. Wooden spears lacking a stone tip were certainly in use throughout Neanderthal existence. More complicated hafted stone tips did become more common later in Neanderthal technological tradition. 55,000 years ago, towards the twilight of Neanderthal existence, they created leaf-shaped stone tips that were hafted on spears. They were likely used as thrusting weapons. The wide point would have been exceptional at causing massive blood loss for prey. These points in particular were hafted on wooden shafts, used, reshaped, perhaps used again, and then finally discarded. They were hafted with plant-based glue and bindings made from plant fibers. They would have been deadly tools, and couple them with the pure strength of a Neanderthal, and even a Paleoloxodon has reason to fear. There is still some debate if Neanderthals had long-range projectile weapons. We do know that their arms could throw, so it is certainly a possibility. A wound on the neck of an African wild ass from Syria was likely inflicted by a heavy javelin. Some spear tips from France may have been too fragile to have been used as thrusting spears, suggesting their use as darts. Bone trauma consistent with habitual throwing has been reported in Neanderthals. Even if they mainly used their big spears for thrusting, it would seem only natural that these people would have at least thrown some stones at their prey. Neanderthals worked with bone, but only in a limited way as far as we know right now. They used the ribs of large herbivores to create lithoears. a tool which is rubbed against the hide to make it more supple and waterproof. Though these lissowears could be made from the abundant reindeer for which they hunted, they preferred more uncommon bison and aurochs ribs. Another technology that were preferred were clamshell scrapers. Neanderthals in Italy preferred a certain species of clam to create these scrapers. They likely chose them because they were the most durable. At Grotte dei Mercerini, Italy, about 24% of the shells were gathered alive from the sea floor, meaning these Neanderthals had to wade or dive into shallow waters to collect them. Another extremely important aspect of their technology was cordage. Cordage allows for the production of nets, containers, baskets, ties, straps, clothes, shoes, bedding, snares, fishing, seafaring, and crafting of tools. In France, there is evidence of twisted fibers and a 3-ply inner bar fiber cord. It is unclear how widespread this technology was, considering the materials are biodegradable and preserve very poorly. This technology could indicate at least a very basic knowledge of weaving and knotting. The oldest direct evidence of cord is about 52,000 years old. However, 115,000-year-old perforated shell beads possibly strung together to make a necklace are the oldest indirect evidence. Neanderthals also made containers out of animal hide, birch bark, and even tortoise shells. Poor tortoise. Neanderthals were able to survive in a similar range of temperatures as modern humans while sleeping. In an enclosed space lacking any clothes, they still would have needed a temperature of about 28 degrees Celsius or 82 degrees Fahrenheit. Neanderthals lived through a number of glacial and interglacial periods. Interglacial periods would have been warmer but still would have had required Neanderthals to find some external source of warmth. The Eemian interglacial was a warmer period right before the last glacial period. In July, the average temperature would have only been about 17.4 degrees Celsius or 63.3 degrees Fahrenheit. In January, it would have gotten as cold as negative 30 degrees Celsius or negative 22 degrees Fahrenheit. And remember, this is a warm period. Neanderthals went through at least 3 much colder glacial periods. Danish physicist Bent Sorensen hypothesized that Neanderthals required tailored clothing capable of preventing airflow to the skin, especially during extended periods of traveling such as a hunting trip. Tailored footwear completely enwrapping the feet would have been necessary, but interestingly, bone sewing needles and stitching awls seem to be absent from the Neanderthal fossil record. Hide scrapers are very common, and the aforementioned lissowears were used to work hides. They certainly used hide as clothing, but the technology may have been very limited. There is no direct evidence that they had fitted clothes, but indirect evidence definitely supports it. Indirect evidence of tailoring by Neanderthals includes the ability to manufacture string. This may indicate a weaving ability. Also, a naturally pointed horse metatarsal from Spain has been speculated to have been used as an awl. Regardless, there is just no way that they could have survived in the winter unless they hid in caves the whole time. And even then, they would have needed a constant supply of logs to stay warm. To actively hunt in the winter, which we are sure they did, they would have needed to cover about 80 to 90% of the body. Fitted shoes, gloves, pants, coats, and hats would have been necessary to ward off frostbite. They were thicker than us and able to conserve more body heat, but frostbite would have still been a major threat. Since sapien and Neanderthal admixture is known to have occurred in the Middle East, and no modern body louse species descend from that of Neanderthal counterparts, it is possible Neanderthals in hotter climates did not wear clothes, or Neanderthal lice were highly specialized. For the harshest parts of the winter, Neanderthals actually may have hibernated. Though it sounds crazy, that is exactly what new research suggests. Researchers argue that lesions and other signs of damaged and fossilized bones of Neanderthals are the same as those left in the bones of other animals that hibernate. They suggest that our predecessors coped with ferocious winters at the time by slowing down their metabolism and sleeping for months. The evidence suggests that bone growth wasn't consistent throughout the year, which would line up with the idea that these early humans were dormant. It is a theory that has many in the scientific community intrigued, though several of the scientists desire more research to be done. If conclusively proven, it would vastly change how we view these people. Neanderthals were not limited to caves. Though caves were great shelter, especially during the colder months, shelter was created by these people. A 44,000-year-old site in Ukraine shows evidence of a 7-meter by 10-meter ring-shaped dwelling made out of mammoth bones meant for long-term habitation by several Neanderthals, which would have taken a long time to build. It appears to have contained hearths, cooking areas, a flint workshop, and there are even traces of woodworking. Upper Paleolithic modern humans in Russian plains are thought to have also made housing structures out of mammoth bones. Their caves were also not just holes in the ground. A cave in Barcelona, Spain has given us an insight into what their homes would have been like. Archaeologists have uncovered what they think is a hole located near hearths that could have been used to heat water. Other remains show evidence of sleeping areas, trash disposal areas, and areas used for creation of stone tools and even slaughtering animals. Bands likely moved between certain caves depending on the season, indicated by remains of seasonal materials such as certain foods, and returned to the same locations generation after generation. Some sites may have been used for over 100 years. Cave bears may have greatly competed with Neanderthals for cave space, and there is a decline in cave bear populations starting 15,000 years ago onwards. Although Neanderthals are generally considered to have been cave dwellers with their home base being a cave, settlements near the cave were likely favored in warmer months. Since they were hunter-gatherers, it is not always an option to stay in one place all year round. This is why Neanderthals were fairly mobile people at different times of the year. One of the most fascinating behaviors that truly highlights their technology was their seafaring ability. Middle Paleolithic stone tools on Greek islands indicate Neanderthals may have been seafaring as far back as 200 to 150,000 years ago. Artifacts on Crete date back to 130 to 107,000 years ago. Crete has been an island for some 5 million years and is 40 kilometers away from its nearest neighbor. This suggests ambitious journeys requiring some type of boat and prior planning. They could have used dugout canoes, reed boats, or even just a flotation device. The most likely would be some type of reed-based craft, although they could have tied multiple logs together as well. Other islands also show evidence of long-distance travel over the Mediterranean. Zakynthos and Cephalonia also have artifacts older than 100,000 years. Sardinia, Melos, Alonsos, and Naxos may have also been visited. Even the Strait of Gibraltar may have been crossed. If they really did cross the seas, their ability to engineer boats and navigate through open waters would speak volumes to their advanced cognitive and technical skills. Neanderthal fossil evidence displays an extensive record of skeletal injuries. It is generally accepted that more than 80% of the skeletal remains known to archaeologists display several injuries. The main source of food for many Neanderthals were hulking beasts. The hides of rhinos and mammoths were so thick that projectiles would have been less effective than actually going up and just stabbing the dang thing. But they would have had to get dangerously close to do sufficient damage. These animals could have broken limbs with the swing of their head, not to mention what would happen if you were to be trampled. In other regions, they hunted game in mountainous terrain that would have put them at risk of falling. Predators are also often a very deadly source of injury. As apes, they were not physically adapted to hunting such large and dangerous game. Fortunately, given their intelligence, they were able to overcome injuries with a variety of healthcare techniques. Bone fractures often healed without significant deformities, suggesting that they had been set with some sort of splint. It seems they may also have had a way to prevent blood loss from major injuries. Individuals with severe head and rib traumas would have needed some manner of dressing to prevent death. Bandages made out of animal skin may have been used. Some Inuit groups today use rodent skin to dress wounds. It's feasible that Neanderthals would have also come across similar methods to stop blood flow and keep the wound relatively hygienic. By and large, they appear to have avoided severe infections, indicating good long-term treatment of such wounds. The high level of injury and recovery from serious conditions, such as a broken leg, suggests that others must have collaborated in their care and helped not only ease their pain, but fight for their survival in such a way that they could regain health and actively participate in the group again. Neanderthals lived in small groups, so any loss of life was particularly devastating to the survival of the whole community. Injury over disease was the most common threat, as Neanderthals didn't live in the same type of environment or large enough communities to be at high risk of pathogens. Their knowledge of medicinal plants was comparable to that of contemporary humans. Neanderthals were in command of some natural drugs to speed up their recovery. One of the individuals from Shannon-Dark Cave was found to be buried with numerous plants believed to have medicinal properties, including yarrow. It is a natural antibacterial and fever reducer. Karen Hardy of the Catalan Institute for Research and Advanced Studies spent the past 6 years analyzing the calcified plaque left on Neanderthal teeth. She found the chemical signatures of yarrow and chamomile, which is also thought to have been an anti-inflammatory agent. Since these plants taste extremely bitter and have very little nutritional value by themselves, she hypothesizes that they were instead used for self-medication. Another analysis of a Neanderthal individual revealed traces of poplar, which contains the natural painkiller silicic acid, and the mold penicillium, the source of one of our most successful antibiotics. While we can't be sure that this Neanderthal deliberately ingested these substances for medicinal purposes, it's telling that this individual suffered from a severe tooth abscess. The individual also had painful parasites which would have caused diarrhea. These plants were likely used to cure both of these ailments. Childbirth was also a particular challenge for these people. Just like in modern humans, the size and the shape of a Neanderthal baby's head and the mother's pelvis would have made unassisted childbirth very dangerous. Researchers are fairly certain some kind of midwifery was used to reduce mortality rates. Neanderthals had medicinal practices that were much more complex than anyone thought possible. These findings don't just sketch out a new branch into the history of medicine, they show that Neanderthal healthcare was remarkably similar to our own ancestors' strategies. Neanderthals are known to have used ochre. Ochre is well documented from 60 to 45,000 years ago in Neanderthal sites, with the earliest example dating to 250 to 200,000 years ago. It has been hypothesized to have been used as body paint. Analysis of pigments from France indicates that they were applied to soft materials such as hide or human skin. Modern hunter-gatherers use ochre for body paint, medicine, tanning hides, and food preparation. It is far from a fact that it was used as body paint, but if true, that would tell us loads about their culture. The body could have been painted for rituals or to show status. Containers apparently found for mixing ochre pigments were found in Romania, which could indicate a modification of ochre for solely aesthetic purposes. Beyond ochre, Neanderthals are known to have collected odd objects and may have turned them into pendants. A fossil sea snail shell possibly painted red was transported over 100 kilometers or 62 miles to a site in Italy about 47,000 years ago. Other shells found in Spain were painted in a variety of colors. At a site in France, beads made from animal teeth, shells, and ivory were found associated with Neanderthal bones, but the dating is uncertain. Other strange objects that Neanderthals collected included crystals and fossils. It is unclear if these objects were simply picked up for their aesthetic qualities, or if some symbolic significance was implied to them. These items were mainly quartz crystals, but other minerals include acericite, iron pyrite, calcite, and galena. A few findings feature modifications such as a mammoth tooth with an incision and a fossil nummulite shell with a cross etched into it. A number of fossil shells are known from French Neanderthal sites. Another amazing find was a belemnite beak that these people had found and kept near. Further oddities found in their homes were objects we have interpreted as art. The mask of La Roche-Cotard is an interesting relic that was once owned by Neanderthals. It was made of a piece of flint with a bone pushed through a hole in the midsection. The actual function of this mask is unknown. It has been interpreted to resemble the upper half of the face, with the bone representing the eyes. It has been argued to not be art or even a mask at all. It could have served some function including tying knots or crafting tools. The exact purpose remains unknown. In 1988, American archaeologist Alexander Marshak speculated that a Neanderthal at the cave of Lourdes, France, wore a leopard pelt as personal adornment to indicate elevated status in the group based on recovered leopard skull, phalanges, and tail vertebrae. It's very interesting that they may have worn leopard pelts just as some Mesoamericans adorn themselves in jaguar pelts. Neanderthals are suggested to have used various bird parts as aesthetic mediums, specifically black feathers. In 2012, a study examined 1,699 sites across Eurasia and argued that raptors and corvids, which are not usually consumed by any human species, were overrepresented and show processing of only the wing bones instead of the fleshier torso. This indicates that the flight feathers were particularly targeted. Vultures, golden eagles, and ravens were all harvested. It is unknown how they would have captured such mobile animals. The earliest claim of bird bone jewelry is a number of 130,000-year-old white-tailed eagle talons found in a cache at Croatia. It has been speculated that they were used as a necklace. A similar 39,000-year-old Spanish imperial eagle talon necklace was reported in 2019. 17 decorated raven bones from Ukraine, dated to 43,000 years ago, were reported in 2017. Because the notches are more or less equidistant from each other, they are the first modified bird bones that cannot be explained by simple butchery. It seems birds were prized for some cultural or ritualistic reason. Feathers are widely believed among Native American Indians to signify a connection between the creator, the owner of the feather, and the bird from which the feather came from. Deeply revered, the feather symbolizes high honor, power, wisdom, trust, strength, and freedom. One would be a fool to say Neanderthals felt the same way, but since these feathers had no real survival purpose, they were likely used for personal adornment and meant something to them. There is some evidence that Neanderthals made musical instruments. The 43,000-year-old Divier Babe flute from Slovenia has been attributed by some researchers to Neanderthals, and Canadian musicologist Robert Fink said the original flute had either a diatonic or pentatonic musical scale. The artifact is very controversial. Some claim it to have been made by modern humans, and others think it was made by a carnivore bite. The bone comes from a very young cave bear. The holes were most likely made from humans and seemingly deliberately spaced. Bob Fink claimed in his 1997 essay that the bones were consistent with 4 notes of the diatonic scale. This has also been met with a lot of criticism. It remains unknown whether it was a musical instrument, and it could have been used for another purpose. Regardless, if it was used for a musical instrument, that would be very amazing. The world-renowned artist Pablo Picasso once made a trip to the Stone Age cave of Altamira. This cave is filled with beautiful paintings of bison and other animals. They were made by Homo sapiens some 17,000 years ago. Upon Picasso's exit from the cave, He said, "In 15,000 years, we have invented nothing." He also said, "After Altamira, all is decadence." He was blown away by such a raw expression of art. These people didn't have to create these paintings, but they took the liberty to depict their world on the walls of caves. Little did Picasso know that these were far from the first cave paintings. They may have been made in Europe before our species was even present in the area. As far as we currently know, our Neanderthal forebears created the first cave art of any human species. Art from Maltraviso Cave, also located in Spain, has been dated to 64,000 years ago, about 20,000 years before Homo sapiens were even in the area. It was long thought that these paintings may have been made by Homo sapiens, but after a new dating technique was used, it proves that these were the work of Neanderthals. Still, some people are critical of it, but I'll say this. Would a Neanderthal have to write, "This was made by a Neanderthal," or draw themselves on the cave wall for you to say it was made by a Neanderthal? We know that Homo sapiens were not in the region at the time, so I think it's very likely that these are made by Neanderthals, and scholars agree. The paintings found in Maltraviso are also very interesting. They show abstract symbols and even animals. Interpreting what these symbols might have meant is nearly impossible. Such an attempt usually tells you more about the theorist than the culture in question. We can undoubtedly say that this cave meant something to them. In order to create such works, they had to venture deep into the cave with the aid of a light source. They obviously did not haphazardly write on the wall as a child does in their textbook. A geometric ladder-like shape was made. Above it, over 100 dots of paint were placed. This would have taken precision and patience. 2 paintings of what have been interpreted to be animals fill 2 of the ladder's holes, both bulbous-looking herbivores. Then to the right of the work, a very strange and complex symbol was made. It does not look like a depiction of an animal or anything of the natural world, a purely symbolic creation. We can only imagine what the purpose of this painting was. Could it have been the seal of their clan, a depiction of a Neanderthal deity, maybe even a symbol that translates to a word? In truth, we will never know. In this cave, there also exists a couple red ochre hand paintings, a trend that would become very widespread throughout the Upper Paleolithic. Some hunter-gatherers in Australia still practice this ancient tradition. Likely the longest living expression of art, a mark of one's hand, the Stone Age way of saying, "I was here." Looking at walls of these handprints can sometimes be eerie. All of those people with a story just like you or I. Their lives as detailed and complicated as the one you're living right now. Neanderthals were no different. It seems they may have been pioneers of art. The discovery has opened the door to the possibility that other European Paleolithic art could have been created by our evolutionary cousins. Since sapien and Neanderthal occupation overlaps, we can only say that the art was Neanderthal if it was older than about 43 to 44,000 years ago. There is another cave in southern Spain called the Cave of Nerja. In it exists various works created over the past 40-some thousand years. Recent dating methods have shown that the paintings are over 42,000 years old. This has led some to speculate that they may be of Neanderthal origin. The paintings of 2 seals are among the oldest in the cave, which is an animal not commonly seen in cave art. Other cave art found at Le Mihave and Cava de Castillo could have been made by Neanderthals. Both of these could have been made by Homo sapiens. However, Neanderthals were still present in Europe until about 35,000 years ago. We cannot definitely say which species produced these works. Another evidence of abstract art are strange stone circles found deep within caves. Tucked deep within a cave in France, there are stone circles made from stalagmites. They were made roughly 176,000 years ago. This completely rules out sapien involvement in their creation. Nearly 1,000 feet or 330 meters from the cave's entrance lie a large circle and a smaller semicircle. The larger one measured 22 feet or 6.7 meters across with evidence of fire inside. The fires were lit atop the stalagmite with charred bits of bone. The remains are very mysterious and researchers really don't know what to make of them. It is hard to determine any purpose of creating these structures besides just broadly labeling it as ritualistic. One of the most complex behaviors that Neanderthals have ever been speculated of demonstrating is the burial of their dead. The first evidence that Neanderthals buried their dead emerged from excavations in the 1950s and 60s. The cave yielded the remains of 10 Neanderthals, including one dubbed Shenandoah 4, which was found with clumps of pollen, suggesting the body had been deliberately placed in a grave and flowers scattered atop it. The finding was one of several lines of evidence that has led to the reassessment of Neanderthals as highly intelligent and social people. However, the idea of burial has been controversial, and the idea that flowers were placed on the grave seem even more unlikely. New evidence has reaffirmed the idea that Neanderthals buried their dead. Archaeologists in Iraq have discovered a new Neanderthal skeleton that appears to have been deliberately buried around 60 to 70,000 years ago. "We are quite confident," says Emma Pomeroy at the University of Cambridge. These new remains showed the upper half of a Neanderthal in an anatomical position. Pomeroy's team found multiple lines of evidence that the Neanderthal was deliberately buried, including the fact that the sediment layer around the body is visibly different from the layer below. Evidence of digging and replacement with different sediment is strong evidence for burial. Interestingly, we know that Homo sapiens were burying their dead at least 100,000 years ago, and these Neanderthals living in the Middle East might have encountered them. Perhaps the Neanderthals learned the practice from us sapiens. Personally, I don't like the notion that sapiens were the bringers of morality and complexity to the Neanderthal people. It is a very anthropocentric notion. It is likely we were doing this behavior independently. The graves of children and infants are especially associated with grave goods such as artifacts and bones. A newborn in France was associated with 3 flint scrapers, and one in Spain had a triangular piece of flint placed on its chest. Teshik Tash I in Uzbekistan was associated with a circle of ibex horns and a limestone slab used to support its head like a pillow. What is amazing about the remains is they show some sort of cultural or moral intelligence. Most animals do not care much about their dead. Elephants, apes, and some other animals show mourning behaviors to their kin, but burial is another level of cultural development. The buried individuals were loved by these people. This form of respect shows that they were passionate people who did not simply move on when a family member met an ill fate. It is difficult to establish a consensus regarding the language of these people. Given their degree of technical and cultural complexity, it is reasonable to assume they had a complex language comparable to the sapiens of the time. A somewhat complex language was likely necessary to survive in the harsh environment, with Neanderthals needing to communicate about topics such as locations, hunting and gathering, and tool-making techniques. Neurologically, Neanderthals had an expanded Broca's area, operating the formulation of sentences and speech comprehension. But out of a group of 48 genes believed to affect neural substrate of language, 11 had different methylation patterns between Neanderthals and modern humans. This could indicate a stronger ability in modern humans than Neanderthals to express language. This is not surprising considering that Neanderthals were overall less social than sapiens. They lived in smaller groups and interacted with others less frequently than us. The 1983 discovery of a Neanderthal hyoid bone used in speech production in humans in Capybara 2, which is almost identical to that of humans, suggests Neanderthals were certainly capable of speech. In 2015, Lieberman hypothesized that Neanderthals were capable of syntactical language, although nonetheless incapable of mastering any sapien dialect. If Neanderthals were not able to fully integrate into a sapien language, their hybrid children probably could. a sapien and Neanderthal hybrid at some point in prehistory was raised to speak a distinctly sapien language. This would have helped the two anatomically separate groups to possibly integrate in as little as one generation. It is fascinating that two species separated by hundreds of thousand years of evolution that spoke completely separate languages met together and created offspring. Neanderthals are thought to have lived in more sparsely distributed groups than modern contemporary humans. I touched on this earlier, but it is thought that there are no more than 10,000 individuals in Europe at any given time. Group size itself is thought to have averaged between 10 to 30 individuals, similar to modern hunter-gatherers. Though they typically lived in more isolated groups, they would still meet together and exchange members. Analysis of mtDNA of Neanderthals at Cueva de Cedrón, Spain, showed that the 3 adult men belonged to the same matrilineal lineage, while the 3 adult women belonged to different ones. This suggests that a woman moved out of her group to live with her husband. British anthropologist Island Pearce and Cypriot archaeologist Theodora Mutsu speculated that Neanderthals were possibly capable of forming geographically expansive ethno-linguistic tribes encompassing upwards of 800 people. This was based on the transport of obsidian up to 300 kilometers or 190 miles from the source. It was compared to trends seen in obsidian transfer distance in modern human hunter-gatherers. Still, some groups of Neanderthals were more isolated than others. The DNA of a Neanderthal from Denisova Cave, Russia, shows that she had an interbreeding coefficient of 1/8, which means her parents were related. Similarly, the inhabitants of Cueva de Cedrón show several defects which may have been caused by interbreeding or recessive disorders. The social hierarchy of Neanderthals remains speculatory. It is sometimes suggested since they were hunter-gatherers of challenging big game and lived in small groups, there was no sexual division of labor as seen in modern hunter-gatherer societies. That is, men, women, and children all had to be involved in hunting instead of men hunting and the women and children foraging. However, with modern hunter-gatherers, the higher the meat dependency, the higher the division of labor. Further, tooth wear patterns in Neanderthal men and women suggest that they commonly used their teeth for carrying items, but men exhibited more wearing on the upper teeth and women the lower, suggesting some cultural difference in tasks. It is controversially proposed that some Neanderthals wore decorative clothing or jewelry such as leopard skin or raptor feathers to display elevated status in the group. Valuable items found at burial sites may attest to this notion. It seems every individual was valued in their culture and everyone received medical care. Pop culture has long depicted Neanderthals as ape-like brutes, dumb-witted folk who couldn't care less about their kin. Hunter-gatherers in general have been depicted as cutthroat societies who will happily leave the weak behind for good, healthy people. This notion has been proven wrong time and time again by archaeological discoveries. The most fascinating display of Neanderthal compassion comes from the Shanidar cave in Iraq. Remains of a Neanderthal who survived well into his 40s were named Shanidar I. This man lived an excessively painful life. He had suffered a violent blow to the left side of his head at a young age. It fractured his orbital and left him partially or totally blind in his left eye. His teeth were abnormally worn, a sign of a degenerative disease. He also suffered from severe hearing loss, which left him partially deaf in one ear and likely completely deaf in the other ear. To add to all this, he suffered from a withered arm. Damage to his C5 vertebrae caused his right arm to lose muscle function. This arm was likely amputated later in life. If so, it is the earliest evidence of amputation on a living individual. The damage to his arm and vertebrae caused some paralysis on the right side of his body. To add to all this, he suffered from not one, but 2 broken legs. They had healed, but left him with a painful limp. Despite all these horrid injuries, he had survived well into his 40s. Given the time, that is ancient for a Neanderthal or even a contemporary Homo sapien. He would have needed the help of his tribe to feed him and help him with his various injuries. He was also very susceptible to predators, given his lack of senses and mobility. Regardless, he survived and likely died of natural causes. This level of altruism is hardly associated with the Neanderthal kind. Even some modern human hunter-gatherers have practiced killing off the weak and elderly for the good of the tribe. But these Neanderthals, all those thousands of years ago, valued this man. He was a part of their family, likely a father or a brother. At the tribe's expenses, he was kept alive. Far from knuckle-dragging brutes, these people were compassionate in the same way we are today. The Neanderthal era would begin to vastly change around 40 to 44,000 years ago. Their population had already been in decline for quite some time at this point. But a new threat appeared. A slim, dark-skinned group of humans was coming from the south. They were us, the sapiens. Sapiens had interacted with Neanderthals for a very long time. Not only were they closely related, so much so that some consider them a subspecies of us, but they also lived bordering each other. Neanderthals lived around the Mediterranean but curiously stayed out of Africa for the most part. The closest they got was in southern Spain and the Middle East. But below this point, the lean, dark-skinned Homo sapiens roamed. And the sapiens too, for the most part, stayed out of Europe. However, there is evidence that the two groups occasionally crossed into each other's territories. There is evidence that they were there a whopping 150,000 years before once thought. A skull named Apodema 1 that is around 210,000 years old has been determined to be a mixture of modern human and more primitive features. It provides a rather grim story. The group that the skull belonged to inhabited the region for a short amount of time and then were swiftly replaced by Neanderthals. This shows us that sapiens did not originally thrive in Europe. It seems that those distant sapiens were just not ready for the challenges that awaited them. Neanderthals were already there, great predators existed, and the prey was different from what they were used to in Africa. Sapiens at this time were just as technologically advanced as Neanderthals. Actually, for much of our evolution, our technology and customs were indistinguishable from our contemporaries. It wouldn't be until after we had conquered much of Eurasia that some sapiens would finally move into Europe. As early as 100,000 years ago, our species was spreading across India and China. Even around 65,000 years ago, we conquered Australia. Finally, when we ventured into Europe about 45,000 years ago, we met Neanderthals. We then proceeded to mate with our stocky evolutionary cousins. DNA evidence tells us that most interbreeding occurred about 65 to 37,000 years ago. This coincides with our ideas about sapiens inhabiting Europe. This new wave of migrating sapiens seems to have been very dominant. Undeterred by beast or man, they quickly moved through the land inhabiting many environments. Their success was most likely due to new advancements in technology, social development, and perhaps more efficient and complex language. Neanderthals would quickly fade as sapiens began to spread across Europe. But what caused their light to dim? They had survived hundreds of thousands of years thriving through beasts and ice ages alike. Why in the span of only 5,000 years did their entire species fade from the Earth? There are several proposed explanations. Climate change, sapien assimilation, and disease. The climate change model is based off their ultimate extinction happening in a Heinrich 4 event. Heinrich 4 events are periods of intense seasonality. They have historically been associated with massive cultural turnovers and collapses in European populations. It is speculated that this event would have depopulated Neanderthal areas which were then inhabited by sapiens, basically making their species more susceptible to sapien takeover. Typically, these events were survivable, but with a new migrating population, they were pushed out of their range. The next and probably most influential factor was sapien assimilation. Neanderthal population by nature was spread thin compared to that of our species. Sapiens lived in larger groups and were connected with other large groups. The introduction of our species in the area would have increased the population, and Neanderthals would have only made up a fraction of this total population. Subsequent breeding would have effectively bred out Neanderthals from existence. It is a fact that we bred with these people, but not extensively. Still, if our population was truly much greater, even extensive breeding would leave less of a trace considering the population size. The last factor was disease. Since sapiens lived in larger populations, diseases thrive much more effectively. The introduction of African pathogens to these isolated people may have had a similar effect when Europeans first encountered the Native Americans. However, DNA evidence tells us that Neanderthals had an adaptive and strong immune system. Regardless, our diseases would have not been pleasant to deal with. It is also possible we transmitted a spongiform disease to Neanderthals. This disease makes cannibalism a deadly practice. Ingesting brain matter from someone with a contaminated brain can be fatal. Since we know that some Neanderthals were cannibalistic, this disease could have swiftly wiped out some of the population. The last cause may have been violence. Sapiens throughout history have been notorious for not being the most acceptable. We could have committed mass genocides, some of which may have not been left in the fossil record. Neanderthals were strong and fearsome adversaries. In a one-on-one fight, a sapien with similar technology would have been likely submitted by their superior strength and athleticism. But a band of 300 sapiens would easily wipe 30 Neanderthals off the map. Our social organization made us vastly militarily superior to Neanderthals. Even so, we do not have evidence that we fought them or committed any of these genocides. Still, evidence could be lost to time. We do have some evidence that Neanderthals fought with each other. A skeleton from Larache in Perros, France has a healed fracture on top of the skull apparently caused by a deep blade wound, and another from Shanidar Cave, Iraq, found to have a rib lesion characteristic of a projectile weapon. Their extinction was certainly caused by a complex array of things. They would fade throughout the world and were mostly extinct by around 39,000 years ago. Some may have survived as late as about 35,000 years ago. Evidence of later survival comes out every once in a while, but is usually just found to be dated incorrectly. Even with some isolated populations, it is generally thought that they were extinct by 30,000 years ago. Despite dying out, they still live within us to this day. Their DNA lives inside of nearly all modern humans. In modern Europeans, 1 to 4% of their DNA is Neanderthal. Some Asians have as much as 3 to 7%. It is thought that pre-agricultural Europeans had similar percentages to modern Asians, but it was diluted by a group of people who had split off before Neanderthal integration. Even sub-Saharan Africans may have had very small amounts of Neanderthal DNA, up to about 0.5%. Typically, Neanderthal genes in the modern genome are related to immunity, 25% in Europeans and 32% in East Asians. In all, approximately 20% of the Neanderthal genome seems to have survived in the modern human pool. However, due to their small population and resulting in reduced effectiveness of natural selection, Neanderthals accumulated several weakly harmful mutations, which were introduced to and slowly selected out of the much larger human population. The initial hybridized population may have experienced up to 94% reduction in fitness compared to contemporary humans. A 2017 population focusing on archaic genes in Turkey found associations with several diseases. Nonetheless, some genes may have helped modern human Europeans adapt to the environment. Genes associated with lighter skin and hair may have been descended from our stocky cousins. However, light skin did not become prevalent in European sapiens until the Holocene. Neanderthal genes have also been implicated in the structure of the brain. Nonetheless, a large portion of surviving integration appears to be non-coding junk DNA with few biological functions. Due to the absence of Neanderthal-derived mtDNA, which is passed on from the mother to child in modern populations, it has been suggested that the progeny of Neanderthal females who mated with modern human males were either rare, absent, or sterile. That is to say, admixture stems from the progeny of Neanderthal males with modern human females. Due to the lack of Neanderthal-derived Y chromosome in modern humans, which is passed on from the father to son, it has also been suggested that hybrids that contributed ancestry to modern populations were predominantly female, or the Neanderthal Y chromosome was not compatible with Homo sapiens and became extinct. So overall, most hybrids were produced with a Neanderthal male and a sapien woman, and most of them were females. The remains of a 40,000-year-old sapien studied in 2015 was found to have very high levels of Neanderthal DNA. It was found that he had a Neanderthal ancestor about 4 to 6 generations ago, likely a great-great-grandfather.
Neanderthals went extinct, but they live on in you and I to this day.
They were a great species that pioneered many things. We really don't give them enough credit, mainly out of our arrogance. Thankfully, discoveries have unveiled that they were very human. They buried their dead, had culture, and they even cared for each other in the same way that we do. Though they are gone, I am thankful we know so much about our stocky relatives. Further discoveries will shed even more light on their history, and I am excited to see what they find next.
A lush forest prospers in the warm summer sun. Within it, strange hominins live. They walk upright but are able to climb proficiently. They are small, their skull is primitive, and they resemble some of our earliest ancestors. Despite this, they lived alongside our own species. The discovery of Homo naledi is a testament to the diversity of our genus and a reminder of how complex human evolution can be. So without further ado, I present to you the 7th installment of the Ancient Humans series. On September 13th, 2013, 2 cavers were exploring the Rising Star cave system in South Africa. This cave was very popular in the area, and many amateur cavers actually train in it. Deep within the cave, the 2 found a yet unexplored crack only 18 centimeters wide. They crawled 12 meters down the crack and descended into a small chamber. In it, they found a scatter of bones resembling human remains. They took photos and then showed the remains to paleoanthropologists Pedro Boshoff and Lee Rogers Berger. Berger then assembled an expansive excavation team which included the 2 original discoverers along with 6 female cavers and scientists. This team excavated the cave over a period of 3 weeks and returned a few months later for another 4-week excavation. What they found was amazing. Simply laying on the floor of the Dinaledi chamber were bones that were hundreds of thousands of years old. For all this time, they had sat more or less undisturbed within this cave. 1,550 fossil elements belonging to at least 15 different individuals were found in the Dinaledi chamber. Later, 131 more fossils belonging to at least 3 individuals were found in the Lesedi chamber. Both of these chambers contained hominins of a homogeneous population. Some were quite old at the time of death, while others were infants. Many of these remains were remarkably preserved. Skulls, jaws, teeth, hands, feet, and inner ear bones. Some of the remains were even articulated, such as hands and feet, and even a skull with its jaw still inside. The site has the most hominin remains of any African site and is the most extensive representation of skeletal elements ever discovered. It also remains the only site confidently associated with the species Homo naledi. Initial analysis of the remains revealed how unique they were. Many aspects of them appeared archaic, like that of Australopithecines from millions of years ago, while other traits were similar to modern humans and Neanderthals. This strange morphology originally persuaded researchers into believing that they may be between 1 and 2 million years old. Eventually, in 2017, 3 teeth and the sediment they were found in were dated using electron spin resonance and uranium-thorium dating. These methods revealed a date between 335 and 236,000 years ago. Their much younger date initially shocked researchers. Not only did their morphology resemble much more ancient specimens, but they also lived among other hominins such as our own ancestors.
To understand their place in human evolution, we must first examine their strange anatomy. Fortunately, since we have discovered 15 individuals that are morphologically homogeneous, we are able to understand this population and species with great accuracy. First, let's discuss the skull of Naledi. The morphology of the cranium, mandible, and dentition is consistent with the genus Homo, though the brain size is more similar to that of Australopithecines. Between the 5 skulls discovered, their brain size measures between 460 and 610 cubic centimeters. The mean brain size for this population was 513 cubic centimeters. This is lower than the mean average of Homo habilis, Homo erectus, and Homo rudolfensis. These 3 species are all around 2 million years old. It is also interesting to note that their brains were larger than all Australopithecine specimens and Homo floresiensis. In fact, the mean brain size of Homo naledi is nearly 100 cubic centimeters more than Homo floresiensis specimen LB1. Despite this, Garvin et al. 2017 calculated that both of these specimens' encephalization quotient was estimated to be 3.75. Encephalization quotient is a relative brain size measure that compares brain mass to overall size. It is a more refined metric than simply brain to body mass ratio, since it also includes other aspects of anatomy. Homo naledi has an encephalization quotient slightly less than that of both Australopithecus africanus and Sediba, but more than Afarensis. Homo habilis had a considerably larger quotient than Naledi, while Erectus and late Pleistocene hominins' quote of 6.0 nearly doubled that of Naledi. Though it is important to note that Homo erectus georgicus had an encephalization quotient of 3.55. Naledi, georgicus, and floresiensis all do not fit the trend of increased body and brain size that other hominins followed. However, encephalization quotients do not tell us even close to the full picture about the intelligence of these hominins. The organization of the brain is just as, or often more important than the size. Using 3-dimensional endocasts of the brain, we can identify specific features that provide us with functional interpretations. Endocasts have shown that Homo naledi had a brain that shared a similar frontal lobe organization to later members of our genus. The frontal lobe is often associated with tool use, language, and social behavior. This suggests that though Naledi's encephalization quotient was slightly lower than some Australopithecines, they still may have been slightly more cognitively advanced. This is not necessarily surprising considering their late survival. The persistence of a relatively small-brained hominin well into the Middle Pleistocene has changed the way we look at the importance of a large brain. And this brings us to an interesting question regarding their brain size. Did they retain a small brain from early Pleistocene ancestors, or did their brains secondarily reduce? Holloway et al. 2018 found that the derived aspects of their cranial morphology were likely already present from the last common ancestor of the genus, and found no evidence suggesting that their brains had reduced in size. It is still possible that this was the case, but a lack of evidence currently prevents us from answering this question. If their brains simply remained small throughout the lower and middle Pleistocene, we should be careful not to see this as an evolutionary stasis. Or in other words, we shouldn't see it as a lack of evolution. They survived while many other larger brained species had vanished. Evolution does not simply create the smartest or strongest creatures. Actually, a large brain size is extremely rare in nature because they are extremely costly organs. Our brains burn around 20% of our daily calorie intake, which is over twice as much as a chimpanzee. This is a very significant factor when considering that food was not always very plentiful for many hominins. Homo naledi simply did not have the evolutionary pressures to develop a larger brain and was able to survive for hundreds of thousands of years this way. Another aspect of its morphology that changes our understanding of hominin evolution is its dentition. The incisors of Naledi overlap in the range with some Australopithecine specimens, but the canines and postcanines are notably smaller. Overall, The dentition of Naledi is much smaller than we would expect from a hominin with such a small brain. Typically in hominin evolution, more ancient hominins had smaller craniums and larger mandibles. The increase in brain size is often correlated with a decrease in mandible size. Though Naledi has a small cranium and a relatively small mandible and dentition. This differs from just about every other known hominin. Another peculiar aspect of their dentition is that their permanent second molar erupted comparatively late in life. Both of these traits are unlike any other fossil hominins except modern humans. The molars were also quite small in crown morphology and lacked many derived features shared with other Middle Pleistocene hominins. The diet of these hominins will be discussed later on in the video. The overall shape of Naledi's skull is near the range of variation found in the species Homo erectus, particularly similar to small African representatives and the Dmanisi hominins. However, many of their similarities may come down to sharing a small cranium size. Erectus and Naledi both have little skulls with a protruding occipital bun. They had a protruding jaw and a substantial brow. Overall, their skull was less robust compared to other hominins, though some aspects of their face resemble Homo rudolfensis and Homo habilis. Currently, none of the published specimens preserve a complete mid-face. Even still, a fairly good picture of what Naledi would have looked like in life is gradually being reconstructed. The postcranial remains of Homo naledi are equally as strange as their skulls. They show a mosaic of traits unlike any other hominin that has been discovered. On average, they stood around 143 centimeters or 4 feet 9 inches tall. They were also quite light at an average of 37.4 kilograms or 88 pounds. They were heavier than Australopithecus africanus, Sediba, and both Homo habilis and floresiensis, though Australopithecus afarensis and the majority of early and later Homo outweighed them. Overall, their body size was quite small compared to Middle Pleistocene hominins. Another aspect about their size is their sexual dimorphism. Sexual dimorphism is the difference between the sexes. In hominins, this typically means males are larger and more robust than females. In early hominids such as Australopithecines, males were often 50% larger than females. The increase in hominin brain size is often correlated with decreased sexual dimorphism. Homo erectus and most Middle Pleistocene males in general were about 20% bigger than females. This too is the case for Naledi. This is odd because it was generally thought that a small brain size was correlated to more sexual dimorphism and vice versa. This is yet another example of how Homo naledi just doesn't fit the patterns we see in other hominin species. Homo naledi has a very strange-looking body compared to other Middle Pleistocene humans. The shoulders of Naledi were quite narrow and were more similar to those of Australopithecines than contemporary Homo. Their shoulder blades were situated high on the back and they had short clavicles. This suggests the presence of a narrow chest. Their arms were unremarkable, but the wrists and hands were very interesting. 4 hands and wrist elements have been discovered, of which one was articulated and only missing 1 bone. Naledi had hands with manipulatory adaptations of the hand and wrist, largely similar to modern humans. The thumb was well developed with muscle attachment points which would have aided in precision gripping and object manipulation, though the distal phalanx of the thumb was more similar to that of Homo habilis and Paranthropus. The proximal phalanges are prominently curved and almost identical to those of Homo habilis and Australopithecus afarensis. Juvenile Naledi had less curved fingers than adults, suggesting that adults may have climbed more or just as much as juveniles. In addition, their fingers are proportionally longer than almost any other fossil hominin, which further adds evidence to their use in climbing. Despite this, the legs and feet of Naledi tell a different story. Naledi was undoubtedly a biped and stood upright. The morphology of their femur and tibia suggests that they were capable of long-distance travel. The foot of Naledi is prominently modern human-like and distinct from early Pleistocene hominins. Their feet were efficient at running but stiff during the stance phase of walking. They would have been able to climb much better than modern humans but would not have been able to move very efficiently through the trees. We will talk further about these adaptations when we mention their lifestyle. Since individuals of all levels of maturity are found within the Rising Star cave system, we have learned some things about their maturation. DH7, a juvenile specimen, has a growth rate consistent with early hominids such as Australopithecus sediba and Homo ergaster, though it has a pattern of dental development similar to Homo sapiens with premolars emerging by the time the second molars erupted. This suggests a slow, more modern human-like growth rate. Assuming a slower growth rate, it may have died between the ages of 11 to 15, while assuming a faster, ape-like growth rate, it may have died between the ages of 8 and 11. Though it remains unknown if Naledi had a modern human-like growth rate, the possibility adds another layer of mystery to these long-lost hominins. Overall, Naledi would have looked very strange to us if it were alive in the modern day. Many aspects of their morphology may appear more ape than human. They were small-bodied, small-brained, and did not have the typical hominin body plan. Despite this, they were in our genus, but their relation to other species has remained enigmatic. One of the hardest questions to answer regarding Homo naledi is its place within human evolution. Its strange combination of traits originally led some to suggest that it should not even be classified within our genus. However, multiple studies have come to the conclusion that it does indeed belong to our genus. Berger et al. 2015 describes many aspects of its morphology to support its classification as a unique species. Most regions of the skeleton share derived features of Homo, including locomotion, mastication, and manipulation. They have long lower limbs, strong gluteus maximus insertions, and human-like ankles and feet. Their wrists, thumbs, and palms are also suited for object manipulation, unlike Australopithecines. Their skulls are similar to other hominins despite their small size. The shoulder, chest, and ribcage of Naledi are all quite primitive but do not preclude an affiliation with Homo. The presence of some features but lack of many derived features of Homo suggests that this species may be rooted within the initial origin and diversification of our genus. Neves et al. 2017 found that Homo naledi has marked dentocranial similarity with Homo habilis and with Australopithecus sediba, and found no clear association between Naledi and Erectus. Based on their results, they interpreted Naledi as a South African variety of Homo habilis. They do not find any reason to classify the Dinaledi remains as a new species of Homo. Irish et al. 2018, on the other hand, found that the highly uniform pattern of crown and root morphology in all specimens of Naledi are substantially different than other hominins and indicative of a distinct species. Schroeder et al. 2016 pointed out how similar the cranium of Homo naledi is to small-brained erectus, such as small African representatives and the Dmanisi hominins. However, they note that the mandible is much different than any other known Homo erectus specimen. The already variable species of Homo erectus would have to become considerably more variable to accommodate Naledi. Overall, most agree that Naledi branched off from contemporary Homo early on. The unresolved question is when. They may have branched off around the time of Homo habilis, Homo rudolfensis, and Australopithecus sediba. They also could be a sister taxon to Erectus or even the descendants of Heidelbergensis. It is also possible that they are the result of an interbreeding event between Homo and late Australopithecines. Hopefully, future discoveries of Naledi and other African hominins will provide us with answers regarding its place in human evolution. Now that we have talked extensively about the morphology and classification of Naledi, let's talk about the hominin itself. The The unique combination of traits found in the dentition of Naledi suggests they occupied a unique ecological niche within South Africa. The chipping and wear patterns found on their teeth suggest the consumption of food covered in dust or dirt. Unwashed roots and tubers may have been the cause, though the chipping on their teeth also suggests hard foods such as nuts. It is also possible that an environmental shift towards aridity led to an increased dust or dirt consumption. Whatever the cause, their teeth were obviously very wear resistant. They may have been processing their food with tools, but this remains unknown. No tools associated with Homo naledi have ever been discovered. They would have been anatomically capable of producing early or middle Stone Age tools because they had the adaptations in their hands to do so. Their wrist, hand, and fingertip morphologies share multiple derived features with Neanderthals and sapiens that are absent in Homo habilis, Homo floresiensis, and Australopithecus sediba. If these adaptations evolved to aid in the creation of stone tools in sapiens and Neanderthals, then it is reasonable to conclude that Homo naledi was thoroughly competent in creating and using stone tools. Dusseldorp and Lombard 2021 suggested, based on their analysis, that tool use was probably not an essential part of Naledi's niche. Tools may have occasionally provided caloric benefits, but were not a major structural part of their life, unlike other species. Homo naledi is the only identified hominin species to have existed during the early Middle Stone Age of the Highveld region of South Africa. This suggests that naledi may have been manufacturing at least some of the tools found here, though the wear on their teeth suggests that they were not processing their food. Naledi may have used other tools that don't always preserve in the fossil record, such as tools made of wood or bone. All living great apes make tools, and they certainly would have used them in one form or another. It is unlikely they used spears or javelins, as their dental wear does not suggest the consumption of large amounts of meat. Wooden tools such as digging sticks may have been used to dig up roots and storage organs, though we can only speculate. It is also possible that Naledi did not use any tools at all. Since it is thought the Naledi lineage split off around the time of Habilis or Erectus, its ancestors almost certainly did make early Stone Age tools. It is an intriguing idea to think that these hominins may have abandoned technology somewhere along the way. If this is true, we shouldn't see this as some kind of de-evolution of technology, but rather an example that evolution does not necessarily favor the more complex or advanced. These hominins were likely able to survive perfectly fine without wasting the time looking for rocks to nap or spears to sharpen. Though Naledi likely did use simple tools, I find it amazing that they did not rely on this technology like other hominins of the era did. Just another example of how unique these hominins were. The only remains yet identified as Homo naledi come from the Rising Star Cave system, which is located deep within the interior of South Africa. They at least ranged within the Highveld region, but may have lived all over South Africa. It is even possible that they ranged throughout Central Africa, and some fossils traditionally classified as Erectus may actually represent Naledi. Naledi existed in a mosaic environment of grassland and forest environments with many rocky outcrops and caves. They likely stayed away from open grasslands that our species favored. Their environment would have allowed them shelter and a diverse array of plants, insects, and small animals. Despite some of their adaptations, they would have spent the vast majority of their time on the ground. Climbing likely would have been reserved for escaping predators or accessing food resources. So far, no Naledi specimens have evidence of attacks by predators. But since Naledi were small-bodied and likely lacked tools for defense, predators may have been a constant threat. Their ability to climb trees would have been a very useful defense, although predators such as big cats can climb with ease. The fossil record shows that large carnivores were less common in this region compared to others in South Africa. It is thought that the carnivores preferred the Blauwbank River to the south, which would have offered better hunting grounds. Their world would have certainly been a very challenging place, and there is no doubt they fell victim to predators, starvation, and other environmental factors. From all of our remains of Naledi, very few show evidence of poor health. Young Naledi specimens with dental defects were likely caused by seasonal stressors. Extreme summers and winters causing food scarcity was likely the cause. Their environment could get quite cold and even occasionally drop below freezing. Colder than average winters would have made life hard for young individuals and increased their susceptibility to respiratory diseases. Still, this isn't very uncommon in the hominin fossil record. One adult mandible from the Dinaledi chamber has a bony lesion, likely a benign tumor. The tumor may have caused the individual a considerable amount of discomfort, but is not likely to have led to its death. By far the most fascinating aspect of Homo naledi was the place in which they were found. It is not odd to find hominin remains within a cave, but the depth and difficulty of reaching the Lesedi and Dinaledi chambers has raised many questions regarding how these individuals got down there. From the main entrance, it takes modern cavers around 40 minutes to reach the Dinaledi chamber with caving equipment, maps, and lights. The cave is full of small passages that would still be difficult for the small-bodied Naledi. It is hard to imagine that these hominins, likely lacking any light source, could get to the Dinaledi chamber, but of course they did many times. The bodies in the Dinaledi chamber were not deposited all at the same time, and to get to the Lesedi chamber requires taking a much different path. Multiple hypotheses have been proposed regarding how these bodies ended up here. Dirks et al. 2015 concluded that the bodies must have been deliberately carried into the chamber and deposited. They found no evidence of trauma due to being dropped nor predation. The entrance to the Dinaledi chamber is too small for large predators to enter. The lack of any other animal remains besides some rodents and no evidence of modification indicates that the remains had been left undisturbed. No hidden shafts or entrances were found entering the chamber besides its only entrance. They found no evidence that the cave has ever been flooded or collapsed. The authors did say it's possible the bodies were dropped down the chamber's entrance where soft mud could have cushioned their fall. The lack of evidence of hominins actually living in the cave and difficulties with navigating in the dark suggests that the bodies were deliberately brought inside, not relating to habitation. The exceptional preservation of the bones is indicative of being brought into the cave before decomposition. Regardless if they are dropped down into the Dinaledi chamber or carried down, the individuals who carried them would have needed artificial light to navigate the twists and turns of the cave, which in itself would suggest they had the ability to expertly control fire. The possibility that the morphologically primitive Homo naledi deliberately buried their dead would vastly change our view of hominin behavioral complexity. The authors also admit that our species, Homo sapiens, could have carried deceased naledi into the chamber, though this seems unlikely and even harder to prove. The idea of deliberate burial is an attractive idea, but is not without criticism. Val 2016 found that the excellent preservation of the specimens could have been due to natural mummification rather than actual burial. She believes that there is not sufficient evidence to discount flooding or other natural forces. In her paper, she also points out that some Dinaledi specimens show evidence of damage done by beetles and snails, which suggests that at least some of the bodies were decomposing before burial. The cave does not have evidence of snail shells, indicating that these individuals may have been brought into the cave long after death. The evidence of snail and beetle damage may also suggest another entrance to the cave which we have not discovered. Dirks, Berger, and colleagues responded in a 2017 paper reaffirming that there is no evidence of water flow into the cave. They strongly suggest that the Naledi individuals were indeed buried. They also once again suggest that modern humans may have buried them, and this is certainly within our ancestors' capabilities. However, they mention that Naledi was perfectly capable of burying their own and may have done so for practical reasons. Burying dead away from settlement prevents attracting scavengers, reduces spreading disease, and lastly may have been due to strong social bonding and grieving behaviors. Chimpanzee mothers are known to carry around and care for their dead children in a way that suggests they mourn their dead in a human-like manner. Homo naledi was certainly capable of such behavior, and this may have caused them to venture deep within a cave to lay their dead to rest. Egeland et al. 2018 agreed with many of the statements and criticisms from Val 2016 and also stated that the Dinaledi specimens were deposited in a way similar to cave-dwelling baboons. Another piece to the puzzle would be the demographic of the individuals found in the cave. Individuals of every age group are represented in the Rising Star Cave. This could be seen as evidence against the idea of burial. Seemingly perfectly healthy, mature individuals do not align with the idea of burial, however it is possible they died for reasons that would not be evident from their skeletons. The presence of juveniles and older individuals is more indicative of burial. The demographic of individuals is not strong evidence for either hypothesis, but it is still something to consider. All of the Naledi remains discovered so far date between 335 and 236,000 years ago. It is possible they survived long after this date, though no evidence is currently available. The time frame for which they lived is the same in which the first early modern humans appeared in Africa. The range of early modern humans and Homo naledi populations almost certainly overlapped. This has led some to believe that our species played a role in their extinction, but evidence suggests that they may have been able to coexist just fine. Homo sapiens concentrated on open savannas of the landscape, while Naledi lived in much more mosaic and forested environments. Sapiens also had a much more varied diet and could have relied on meat as a fallback food, while Naledi relied on hard foods. Lastly, Homo sapiens extensively processed their food, leading to increased efficiency in exploiting the grassland environment. The differences between the two species in body size, energetic requirements, and anatomy would have allowed the two species to successfully coexist. Dusseldorp et al. 2021 concluded that it is unnecessary to consider Homo sapiens as a cause of extinction. Grasslands that expanded into South Africa's interior may have decreased the habitat for Naledi and ultimately led to their extinction. Since our remains currently only come from one cave, it is possible their population was small and their low dental variation suggests low genetic diversity. In that case, their disappearance would seem almost inevitable considering how vastly the world would change throughout the Middle and especially late Pleistocene. Homo naledi is undoubtedly one of the most mysterious fossil hominins known to date. Despite our remains being so complete and excellently preserved, we may be left with more questions than answers. Their vast differences from the other members of our genus is a testament to how evolution is not linear. The typical depiction of human evolution in pop culture is very far from reality. There were many different lineages that were not our own ancestors alive relatively recently. It is also amazing to think that our species coexisted with the strange hominins. We can only imagine what our ancestors' perception of these people were. Today, our closest relatives are around 6 to 7 million years separated from us. It is normal to get an uncanny feeling when observing chimps, but imagine a hominin that is quite distant but still undeniably human. This statement is one that can be made about any hominin in our family, but I find Naledi to be one of the best examples. It would certainly be compelling. The idea that Naledi buried their dead is an intriguing one with evidence supporting it, but I would advise you to all remain fairly skeptical. The evidence is certainly not concrete, and many researchers have been critical of the idea and the methods by which Berger and colleagues have conducted their studies. we must also be careful to not anthropomorphize ancient hominins that were vastly behaviorally and cognitively different from us. Further evidence will hopefully further clarify the story of these long-lost hominins.
A young girl walks along a river. The air is cold to the skin in the cool summer months. Step after step, she looks for small shells along the rocks. Shells which could be made into beautiful jewelry. None are found, though. As she walks back to her home, her tribe is preparing a meal. A meal of a local deer and various plants scavenged from the area. But her home is strange. It's a cave full of strange-looking people. A people with long heads and stocky bodies. Uniformity lacks within the group itself. It seems to be made up of two distinct groups. But nevertheless, she fits into this odd bunch, for her mother is a Neanderthal and her father is Denisovan, a band of different human species. Unfortunately, she would soon die, never reaching adulthood. Though her fate was grim, she would leave behind a single fossil for another species of human to find 90,000 years later. She would be named Denny, a girl only known by a single bone fragment about 2 centimeters long. Though not a very impressive find at first sight, DNA analysis has been able to discover many fascinating things about this fossil. Dating analysis from 2016 determined that this individual died out about 90,000 years ago. The bone fragment's characteristics indicate an age of at least 13 years. She had survived childhood, but perhaps fell sick, was wounded, or starved to death. It was found in the now famous Denisova Cave, located in the Denisova Valley, Siberia, Russia. Denny lived a very long time ago, a time when many species of humans still roam the earth, and she herself was a hybrid of two now long extinct species. Through DNA, we know her mother was a Neanderthal and that her father was Denisovan. Finds such as this show us how complicated the human story really is. Many different species intermixing to create fertile hybrids which then can mix even more. In this new series, I will cover every human species currently known in detail. The field of paleoanthropology is very complicated and ever-changing. Many topics are hotly debated and will change and become outdated. Today, I will cover the mysterious Denisovans, or Homo denisova. If I say anything that is factually incorrect or outdated, then please correct me down below. There's so much to cover, so without further ado, let's get into it. The first evidence of these long-gone hominins was discovered in Denisova Cave, a strange cave that is brimming with history. It has been used by people in the region for thousands of years. In the 18th century, the cave was inhabited by a religious hermit named Denis. Little did he know his name would eventually become the name for a whole species of human. The cave was first inspected for fossils in the 1970s by Russian paleontologist Nikolai Vovodov, who was looking for remains of canids. So far, 22 strata have been identified with archaeological artifacts that cover from the time of Denis back to over 200,000 years ago. It wasn't until 2008 that Russian archaeologists investigated the cave and found the finger bone of a juvenile female, originally dating to 50 to 30,000 years ago. The estimate has since changed to 76,000 to 52,000 years ago. The specimen was originally named X-Woman. Matrilineal mitochondrial DNA extracted from the bone demonstrated it belonged to an undiscovered species of hominin, genetically distinct from both modern humans and Neanderthals. A whole sect of humanity unknown until the discovery of a tiny bone. More recent dating in 2019 by Greek archaeologist Katerina Duka and colleagues gave further clarity on the age of the specimens found. The oldest specimen, Denisova II, lived anywhere between 123 and 195,000 years ago. Quite a wide margin as of now, but this date is still important. Based on artifacts also found in the cave, hominin occupation most likely by Denisovans began over 280,000 years ago. A common misconception is that Homo sapiens were the first to leave Africa and conquer the world. This is something I once thought, and maybe many of you did as well. In reality, human species called much of Europe and Asia home long before our kin did. Interestingly, Neanderthals were also present 193 and 97,000 years ago, likely during the same time as Denisovans. Denny is dated around 90 to 100,000 years ago, so it makes sense that Neanderthals would have been there considering her mother was a Neanderthal. They could have been living there for much longer, but those are the only two dates that we currently have. Caves are great forms of shelter. Denisova Cave is a fairly large cave. It is 270 meters squared or 2,900 square feet. Located 700 meters or 2,300 feet above sea level, it is surrounded by a lush mountainous region, a region which is likely relatively the same even today. A river flows only 28 meters below and would have provided clean water and even fish to the cave's inhabitants. There is no wonder why people wanted to live here. Also, 100,000 years ago, the world was colder. The Earth had still not entered into the last glaciation, often called the Ice Age, but the weather was still colder. Having good shelter was crucial to survival. You could imagine hundreds of generations were born, lived, and died in this cave. People starved, hyenas attacked, and successful hunts were celebrated. Denisovans were living in this cave long before Homo sapiens had even left Africa. It is also fascinating to think that Neanderthals, a distinct species, lived and likely coexisted with Denisovans. We know from DNA that these hominins were quite different, but similar enough that we know they mated and produced viable offspring on numerous occasions. About 17% of the Denisovan genome is made up of Neanderthal DNA. It is fascinating to think about how they would have interacted. Currently, the fossils of 5 distinct Denisovan individuals from Denisova Cave have been identified through their ancient DNA. Denisova 2, 3, 4, 8, and 13. Denisova 11 is the fossil of Denny, the hybrid between a Neanderthal and a Denisovan. The actual fossil material consists of a finger bone, 3 molars, a partial mandible, an arm or leg fragment, and a parietal bone fragment. Because of such fragmentary evidence, much of what we know about these people comes from their DNA. All of these specimens came from Denisova Cave until 2019, when a research group described a partial mandible discovered in 1980 by a Buddhist monk. It was discovered on the Tibetan Plateau in Baixia Karst Cave located in China, over 1,700 miles away from Denisova Cave. We know that they had quite a large range that included much of Asia, but a lack of fossil material leaves us with many questions. So what exactly are Denisovans? Where did they come from, and how closely are they related to Homo sapiens or Neanderthals? Mitochondrial DNA extracted from Denisova 3 has provided us with answers to some of these questions. Geneticists can use nucleotide bases of mitochondrial DNA to determine how similar animals' genetics are. With this technique, it is found the difference between modern humans and Neanderthals is approximately 202 bases out of 16,500, so that would be 1.22% different. Denisova 3's mtDNA differs from that of modern humans by 385 bases, so that would be 2.33%. And finally, chimpanzees differ by about 1,462 bases or 8.86%. When looking at these differences, it is easy to make the mistake that different means worse or more primitive. This is simply not the case. In reality, Denisovans had a lot of unique, advantageous adaptations, but I will talk about this further in the video. Denisovans, Neanderthals, and Homo sapiens are all related in a very complicated way. Denisovans and Neanderthals mainly evolved in Eurasia, while Homo sapiens evolved in Africa. Their genetic story is so complicated because of many interbreeding events and a very large geographic range. Human evolution is in no way linear, and instead populations of what we would consider more modern humans would occasionally mate with some more primitive groups. When I say modern, I mean humans with smaller jaws, smaller teeth, and bigger brains. Pockets of more archaic humans lived all throughout the world along with Denisovans, Neanderthals, and Homo sapiens, and a handful of other species. DNA evidence has told us a complicated, often contradicting story about when these three groups diverged from each other. It is generally accepted that the human lineage diverged from the ancestors of Denisovans and Neanderthals about 600,000 years ago. Later, around 400,000 years ago, Denisovans and Neanderthals split. Evidence suggests that Denisovans may have been the descendants of an early migration of Homo erectus that settled in Asia, or more likely descendants of Homo heidelbergensis that eventually went to Asia. It actually might have been a complicated mix of both. Since Denisovans and Neanderthals only split around 400,000 years ago, they were quite similar. But since Denisovans interbred with more archaic hominins like Homo erectus and possibly a yet unknown species, they may have had more archaic genes. The science on how these species are related is very confusing, and there is no simple answer to give. Further research will clarify their relation. It got even more confusing when scientists discovered that there may have been even more than one species of Denisovan. Researchers from Indonesia's Aichikman University, as well as from New Zealand and Singapore, collected DNA from the 161 modern individuals across a swath of the nation of islands. They then compared it to the genomes from other modern-day humans, Neanderthals, and Denisovans. Okay, well I just realized I've been saying Denisovan this whole time, when correctly it's pronounced Denisovan, so I'm going to be saying that for the rest of the video. They used the modern-day fragments of Denisovan DNA to reconstruct what those ancient populations may have looked like. The result is a trove of data on the ancient hominins, one that substantially deepens our understanding of their lives. Perhaps the most significant way that the new genetic evidence alters our conception of the Denisovans is that it reveals them to be much more diverse. In some modern Indonesians, scientists found not one but two distinct Denisovan genomic signatures. These two groups also look different from the Denisovans previously found in Siberia, which researchers say was another group altogether. This actually explains a lot about why their genetics are so confusing and sometimes contradictory. Being spread across so wide an area for so long and interbreeding with modern and archaic hominins is a reason for their diversification into multiple lineages. The three groups were bound by two large geographical barriers: the Himalayas in the east and the oceanic gaps between the islands that make up Indonesia today. I say three groups, but in reality there might have been more. Scientists just say at least three groups. As researchers see it, one group of Denisovans would have lived in and around present-day Siberia, Kazakhstan, and in China just north of the Himalayas. And the remains from members of this group are likely what researchers found in 2010 in Denisova Cave. But a different group of Denisovans lived in Southeast Asia, around what is now Thailand and Vietnam. The third group called the Islands of Indonesia home. These two southern groups diverged from the Siberian Denisovans over 250,000 years ago. That's before anatomically modern humans even appeared. And at least one of these groups survived well into the Pleistocene, dying out just tens of thousands of years ago. At least three very distinct Denisovan populations were in existence and have contributed to modern human genomes. One of the groups that showed up in the Papuans' genome actually looked so genetically distinct that Murray Cox of New Zealand's Massey University says they would have likely been considered an entirely new species. He said if we are going to call Neanderthals and Denisovans by a unique name, which we do, then we should probably call this other group by another name. While the researchers cannot name a species without actual fossil evidence, Cox says that genetically the group living in Southeast Asia looked as different from Denisovans in Siberia as it did from Neanderthals. It just shows how much there is to discover about these hominins. I can't wait for some remains of these distinct Denisovans to be found, and maybe they will constitute an entire new species. I have a feeling that some remains will be found in Southeast Asia, but for now all I can do is hope. Another important discovery worth mentioning is an interbreeding event between the ancestors of Denisovans and Neanderthals and a population of so-called super-archaic hominins. The newly discovered episode involves interbreeding over 700,000 years ago. It happened before Denisovans and Neanderthals split off. The super-archaic and Neanderthal-Denisovan ancestor populations were more distantly related than any other pair of human populations previously known to interbreed. For example, modern humans and Neanderthals at most had been separated for about 750,000 years when they interbred. The super-archaics and Neanderthal-Denisovan ancestors were separated for well over 1 million years. 4% of the Denisovan genome comes from this unknown archaic human species which diverged from modern humans over 1 million years ago. This sheds new light on just how distantly human populations can be separated and successfully mate. Modern humans would end up inheriting some of these genes when we interbred with Neanderthals and Denisovans. So what did Denisovans actually look like? Not much is known about the precise anatomical features of these people, but we can still tell a lot with the fossils we have. The finger bone is similar to the same bone in modern humans. In fact, it is nearly indistinguishable from Homo sapiens. In contrast, the molars are much different than ours. They are large and robust, similar to that of Middle Pleistocene archaic humans. The third molar is just outside the range of any Homo species except habilis and Homo rudolfensis. It is more like that of Australopithecines. The second molar is larger than those of modern humans and Neanderthals and is more similar to that seen in Homo erectus and habilis. This suggests that perhaps their diet consisted of more tough vegetation and unprocessed food. They likely had a diverse diet of roots and tubers, nuts, fruits, marine resources, and meat. Their jaws were large and powerful to process all of this tough food. The parietal bone discovery is reminiscent of that of Homo erectus. A facial reconstruction of Deni has been generated by comparing methylation at individual genetic loci associated with facial structure. This analysis suggested that Denisovans, much like Neanderthals, had long, broad, and projecting faces. A large nose, sloping forehead, protruding jaw, elongated and flattened skull, and a wide chest and hips. Their bodies were stout like Neanderthals, and they were likely shorter than modern humans and were well suited for their cold environment. Their brain size is unknown, but it is likely very similar to that of a Neanderthal. Neanderthals had larger brains than Homo sapiens, but bigger does not mean better. Denisovans may have had larger brains than us, but like Neanderthals, the volume was used for heightened senses rather than a larger prefrontal cortex. They are still not dumb by any means. Studying intelligence of hominins in the fossil record is extremely hard. Genes for intelligence and brain volume can be studied, but we don't have a skull of a Denisovan. Regardless, they were humans with the human capacity to reason and logic. They may have even wondered about the same universal questions that we do. Why are we here? Where do we come from? And what's the point? They were not subhumans or on the border of becoming human. They were human. Remember, there are only 385 base pairs away from us out of just 16,500. And you see I used the word different, not less, just different. From genes alone, we cannot know how an animal thinks or behaves. But if you brought a Denisovan to present day, it could likely learn the same things that makes us human. Their genes tell us that they had darker skin. How much so, we're not exactly sure.
You could also imagine different groups had different shades of color. They also are thought to have brown hair and brown eyes. Again, Denisovans were not uniform. Just look at the diversity in modern humans, much different color and other physical attributes. Denisovans were much more diverse of a species than us, and like mentioned earlier, they may have been multiple species. It would be correct to say that these three groups looked much different from each other. Maybe some had lighter skin to cope with a lack of sunlight in cold environments, or maybe some had a pronounced epicanthal fold like seen in modern humans living in Asia. Facial and skeletal reconstructions have been made using genetics and comparing them to Neanderthals and Homo sapiens. Overall, they were similar to Neanderthals but may have looked very different. It is unfortunate that we currently have such little fossil evidence of these people. However, we do have some interesting artifacts that were likely produced by Denisovans. Early Middle Paleolithic stone cores from Denisova Cave show us a variety of techniques that were used to process the stone. Actual tools created during this time include scrapers, denticulate tools, and notch tools. Since it was the early Middle Paleolithic, these tools were very old. The oldest deposits were probably older than 287,000 years ago in the main chamber and 269,000 years ago in the southern chamber. Middle Paleolithic assemblages predominantly contain side scrapers, notch denticulate tools, end scrapers, burins, chisel-like tools, and trunicated flakes. These date to 156,000 years ago in the main chamber and 58,000 years ago in the east chamber. In upper Paleolithic layers, there were very interesting bone tools and elaborate ornaments. A marble ring, an ivory ring, an ivory pendant, a red deer tooth pendant, an elk tooth pendant, a chloridolite bracelet, and a bone needle. However, Denisovans are only confirmed to have inhabited the cave until 55,000 years ago, and the dating of these artifacts overlaps with modern human migration into the relative area. It remains unclear what species made these artifacts, but it very well could have been Denisovans. Denisovans mated with Homo sapiens long ago. Since they mainly lived in the east, their genes are concentrated there. Southeast Asians have the highest degree of Denisovan DNA. A 2011 study found that Denisovan DNA is prevalent in Australian Aborigines, Near-Oceanians, Polynesians, Fijians, Eastern Indonesians, and Mammanwans. Interestingly, it was not found in the same degree in East Asians, Western Indonesians, Jahi people from Malaysia, or Anji from Andaman Islands. This tells us that introgression with Denisovans occurred mainly within the Pacific region rather than on the Asian mainland like once thought. Introgression is the transfer of genetic information from one species to another as a result of hybridization between them and repeated backcrossing. In the Melanesian genome, about 4 to 6% or 1.9 to 3.4% derives from Denisovan introgression. New Guineans and Australian Aborigines have the most introgressed DNA. In Papuans, less Denisovan ancestry is seen in the X chromosome than autosomes, and some autosomes also have less Denisovan ancestry, which could indicate hybrid incompatibility. The former observation could be explained by less female Denisovan introgression into modern humans, or more female modern human immigrants who diluted Denisovan X chromosome ancestry, which could mean that Homo sapien women were seen as more attractive to not only Homo sapiens but perhaps to Denisovans as well. Denisovan ancestry in mainland Asians and Native Americans was only about 0.2%. South Asians were found to have levels of Denisovan admixture similar to that seen in East Asians. A 2008 study of Han Chinese, Japanese, and Dagonomes showed that modern human East Asians have DNA from two different Denisovan populations, one similar to the Denisovan DNA found in Papuan genomes, and a second that is closer to the Denisovan genome from Denisova Cave. This could indicate two different integration events involving two different Denisovan populations. In South Asian genomes, DNA only came from the same single Denisovan integration seen in Papuans. A 2019 study found a third wave of Denisovans which introgressed into East Asians. Integration into modern humans may have occurred as recently as 30,000 years ago in New Guinea, which if correct could indicate this population persisted as late as 14,500 years ago. So how does Denisovan ancestry affect modern humans? The Denisovan genome also consists of a variant region around the EPAS1 gene, that in Tibetans assists with adaptation to low oxygen levels at high elevation. So the remaining genes of Denisovans in these mountainous places tell us that they were adapted to high elevations. They also have a gene that affects body fat distribution in Inuit populations. In Papuans, a people with some of the most Denisovan DNA, Denisovan alleles have the highest frequency in genes expressed in bones and other tissue. Papuans also benefit from genes involving with both immunity to infectious diseases and metabolism. Denisovan genes may have been very important in helping early modern humans migrating out of Africa. Genes that helped them adapt to higher elevations and stronger immune systems would have certainly helped us in our migration and eventual domination. A 2021 study on the genetic basis of facial features in Latin Americans found interesting results. The 1p12 region of their genome shows evidence of adaptive integration from archaic humans. This genomic region has been previously reported to be associated with features of the outer ear and face, but in this study it was found to mainly affect lip thickness in Latin Americans. This gene also affects Greenlandic, Inuits, and various Asian and Native American populations. What a fascinating discovery. I should note, however, that there's a lot of genes affecting facial shape, and just because they have a lip shape gene from Denisovans doesn't mean the rest of their face resembles the Denisovan. Very interesting to think that some of the racial diversity seen in modern humans is a direct result of breeding with other extinct human species. I don't want anyone to make any racist conclusions though. Having archaic human ancestry does not mean a modern human is any better or worse. Everyone has some degree of either Neanderthal and Denisovan DNA. Sub-Saharan Africans have the least amount of Neanderthal or Denisovan DNA, but they still have a very small amount. A point I want to make about these people is just how adaptive they were. We know that they not only lived in the frigid cold of Siberia, but also the tropical environments of Southeast Asia. Surviving nature is no easy task for any animal, let alone human. They were masters of their environment. Though their knowledge did not lie in mathematics or literature, they knew their world and more importantly how to navigate its challenges. They made complicated tools and a lot of things that we just don't have evidence for. Great beasts were slain, many starved, but over hundreds of thousands of years they survived. So what was their ultimate downfall? Where did they go and why do they only live within our genes? We currently do not have a complete answer to this question. We may never have a good answer. Obviously there are no Denisovans still on Earth. Previously it was thought that Denisovans may have gone extinct about 50,000 years ago. And this may be true for the Siberian populations, but like mentioned previously, through DNA we have found that Denisovans may have survived until about 14,500 years ago. The same study done by Murray Cox that found that there might have been more than one species of Denisovan also found that our species may have been interbreeding with Denisovans as recently as 15,000 years ago. Humans have been living in that area for over 50,000 years. The Denisovans living in mainland Asia were either outcompeted or assimilated long ago. But it seems populations survived in Australasia much longer. This is why the density of Denisovan DNA is much higher there. Ultimately, the species went extinct, but we are such close relatives and some of us contain a significant amount of their DNA. So are they really extinct? Humans often think of ourselves as separate from nature. It is easy to think considering how far we have separated ourselves from the world that gave life to us. Anthropocentrism is the belief that human beings are the most important entity in the universe, that we are better than animals that we share the earth with. It has been the driving force for creation stories across millennia. In reality, we grew out of the world below us over millions of years. In this series, I hope to tell the world about the vibrant history we all share. What excites me is just how much more there is to learn about our past. It is amazing how a whole species of human can be compressed into one finger bone, yet we have nearly complete skeletons of dinosaurs from millions of years ago.
A time in the distant past, the earth bore fruit to a strange place, an island where storks grew to the size of men. Elephant-like creatures were no bigger than cows, and the most unique of all, people the size of children. Half the size of modern humans, Homo floresiensis was perhaps the most unique of all human species, and its world was equally as fascinating. Biology on islands is much different than the mainland. Powerful evolutionary forces pushed large creatures to shrink while smaller ones typically get bigger. Cold-blooded animals like Komodo dragons get larger, and 50,000 years ago, the Komodo dragons on the island of Flores were twice the size. Many species of rat are huge, and some even survive on the island today. This strange place straight out of science fiction was once as real as you or I. Thousands of generations of these little people nicknamed the Hobbits thrived until relatively recently. So come with me as we explore the fascinating world of Homo floresiensis. The first specimens were discovered on the Indonesian island of Flores in September of 2003. A joint Australian-Indonesian team of archaeologists was looking for evidence of the original human migration of modern humans from Asia to Australia. They instead recovered a nearly complete, small-statured, strange skeleton in Leung Bua Cave. The skeleton was quite complete and was nicknamed LB1. Additional excavations in 2004 recovered 7 more skeletons originally dated from 38,000 to 13,000 years ago. In 2004, the species was named and described as Homo floresiensis by Peter Brown. LB1 would serve as the holotype of the species. A holotype is a single physical example of an organism, known to have been used when the species was formally described. It is either the single such physical example or one of several, but explicitly designated as the holotype. LB1 includes not only a fairly complete skeleton, but also a nearly complete skull. Excavations revealed that it belonged to a 30-year-old female. The nickname Little Lady of Flores or Flo was given. A tooth, LB2, was referred to the species as well as an arm bone known as LB3. The specimens were not fossilized and have been described as having the consistency of wet blotting paper. Once exposed, the bones had to be left to dry before they could be dug up. In 2009, additional finds were reported, increasing the minimum number of individuals represented by bones to 14. In 2015, teeth were referred to as a 15th individual, LB15. This hominin was at first considered remarkable for its survival until relatively recent times, initially thought to be only 12,000 years ago. However, more extensive stratigraphic and chronological work has pushed the dating of the most recent evidence of its existence back to 50,000 years. Homo floresiensis skeletal material is now dated from 60,000 to 100,000 years ago. Stone tools recovered alongside the skeletal remains were from archaeological horizons ranging from 50,000 to 190,000 years ago. It is thought they were on the island much longer, but I will get into this later. Surprisingly, we have a relatively large amount of fossil evidence for these people, a lot more than, let's say, Denisovans. Unfortunately, we do not even have DNA. In 2006, 2 teams attempted to extract DNA from a tooth discovered in 2003, but both teams were unsuccessful. It has been suggested that this happened because the dentine was targeted. Moreover, the heat generated by the high speed of the drill bit may have denatured the DNA. Researchers think that the humid and warm conditions of Flores may have been detrimental to DNA preservation.
fossil material is only about half of the story, as seen in the last Ancient Man episode. For this species, DNA evidence would settle a lot of debates. This is because this species is extremely weird. The discoverers propose that a variety of features, both primitive and derived, identify these individuals as belonging to a new species, Homo floresiensis. Before publication, the discoverers were considering placing LB1 into her own genus, Pseudanthropus floresiensis. Researchers of the article recommended that, despite her size, she should be placed in the genus Homo. Over the past 5 years of peer-reviewed scrutiny, its status as being in the genus Homo remains, and also it being its own species. It is not a subspecies or just a small Homo sapien. And this brings up an interesting point. What is a subspecies? Well, when we're talking about Homo sapiens, there are no subspecies. Genetic evidence tells us that Homo sapiens are a very uniform species. For example, species of penguins have twice the genetic diversity that humans have. This is because our species has not been geographically separated for all that long. We first evolved in Africa about 250,000 years ago. We first started to leave Africa about 120,000 years ago. So even the most isolated individuals are not very genetically isolated. Anyways, so how does this pertain to this video? Well, in my last video on Denisovans, I had a lot of comments telling me that Denisovans were not their own species, and that they were just a subspecies of Homo sapien or maybe Homo erectus. This is not true. Denisovans, Neanderthals, sapiens, and floresiensis were all undoubtedly different species. Just because two species can mate and create fertile offspring does not mean that they are the same species or subspecies of each other. Like I mentioned in my What is a Human video, species do not actually exist. It is a scientific construct used to classify life. It is a rather useful construct, and that is why we use it, but a cast iron definition of a species is impossible. John Stewart, an evolutionary paleontologist at Bournemouth University, said, "It's all about the definition of a species and the degree to which you accept variation within a species." The term can be fairly subjective, and with humans in particular, we accept less variation in species, mainly so we can get a better understanding of particular groups. So back to Homo floresiensis. It was a very unique and sort of archaic human species. 2 orthopedic studies published in 2007 reported that wrist bones were more similar to those of chimps and Australopithecus than to modern humans. Another 2007 study of the bones and joints of the arm, shoulder, and lower limbs also concluded that Homo floresiensis was more similar to early humans and other apes than modern humans. A 2009 cladistic analysis concluded Homo floresiensis branched off fairly early from the human line, either shortly before or shortly after the evolution of Homo habilis 1.96 to 1.66 million years ago. In 2009, American anthropologist William Jungers and colleagues found that the foot of Homo floresiensis has several primitive characters, and that they could be the descendants of a species much earlier than Homo erectus. A 2015 analysis found the greatest similarity with Australopithecus sediba, Homo habilis, and the primitive Homo erectus georgicus, raising the possibility that the ancestors of Homo floresiensis left Africa before the appearance of Homo erectus, and were possibly even the first hominins to do so. A phylogenetic analysis published in 2017 suggests that Homo floresiensis was descended from the same presumably Australopithecine ancestor of Homo habilis, making it a sister taxon to Homo habilis. On the basis of this classification, Homo floresiensis is hypothesized to represent an unknown and very early migration out of Africa. A similar conclusion was suggested in a 2018 study dating stone artifacts found at Shangcheng, central China, to 2.1 million years ago. However, Homo floresiensis has several dental similarities to Homo erectus, which could mean Homo erectus was the ancestor species. Regardless, their ancestors may have reached the island by more than 1 million years ago. This is known from stone tools, but unfortunately no remains of humans were found. In 2016, fossil teeth and a partial jaw from hominins assumed to be ancestral to Homo floresiensis were discovered. They date to about 700,000 years and are noted by Australian archaeologist Gerrit van den Berg for being even smaller than the later fossils. Based on these, he suggested that Homo floresiensis derived from a population of Homo erectus and rapidly shrank. So how in an estimated 300,000 years did a group of Homo erectus become about 40% smaller? A research team created a simulation including hundreds of variables to try to answer this question. Almost 10,000 model simulations were run using random combinations of various parameters. For the bulk of their simulations, it took fewer than 500 generations for full-size Homo erectus species to evolve into the much smaller Homo floresiensis species. The most frequent outcome was around 280 generations, or just over 4,000 years. After running 10,000 simulations, it was discovered that in less than 350 generations the process was complete. Thinking in terms of years, assuming a young female delivers a baby at an average of about 15, that translates to about 10,000 years. That is really a blink of an eye in evolutionary time. This simulation by no means implies they evolved in such a short period of time, but with the right variables it was at least possible. Insular dwarfism isn't the most complicated process. We have evidence of it happening in mammoths, elephants, buffalo, and a plethora of other island animals. In all these cases, the shrinking is actually quite fast. The most important and obvious identifying features of Homo floresiensis are its small body and small cranial capacity. Less obvious features that might distinguish LB1 from modern Homo sapiens include the form of the teeth, the absence of a chin, and a lesser torsion in the lower end of the humerus. Each of these distinguishing features have been heavily scrutinized by the scientific community, with different research groups reaching differing conclusions as to whether these features support the original designation of a new species, or whether they identify LB1 as a severely pathological Homo sapien. A 2015 study of the dental morphology of 40 teeth of Homo floresiensis compared 450 teeth of living and extinct human species. It stated that they had primitive canine premolar and advanced molar morphologies, which is unique among hominins. The discovery of additional partial skeletons has verified the existence of some species in LB1, such as a lack of chin, but Jacob and other research teams argues that these features do not distinguish LB1 from local modern humans. Lyras et al. Have asserted based on 3D morphometrics that the skull of LB1 differs significantly from Homo sapiens' skull, including those of small-bodied individuals and those with microcephaly. It is more similar to the skull of Homo erectus. There was a lot of debate if these people weren't actually a species, but just people suffering from disease and disorders. Microcephaly, Laron syndrome, endemic cretinism, and Down syndrome were all suggested. All of these claims were found to be unsupported and that these individuals were typical of their species. Ian Tattersall argues that the species is wrongly classified as Homo floresiensis as it is too archaic to be assigned to the genus Homo. The species was so unique that the researchers can't even agree if they were Homo sapiens in the genus Homo or in a whole separate genus. This is why DNA evidence would be so important. LB1's height is estimated to have been 1.06 meters or 3 feet 6 inches. The height of the second skeleton, LB8, has been estimated to be at 1.09 meters or 3 foot 7. These estimates are outside the range of normal modern human height and considerably shorter than the average adult height of even the smallest human populations. The smallest groups of people are the Semang at 1.37 meters or 4 foot 6 for adult women. The Adamantines are also around the same height. LB1's body mass is estimated to have been 25 kilograms or 55 pounds. This is very small. Overall, the species weighed between 16 and 36 kilograms and 35 and 79 pounds. Even if you are relatively short and light, you would have been huge compared to most of these people. LB1 and LB8 are somewhat smaller than Australopithecines such as Lucy from 3 million years ago. Thus, LB1 and LB8 may be the shortest and smallest members of the extended human group discovered thus far. Their short stature was likely due to insular dwarfism, where size decreases as a response to fewer resources in an island ecosystem. Other animals on the island of Flores were also affected by this force, such as the dwarf stegodons that lived alongside them. In 2006, Indonesian paleoanthropologists said that LP1 has this very similar statue to Rampasasa pygmies who inhabit the island, and that size can vary substantially in pygmy populations. The Rampasasa pygmies are completely unrelated to Homo floresiensis, but both groups are small because of the same evolutionary force. Aside from smaller body size, the specimens seem to resemble Homo erectus, a species known to have been living in the area. One of the most interesting differences in these people than modern humans is their arms. The angle of the humeral torsion is much less compared to modern humans. The humeral head of modern humans is twisted between 145 and 165 degrees to the plane of the elbow joint, whereas in 120 degrees in Homo floresiensis. This may have provided an advantage when arm swinging, and in tandem with the unusual morphology of the shoulder girdle and short clavicle, would have displaced the shoulders slightly forward into an almost shrugging position. The shrugging position may have been compensated from the lower range of the motion of the arm, allowing for similar maneuverability in the elbows as modern humans. The wrist bones are similar to those of apes and Australopithecus, significantly different from those of modern humans, and lacking features which evolved at least 800,000 years ago. The leg bones are more robust than those of modern humans. The feet were unusually flat and long in relation to the rest of the body. As a result, when walking, they would have had to bend the knees further back than modern humans do. This caused a high stepping gait and a low walking speed. In addition to small body size, Homo floresiensis had a remarkably small brain size. LB1's brain is estimated to have had a volume of 380 centimeters cubed, placing it at the range of chimpanzees and the extinct Australopithecines. LB1's brain size is half that of the presumed immediate ancestor, Homo erectus, at 980 centimeters cubed. The brain-to-body mass ratio of LB1 lies between that of Homo erectus and the great apes. Such a reduction is likely due to insular dwarfism. A 2009 study found that the reduction in brain size of extinct pygmy hippopotamus in Madagascar compared with their living relatives is proportionally greater to the reduction in body size, and similar to the reduction in brain size of Homo floresiensis and Homo erectus. Smaller brain size does not appear to have affected mental faculties, as the Brodmann area 10 on the prefrontal cortex, which is associated with cognition, is about the same size as that of modern humans. Homo floresiensis is also associated with evidence for advanced behaviors such as the use of fire, butchering, and stone tool manufacturing. Lingbua Cave shows evidence of the use of fire for cooking and bones with cut marks. The cave also yielded a great quantity, over 10,000, of stone artifacts, mainly lithic flakes. Points, perforators, blades, and microblades were all associated with remains of extinct elephant stegodon, and were probably hafted into barbs to sink into the elephant. Similar artifacts are found in the Soa Basin 50 kilometers or 31 miles south, associated with stegodon and Komodo dragon remains, and are attributed to a likely ancestral population of Homo erectus. The implications of a human species with the brain size of a chimpanzee displaying such advanced behaviors are huge. It reaffirms something that anthropologists have long thought. It is not how big a brain is, but rather how it is organized. The island of Flores is a long and narrow island that is a part of Indonesia. Evidence of its formation is still present in the form of active volcanoes. Because of a deep neighboring strait, Flores remained isolated during the last glacial period, despite the low sea levels that united Sunderland. Therefore, the ancestors of Homo floresiensis could only have reached the isolated island by water transport, perhaps arriving in bamboo rafts around 1 million years ago. In the modern day, the island is separated by about 30 kilometers on each side, but sea levels are higher. Modern Flores is one of the only places on Earth with populations of Komodo dragons. It is also home to the Flores giant rat. But about 50,000 years ago, its fauna was much different. It was home to much more unique species. even larger rats, dwarf elephants, and even giant 6-foot-tall storks. Leptoptilos robustus is an extinct species of stork that stood about 1.8 meters or 5.9 feet tall. Not only was it taller than its relatives, it weighed relatively more at 16 kilograms or 35 pounds. Due to having heavy bones and a heavy body, it is assumed that it rarely, if ever, flew. Modern large-bodied storks like the marabou stork are mainly scavengers but will prey on anything small enough. Leptoptilos robustus preyed on a variety of rat species, carrion, small Komodo dragons, and even Homo floresiensis. Though a fully grown hobbit would have weighed slightly more, robustus was twice the height of floresiensis. Juvenile hobbits would have been easy picking for such a large bird. Just imagine a stork twice your height. For me, that would mean a 12-foot tall stork. This is just about as close to a dinosaur preying on a human that there has ever been. Komodo dragons from Pleistocene remains seem to be bigger than they are in the modern day. Modern Komodo dragons weigh up to 90 kilograms or 200 pounds, but the largest ever weighed 166 kilograms or 366 pounds. These ancient and larger specimens may have weighed up to 220 kilograms or 500 pounds. So not only did these people have to deal with carnivorous storks twice their size, they also had to deal with dragons 10 times their size. But the absurdity of this island does not stop there. Dwarf stegodon elephants prowled the land. Stegodon florensis insularis is an extinct subspecies of stegodon endemic to the island of Flores and is an example of insular dwarfism. The direct ancestor of Stegodon florensis insularis is the larger-bodied Stegodon florensis florensis from early Pleistocene and early Middle Pleistocene sites on Flores. An estimate gives a shoulder height of about 2 meters or 6.6 feet and a weight of about 570 kilograms or 1,200 pounds, about the same size as a horse. Dwarf stegodons were believed to be the main prey of the still extant Komodo dragon before modern humans introduced their own prey: banded pig, rusa deer, and water buffalo. Floresiensis selectively hunted stegodon as hundreds of stegodon bone fragments are found with Homo floresiensis occupation layers, and some of these stegodon bones show butchery marks. They preferred juvenile individuals for obvious reasons. At the same time Neanderthals and other human species were hunting mammoths, these small people were hunting small stegodons. Pretty amazing. The island of Flores would have been a wild place 50,000 years ago. The people who inhabited it would not have been so weird except for their size. Their skulls were different and some parts of their bodies were odd, but they were human. If researchers are correct and they are a derived species of Homo erectus, they are just as human as you or I. Not Homo sapien, but human all the same. They lived, fought great beasts, hunted relative Goliaths, and survived. But survived until when exactly? The youngest bone remains in the cave date to 60,000 years ago and the youngest stone tools to 50,000 years ago. The previous estimate of 12,000 BCE was due to an undetected unconformity in this cave stratigraphy. Their disappearance is close to the time that modern humans reached the area, suggesting that the initial encounter caused or contributed to their extinction. This would be consistent with the disappearance of Homo neanderthalensis from Europe about 40,000 years ago, within 5,000 years after the arrival of modern humans there. Modern human bones recovered from the cave dating to 46,000 years ago indicate replacement of the former Homo floresiensis inhabitants. The other megafauna on the island, such as stegodon and the giant stork, also disappeared. Who would have thought? Us sapiens showed up and ruined all the fun. It's almost like we did this everywhere. We likely outcompeted our small friends and maybe even warred with them. Perhaps it was due to hostility on both sides. We may have even lived with them for a short period of time, but I bet it wasn't too pleasant. My theory is our species made it to the island, saw a bunch of little people that were physically inferior to us, and then we just took over the island. Homo sapiens probably saw the comfortable cave of Lingboa full of midgets and said, "Well, it's free real estate." At the end of the day, it seems that we were just superior and there was no way we were going to share.
Neanderthals, our closest extinct relatives. They have long fascinated us with their enigmatic presence in our evolutionary history. They roamed from the frozen tundra of northern Europe to the arid deserts of the Middle East for hundreds of thousands of years. They left behind extensive records of their complex tools and way of life. Then, in a relatively short amount of time, they vanished from the fossil record. In this documentary, we delve deeper into the world of Neanderthals, exploring the latest scientific discoveries and theories about their biology, behavior, and interactions with modern humans. With the help of scientific literature and a paleoanthropologist, we will seek to answer some of the most intriguing questions about our distant cousins. Who were the Neanderthals? What kind of world did they inhabit? What made them different from us, and what did we have in common? And ultimately, what led to their extinction? Join us as we unravel the mysteries of the Neanderthals and discover what their story can teach us about our own origins and place in the world. The story of the Neanderthals is inseparable with the larger picture of human evolution. Neanderthals, modern humans, and another dozen species make up our genus, Homo, a genus which first appeared in Africa nearly 3 million years ago. These distant hominins descend from Australopithecines. Australopithecines were a quite successful genus of bipedal ape that lived in eastern and southern Africa. They were entirely bipedal with an upright posture and made the first stone tools ever found on this planet. 3.3 million years ago, Australopithecines were creating modified stone tools at the site of Lomacui 3. This is a much more complex behavior than simply using a rock. They had to select stone capable of fracturing conchoidally, and they had to hit it in just the right way to create a sharp edge. These tools were likely used for butchering scavenged carcasses, but other uses such as shaping wood or defense must also be considered. Though some Australopithecines did use stone tools, many of them did not. Our genus almost certainly descends from the ones that did. The oldest evidence of our genus comes from a 2.8 million year old specimen. 2.6 million years ago, the first Oldowan tools were being made. Oldowan tools consist of stones with a few flakes taken off to create a sharp and robust edge. Our genus was certainly around during the inception of these tools, and it is very likely that they were the creators. Homo habilis, one of the earliest members of our genus, appeared 2.3 million years ago and was using Oldowan tools. Homo erectus, often considered the first human, would evolve 2 million years ago and would eventually pioneer a new stone technology called the Acheulean. These hand axes were made by taking much more flakes off of both sides of a core to produce a much longer cutting edge. They are often considered the pocket knives of their day, capable of butchering game, shaping wood, digging holes, and even for defense or hunting. This technology would spread out of Africa with Homo erectus to many parts of Eurasia, including Northern Europe, the Middle East, and Southeast Asia. These populations would adapt to their new environments and would either evolve into distinct species or more derived forms of Homo erectus. One of these descendants was Antecessor. They lived in Western Europe 1.2 million years ago. This makes them the oldest known hominins to call Western Europe home. They were thought to have been an offshoot of Erectus. Their tools were quite simple and they would eventually go extinct around 800,000 years ago. It is thought that they did not contribute to the genetics of future species living in Europe. Another wave of Erectus, or perhaps a more derived form, would replace them. By the Middle Pleistocene, 780,000 years ago, the descendants of Erectus had evolved into more modern forms with larger brains and more complex technology. The hominins living throughout Africa, Europe, and Western Asia during the Middle Pleistocene are collectively classified as Homo heidelbergensis. There has been debate regarding whether to consider African populations as a different species than Europe or Asian populations because they are quite different. Genetics suggest that possibly as early as 700,000 years ago, these populations would separate. The differences between these populations would continue to accumulate, and by about 300,000 to 400,000 years ago,
would be enough to classify them as different species. In Africa and some parts of the Middle East lived our own ancestors, while in Europe and parts of Asia lived the Neanderthals, and in East Asia lived the Denisovans and other hominins. Denisovans are another hominin very important to the story of the Neanderthals. This is because they are more closely related to Neanderthals than we are. Based on nDNA, Neanderthals and Denisovans share a more recent last common ancestor with each other than with Homo sapiens. This common ancestor population, nicknamed Neandersovans, is thought to have spread from Africa to Eurasia, replacing and interbreeding with the other archaic hominins in these areas. Based on mutation rates, this population would diverge into Neanderthals and Denisovans between 470,000 and 380,000 years ago. This correlates with the appearance of early Neanderthals during this time. 450,000-year-old remains from France, which are generally classified as heidelbergensis, show the first appearance of Neanderthal features. 430,000-year-old remains from Cima de los Huesos from northern Spain have much more similarities with Neanderthals and are widely considered to be ancestral to later classic Neanderthals. Neanderthal features would continue to evolve. Around 130,000 years ago, classic Neanderthals would appear, which have an array of distinguishing skeletal features from early Neanderthals. These populations are much better understood due to the quality of the fossil record increasing as time gets closer to us. Before talking about the anatomy of these people, there is one question left to answer. Were Neanderthals really a distinct species? The question may seem fairly simple at first glance, but it is extremely nuanced. To gain a better understanding, I asked paleoanthropologist Gilbert Tosteven from the University of Minnesota.
I do think it's a really good question to ask about what defines a species and how does one consider Neanderthals in terms of species relative to modern humans. In terms of the most standard extreme version of the definition of a species concept, which would be the biological species concept of Ernst Mayr, which states that individuals of a species can reproduce together and produce viable offspring that they themselves can reproduce. So when we look at the context of, let's say, a horse and a jackass, they can mate and produce a mule, but the mule will not be fertile. There's a chromosomal difference such that they don't produce fertile offspring. The mules do not. And so in that case, they aren't, that horses and jackasses are not the same species. In terms of the definition for a species in that sense, Neanderthals were part of our species. So you could say, let's say that it was Homo sapiens neanderthalensis, so a subspecies of humans, versus modern humans being Homo sapiens sapiens. On the other side of it, we have to recognize that speciation is not an event, it's a process. But in fact, all the different concepts of speciation are part of a continuum. So you start off with a separation of two lineages, usually geographically. You have a geographical barrier. Let's say one population expands into an area that has a geographical barrier. Eventually you might get two populations on either side of the barrier diverging by random chance, which we call genetic drift. If their adaptations in those locations start by natural selection, start fitting to those different locations, they might develop unique traits that allow them to survive and reproduce in that particular environment that might make them different enough that when the populations come back together, let's say on the other side of the geographical barrier or through time, that they might, one, not be able to reproduce, but also might not, that selection might favor them not to reproduce. This is where you get what's called the species mate recognition point in speciation, where you have two populations that won't recognize each other as mates. This is one of the ways that evolution gradually separates the genetics such that the populations in different places, which with different selective pressures will actually be adapted for those locations. Even when they're on the edges of those distributions, they might come back together and potentially mate. looking at species issues, a lot of times I want to call Neanderthals just like modern humans in terms of modern human species. They are late Homo sapiens. But evolutionarily, they have some uniquely derived traits that no modern human has today, and that modern humans who were alive at the time that Neanderthals were also did not have. So, like for instance, I mentioned parts of the hand anatomy, some aspects of the shoulder and the pelvis. They are different, and this shouldn't really surprise us, because if evolution actually works, then species concepts cannot actually be hard. They can't be hard-lined. You can't actually have a really strong, this will always be on this side or this side, because evolution wouldn't happen if you can't have a gradual process of speciation.
Neanderthals were indeed far different than any modern human alive today. This statement stands when considering that all modern humans actually have Neanderthal DNA. Considering Neanderthals to be another species or considering them to be in our own species is undeniably subjective. Many paleoanthropologists would consider them to be a different species. For understanding the place of Neanderthals in human evolution, it is useful to consider them a different species because they were separated from our ancestors for hundreds of thousands of years. What you should learn from all this is that the designation of species really is a scientific construct that doesn't necessarily apply to the reality of biology as rigidly as the word may suggest. But this creates another question. Should we consider them human? Well, human does not simply mean Homo sapien. Human is not a taxonomic word and therefore is subjective. Since Neanderthals seem to have behaved in very similar ways to modern humans, most anthropologists would say that they satisfy the requirements of being human. Many would even say that other species as far back as Erectus or even Habilis should be considered human. From a distance, you would likely recognize them as a member of our species. Neanderthals had a build and appearance relatively similar to modern humans. One of their main differences was their shorter and squatter bodies. Their limbs were shorter, their chests were wider, and their muscles were larger. Based on 45 Neanderthal long bones, the average height was 165 centimeters or 5 feet 5 inches for males and 152 centimeters or 5 feet tall for females. For comparison, the average height of Upper Paleolithic European humans is 176 centimeters or 5 foot 9 inches tall for males and 163 centimeters or 5 foot 4 inches for females. On average, the modern humans that would later dominate Europe were fairly taller, but lighter. The fossil record shows that adult Neanderthals varied from about 147.5 to 177 centimeters, or 4 foot 10 inches tall to 5 foot 10 inches tall. Some certainly grew larger, and a height of 182 centimeters, or 6 feet, was likely attainable. For Neanderthal weight, samples of 26 specimens found an average of 77.6 kilograms or 171 pounds for males, and 66.4 kilograms or 146 pounds for females. The body mass index for Neanderthal males was calculated to be 26.9 to 28.2, which in modern humans correlates to being overweight. Though Neanderthals were literally big-boned, their bones were thicker and denser than modern humans. These bones likely result from a combination of naturally thick bones and a very active lifestyle. Neanderthals also had more muscle mass than the average modern human. Overall, they were about 15% heavier than the average modern human despite the fact that they were shorter. One of the most famous Neanderthal individuals, Lafrazi I, was only 1.6 meters or 5 foot 2 inches tall, but he weighed an estimated 85 kilograms or 190 pounds. This individual was undoubtedly very strong in his lifetime, though people tend to over-exaggerate their strength. Modern athletes and powerlifters who regularly exercise reach similar if not higher levels of strength. Their morphology has caused many different hypotheses regarding its function. The most common explanation has been that they were adapted to glacial conditions. Neanderthals experienced at least 4 separate glacial periods. These periods would have been very hard to survive in Central Europe. Europe is already cold in the modern day, but it would have been much colder during these periods. The idea is that Neanderthal morphology evolved to be shorter and squatter to survive these freezing conditions. It comes down to simple physics. Less surface area means less heat lost. This correlates with populations of modern humans living in Arctic conditions. They have also evolved shorter limbs and squatter bodies. The problem with this thought process is that Neanderthals living in warmer conditions in the Mediterranean and the Middle East also retained this squat morphology. And to add to this, during interglacial periods, Europe would have been quite warm. Alternate hypotheses have also been proposed. In 2019, English anthropologist John Stewart suggested that Neanderthals were adapted for sprinting. Their robust bodies may have allowed them to quickly run after prey. DNA analysis also indicates a higher proportion of fast-twitch muscle fibers in Neanderthals than modern humans. He explained their body proportions and greater muscle mass as adaptations to sprinting as opposed to the endurance-oriented modern human physique. They had longer heel bones than modern humans, which means they also had a longer Achilles tendon. A longer Achilles tendon would have been less efficient at storing energy for long-distance running and more suited towards sprinting. Their shorter limbs were certainly not useful for hiking, but they were for staying warm and for sprinting. Both the hyperarctic hypothesis and the sprinting hypothesis are likely true in their own ways. It is undeniable that Neanderthals lived through some very cold conditions, and their morphology couldn't help but be affected by this. For example, the Neanderthal LEPR gene concerned with storing fat and body heat production is similar to that of the woolly mammoth. It was almost certainly an adaptation for a cold climate. Other aspects of their morphology, such as their heel length and fast-twitch muscle proportions, suggest that sprinting was a part of how they were shaped. Another aspect about Neanderthal morphology that has long been debated is whether their humeri allowed them to throw efficiently. Original evidence seemed to indicate that their shoulders could not overarm throw well, though additional studies and physical evidence now highly suggest that they could throw. Bertholm et al. 2014 found that Neanderthal humeri were both efficient at thrusting and throwing. There was no evidence that thrusting was more prominent. It also found that sapien and Neanderthal humeri, although different, showed similarities in resisting throwing and thrusting stresses. At a site in northern France, Neanderthal arm bones have micro and macro traumas associated with habitual spear throwing. The discovery of the Schonigan spears also provided physical evidence that spears may have been being thrown in Europe even by the ancestors of classic Neanderthals. They were certainly able to throw, and evidence suggests that they did, though their shoulder mechanics are not the best for overarm throwing. Many other small features about Neanderthal bodies differed from our own. The distal digit of their thumb was longer than modern humans. This would have provided them with a comparatively wider and stronger grip. Their rib cages were wider and barrel-shaped. They had longer and straighter ribs that may have provided them with room for a larger diaphragm and possibly a greater lung capacity. Moving up from the body, their skulls contained many interesting differences. When looking at a Neanderthal up close, the first thing you might notice is their large brow. This brow was useful at protecting their face and eyes against heavy blows from animals, rockfalls, and other environmental hazards. You may notice their large eyes, larger than any modern human you have met. Along with these eyes, they also had a bump on the back of their skull called the occipital bun. This feature may be responsible for a number of purposes, but one of them may have been to make room for the larger occipital lobe in Neanderthals. The occipital lobe is responsible for visual perception. Their large eyes in conjunction with their large occipital lobes would have given them better vision, especially in low light conditions. This may have considerably helped them hunt during dawn or dusk. They also had large sinuses and olfactory bulbs, which would have provided them with a good sense of smell. Sometimes they are depicted with very large noses, but in reality their noses would have been similar in size to modern humans, though their sinuses were nearly a third larger than living populations. They would have been able to take in almost twice as much air as modern humans through their noses. Their sinuses may have also been used to warm up air before it entered their lungs. In fact, their sinuses show some similarities with modern Arctic populations. Another part of their appearance which may seem strange is their lack of a chin. We perceive a chin to be a normal part of a human face, when in fact we are the oddballs for having them. Every other species of hominin and primate lack a chin because chins are pointless. They do not help with chewing or anything mechanical. They are purely for show. Some believe that they developed as our species became increasingly social and less aggressive. This process of self-domestication may have decreased testosterone levels in males and created our modern facial structure. We do not know for sure what the role of the chin was, but we know that Neanderthals didn't have them. Though without a chin, their actual jaws were quite large. They had shovel-shaped incisors and large molars. Their molars also differed from modern humans in that they had an enlarged pulp. Infant Neanderthals also got their teeth up to 4 months earlier than modern humans. This would have allowed them to eat solid foods significantly earlier. The last feature of the Neanderthal skull that you would notice quite easily is their sloped back, flat skull. Unlike modern humans, which have a globular skull, Neanderthals had a flatter, elongated skull. This skull, of course, housed their large brain. Male Neanderthals averaged a brain size of 1,640 cubic centimeters, while females averaged 1,460 cubic centimeters. In comparison, modern European males averaged 1,360 cubic centimeters, while females averaged 1,200 cubic centimeters. The largest Neanderthal brain case, AMUD1, had a brain size of 1,736 cubic centimeters. At face value, it seems that Neanderthals had significantly larger brains than our species, but it is more complicated than that.
Brains were very large, but they actually weren't as large as some people actually portray them to be. So they're frequently described as being the largest in terms of cubic centimeters in the hominin lineage, but brain size is actually related to body size. So whales have much bigger brains than we do, but they also have bigger bodies. And so if you control brain size to body size with Neanderthals, and this is usually done by looking at the size of the orbit of the eye, which doesn't, which reflects body size more so than the rest of the cranium. Neanderthals are a little bit less big in brains relative to body size than modern humans are. So they're not the brainiest of the the hominins, but then again, there are many humans alive today who have smaller brains by body size than Neanderthals, so they're within the range of a modern human.
Besides overall size, the organization of a brain is another very important aspect to its function. Endocasts of their brain have shown that they had smaller parietal lobes and a smaller cerebellum. Both of these areas of the brain are very important for a number of things, including creativity, muscle memory, language, and social abilities. This does not mean that all Neanderthals were necessarily less intelligent in these areas, but it does mean that there were differences. The temporal lobe is associated with processing language, pattern recognition, perception, and memory acquisition. As mentioned earlier, they had larger occipital lobes and olfactory bulbs. These structures are responsible for seeing and hearing, among other things. Compared to modern humans, a greater proportion of the Neanderthal brain was devoted to visual and somatic systems. This left less neural tissue over for other areas of the brain in Neanderthals. Homo sapiens, on the other hand, have smaller than expected visual areas for a primate of our size. Therefore, it wasn't that Neanderthals had abnormally large eyes and visual cortex, but that Homo sapiens actually have abnormally small visual systems. This seems to have left sapiens with more neural tissue to devote to other regions of the brain. Neanderthal skulls show different rates of brain growth, with individuals reaching maturity faster than in modern humans. It would have taken a Neanderthal around 15 years to reach adulthood. That is nearly a decade earlier than it takes modern humans to reach adulthood. The brains of Neanderthals are not comparable to any modern human. The differences they had are undoubtedly responsible for the different traits that they left in the fossil record. It is easy to focus on all the similarities that Neanderthals had with modern humans, but we cannot let them overshadow the fact that they were different.
Though another way that Neanderthals were similar to our species is that they had a range of skin, hair, and eye colors. This is due to the fact that they occupied a wide geographic range. A Neanderthal from France would have looked quite different than one from the Middle East. Even Neanderthals in the same populations would have had varied appearances just like modern Europeans. However, we must be careful in assuming that if modern humans living in a region had light skin, then Neanderthals that once lived there had light skin too. DNA analysis from the 3 Neanderthal females from southeastern Europe indicates that they had brown eyes, a dark skin color, with 2 of them having brown hair and 1 of them having red hair. Other Neanderthal populations living in the Middle East and even in Siberia had dark skin, eyes, and hair. Even though lighter skin is more frequent at higher latitudes in modern Homo sapiens, the same wasn't necessarily true for other human species. Both the Neanderthals and Denisovans living in the Altai Mountains of Siberia had a dark complexion. The reason that light skin is more common at higher latitudes in modern humans is generally explained by the lack of sunlight in these environments. Humans need sunlight to synthesize vitamin D. Since sunlight is less intense at higher latitudes, light skin has evolved to absorb more sunlight when available. However, Neanderthals and even early Europeans got a lot of vitamin D from their rich diet. It was only in the past 10,000 years that Europeans actually evolved light skin. The prevalence of light skin in populations in the modern day is generally due to agricultural diets. Due to this, it isn't surprising that many Neanderthals living in Europe would have had relatively dark skin, though not all did. 2 different Neanderthal individuals from Italy and Spain both provided fragments of the MC1R sequence. In modern humans, this gene is responsible for light skin and red hair. However, the MC1R gene that the researchers had found was different than the one found in modern humans. In order to test if this gene would have had a similar effect in Neanderthals, they inserted the Neanderthal gene into human pigment cells. The gene produced the same loss of function that gives redheads their unique coloration. This study provided solid evidence that some Neanderthals did indeed have light skin and red hair, though the frequency of this phenotype remains unknown. Just as in modern humans, red hair was probably not very common in Neanderthals as it was not present in other sequenced individuals. The phenotype was likely more common in northern regions just as it is today. Neanderthals undoubtedly had a wide array of skin, hair, and eye colors. Another question regarding their hair is how much body hair did they have? From genetics, it is known that the genes that make modern humans furless date back to around 1.7 million years ago. Since this is well before our last common ancestor with Neanderthals, we know that Neanderthals would have had furless skin. Genetics also corroborate this. Just like us, they still had body hair, but even the hairiest Neanderthals would not have had actual fur. Anatomically, Neanderthals are fairly similar to modern humans, though their differences cannot be overlooked. Their anatomy was far different than any modern human alive today, even if at the surface we vary so much. Neanderthals used a vast array of technologies to survive their challenging world. Many materials and techniques were used to create a lot with very little. Since stone does not decay like biological matter, thousands upon thousands of Neanderthal stone tools have been recovered. This has allowed us to learn an incredible amount about their lives. To understand these tools, we must first understand the evolution of stone tool technology in general. As mentioned earlier, the first stone tools made by our ancestors were simple hand axes with a few flakes taken off. This simplistic technology is considered Mode 1 by archaeologists. Mode 2 technology, also known as Acheulean technology, would appear with Homo erectus around 1.7 million years ago. Stone cores were worked symmetrically on both sides to create much more refined hand axes. There was not much of a strategy to creating flakes or to utilizing the material effectively. This would change roughly 300,000 years ago with the emergence of Levallois technology. The Levallois technique,
also known as Mode 3 technology, appeared throughout Europe, the Middle East, and North Africa during the appearance of the first anatomically modern humans and some of the earliest Neanderthals. The creation of the technique lay independently in various regions, though it is often credited to the Neanderthals.
When we first see the classical anatomical forms of Neanderthals, let's say 250,000 years ago, they were utilizing a Middle Paleolithic technology, which is based upon taking a core and striking flakes off the core and then utilizing the flakes to do things in terms of whittling wood to make spears with which they could dispatch animals, mostly by throwing, sometimes by stabbing. And this Middle Paleolithic technology of cores and flakes is slightly different from what we see in the Lower Paleolithic, which is what we get mostly with the, let's say, Homo erectus and Homo heidelbergensis, who was immediately before Homo neanderthalensis, who were using hand axes of what we call the Acheulean culture or technocomplex. And they were using a hand axe core that in and of itself was actually usable as a sharp implement for cutting, and for pounding, and for butchery. The cores in the Middle Paleolithic were not tools in and of themselves anymore, but it was the shaping of the flakes with particular types of reduction patterns. By reduction, meaning literally you're taking flakes of stone off of a core. That characterizes what Neanderthals were doing in that time period. And so we can find objects such as this flint core, which was probably originally a nodule of flint that was subsequently struck with a certain pattern of blows, removing flakes that are then utilizable for butchery or for working other materials like wood.
The technique itself consisted of striking preferential flakes off of prepared lithic cores. The core was shaped in a specific way to create a dome-shaped core known as a tortoise core. A platform was prepared on a high spot which, when ultimately struck, created a large preferential flake. This flaked nearly the entire underside of the core, effectively utilizing much of the material. Experiments have shown that the Levallois core is an economic optimal strategy of raw material usage. It can create the longest cutting edge per weight of raw material. This would have allowed the Neanderthals to be highly mobile, as they could get the most out of their material. The actual Levallois flake produced was very sharp on all sides. It would have been very efficient as a butchering tool, much more so than a hand axe. Neanderthals still used hand axes, though for more generalized purposes. Hand axes are not the most effective butchering tools because of their often steep edges and limited resharpening potential. Levallois flakes, on the other hand, are quite thin and can be retouched easily.
Most of the technology that we see with Neanderthals is taking flakes coming off of prepared cores like Levallois or discoidal, and then the flakes are immediately utilized, or they might be subsequently resharpened or their morphology changed by little removals off of the surface such that it makes a different shaped edge. When you make these little removals, it makes the edge more acute, so it's not actually sharper, but if the edge has been damaged by use, then by making these little removals, you are resharpening it to some extent. And so most of the tools that we get in the Middle Paleolithic that Neanderthals were using are flake tools, so that meaning that they are not very long relative to their width, and so they're something that you would just hold in the hand and utilize without a haft, meaning there's no handle.
A sharp flake could originally be used as a knife and then later be resharpened into a hide scraper or other tool. With the Levallois method, other types of flakes could also be created. By isolating two converging ridges and striking beneath them, a Levallois point could be made. These points are unsymmetrical but come with very sharp converging edges. Once hafted, these points could be very deadly weapons.
We do know that Neanderthals were hafting tools also, particularly points that were made with usually Levallois technology that would allow the form to take have convergent edges that comes into a point. Now, this is actually not such a classic Levallois point, but it's pretty close with the two convergent edges. In terms of how it would be hafted, it would be stuck into a haft like this. And we have examples of very crude hafts from around 400,000 years ago, where they're just shoving it into a crack in the wood. Otherwise, we have evidence that from abrasion on the edges and surfaces of the stone, that and also forms of glue, natural asphalt that was used to glue stones into a haft, that they were hafting things in the Neanderthal time period. Whether they were doing it for using as knives or for large stabbing spears, those are more likely than, let's say, than a true projectile technology. Throwing them would have been also easy, but the actual tip area, cross-sectional area of a projectile tip like this tends to be a bit larger than what we would see in a modern human society they're using for either a projectile technology like a spear thrower or an atlatl, or even a later technology like a bow and arrow. So these look more like stabbing spears than they do something that would fly through the air and really take out an animal at a distance. That's part of the argument that why Neanderthals were so much more muscular in terms of their skeletal structure, in terms of just having thicker cortical bone than moderns, is that they were just engaging in much harder life, which could have been including, confrontations with violent animals that they were trying to kill.
Levallois points were almost certainly hafted. However, they may have been hafted in a very rudimentary way. We will talk more on this later. In a study on 117 Levallois points, 8 points displayed use-wear damage. 2 of them were used for woodworking activities, 6 of them are associated with butchery, while 1 point was distinct from the others. An examination of the point showed a chipped and denticulated left edge. This damage denotes violent penetration into an animal carcass and is consistent with contemporary tests of hafted spear points. Though this study suggests that the points were used as spear points, it also suggests that most weren't. Many of them would have been used for woodworking or for butchery. Nonetheless, this does not diminish the significance of these tools on the tips of spears. Fossil remains with impact damage consistent with Levallois points, as well as fossils with literal Levallois points embedded in them, confirms the use of this technology in hunting activities. A find like this is extraordinary for the time period. We will talk further about the use of these spears when we discuss how Neanderthals would have hunted. Levallois points were commonly made by Neanderthals, but other types of points were also used. Triangular flakes resulting from less standardized platforms were often utilized. These flakes could be turned into convergent scrapers. As their name suggests, they were primarily used as scrapers, though they may have also functioned as spear points. Mousterian points were another point created from triangular flakes or Levallois flakes. They were modified by taking off additional flakes. This created a more symmetrical point that was often easier to haft. Later Neanderthal points dating to the twilight of their existence were even bifacial and highly refined. Bifacial points from Hohlfels, Germany were made with considerable skill. This point in particular was certainly hafted and used as a spear point. It was resharpened multiple times until it was no longer useful and likely discarded. Though it may look rough now, during its original creation it would have looked similar to this. Another point from a cave in Switzerland preserves a more pristine bifacial point. These points indicate that Neanderthal stone point technology did reach a considerable complexity towards the end of their time. Most, if not all, Neanderthal points were created with the intention of being placed on thrusting spears. The points were just too large to be part of a projectile such as an arrow, atlatl dart, or javelin. Their thrusting spears would have likely been very robust and primarily for stabbing. This does not mean that they couldn't have been thrown, though. Some evidence of wounds caused by Levallois points suggests that they were used as projectiles. These spears would have likely been thrown at times, but only short distances. With the mass of a robust Levallois point and a heavy shaft, These spears would have packed a considerable punch when thrown in close quarters, though a Neanderthal may have preferred to hold on to their weapon and deliver most of their blows by hand. This is supported by the high rate of Neanderthal injuries, suggesting that they got very close to their prey. As mentioned previously, the Levallois points and other Neanderthal points would have been hafted to spears. Another question we must answer is, how were these points actually hafted? Points from earlier periods were left with unground edges. This is important because the sharp edges of a Levallois point would cut through any cordage wrapped around them. This suggests that early Levallois points were simply placed into a wooden slot with perhaps the aid of an adhesive. Later Levallois points, as well as Mousterian and bifacial points, had ground edges which would have been wrapped with some kind of wrapping or cordage. Strips of leather, plant fiber cordage, sinew, and gut would have all been great materials to hold points in place. Chemical analysis from a Mousterian point and two Levallois points from a site in Syria have shown that a natural glue was present on the base. Adhesives such as pine tar, birch tar, and bitumen have all been found at Neanderthal sites. The oldest evidence of adhesive use attributed to Neanderthals comes from two pieces of birch tar that date to around 200,000 years ago. It was once thought that Neanderthals needed a complex container or methods to create birch tar, but a recent study has proven that birch tar could have been made simply by scraping burnt bark off of cobbles. The resulting material is a great adhesive and is quite shock absorbent. An amazing piece of birch tar from Königsau, Germany preserves imprints of wood, stone, and even a Neanderthal fingerprint. Evidence of hafting couldn't get much better than this. Another quite easily obtained adhesive would be conifer resin, also known as pine sap. It can be used straight from the tree, though it is not very shock resistant. As primitive technology enthusiasts may know, adding beeswax makes it an exceptional glue, and Neanderthals knew it too. Residue from 10 stone tools from Grotta del Fossalone and Grotta del Sant'Agostino contained the chemical signatures of conifer resin, and one contained chemicals from beeswax. Other sites containing pine resin and beeswax have strengthened the idea that Neanderthals purposefully mixed these components to create a strong adhesive. The last adhesive used, bitumen, is a sticky, highly viscous form of petroleum that may have been harvested from natural deposits across Europe. In its natural state, it is sticky and ready to use. Neanderthals from El Cedrón Cave in Spain were found to have bitumen in their dental calculus. It has been hypothesized that this may have occurred by using the mouth to aid in the hafting of tools. Perhaps by clamping their teeth down on the haft, holding the lithic in one hand and applying the adhesive with the other. Another form of adhesive that may have been used but we don't have evidence for is hide glue. Hide glue can simply be made by cooking bits of hide or sinew next to a fire with indirect heat. Neanderthals would have likely noticed the adhesive properties of bits of hide or sinew on the meat that they were cooking. The glue produced by this method is quite strong, but more importantly, it binds sinew, gut, and leather together. Hide glue is essentially protein that can be used to adhere bindings together. Neanderthals may have used it on their bindings to keep their spear points in place, though we do not have evidence of its use. Still, it is important to consider technology that we do not have direct evidence for. Another important form of evidence for hafting comes from polishes. Hafting a tool with adhesive creates clear signs on the stone. Many artifacts, including points, retouched tools, and even random flakes, were hafted. In some sites, nearly half of the artifacts had hafting micropolishes. Many other sites show that hafting stone tools was quite common in the Neanderthal world. When looking at Neanderthal tool remains, they may appear quite crude and simplistic, but imagining them hafted on various handles and grips sheds light on the complexity of their tools. Another underrepresented aspect of Neanderthal technology were their wooden weapons and tools. Actual projectiles, as well as many weapons such as thrusting spears and throwing sticks, were made of wood.
In terms of the technology involved, Neanderthal technology tends to be focused more on using stone to carve wooden objects as implements for hunting. But the modern humans in the Upper Paleolithic tended to haft their stone tools more frequently.
Wood was worked with a number of stone tools. Levallois points and blades were efficient tools for shaving wood. Backed knives would have also worked well. Notch tools were effective at shaving wood, while denticulate tools could be used to saw wood. Blades could also be turned into tools called birans.
This is a fairly thick blade that was retouched here, so it was probably longer, and the end was taken off to make a little platform to then make a biran spall come off here. The birans themselves were actually good little barbs, but the actual scar left on the blade, this becomes the biran, and the part that comes off is called the biran spall. This is actually excellent for graving wood, bone and wood. So you can literally shave bone with this edge because it's both sharp but also fairly robust. And stone is very sharp, but it's also very brittle. And so if you're trying to work something that's very hard, you need a steeper edge. And so a biran edge is really very useful for that.
With their array of woodworking tools, they were able to create very refined wooden technology. The amazing discovery of the Schöningen spears in 1994 recovered 10 wooden weapons dating to over 300,000 years ago. They are the oldest complete wooden tools ever discovered and were either made by early Neanderthals or late Heidelbergensis. Wood degrades in only a few years in most cases, but the rapid sedimentation and waterlogged conditions of the site provided the precise conditions for preservation. The site was once a lakeshore that eventually became buried with sediment with the retreat of the Elsterian ice sheet. The spears and other wooden tools were found in direct association with animal remains and stone and bone tools. The wooden tools take a variety of shapes, seemingly designed for different purposes. The spears are between 1.84 to 2.53 meters or 6 to 8.3 feet in length. The majority of the spears were made from slow-growing spruce trees, while Spear 4 was made of pine. The points of the spears were carved from the bases of the trees, which are denser. All the spears were tapered on both ends except for Spear 6. Spear 6 also has a natural kink. It has been interpreted as a thrusting spear. However, the other spears taper aerodynamically and are weighted with the center of gravity in the front third of the shaft. Their design and weighting suggests that they may have been used as javelins. Contemporary experiments using replicas demonstrated that Spear 2 could be thrown as far as 20 meters or 65 feet. The spear performed similarly to modern javelins. The ones suspected to be javelins also performed well as thrusting weapons. They were likely used in multiple ways. The evidence suggests that some of the spears would have been efficient for throwing, while others, especially Spear 6, was made for thrusting. All of them would have been useful for hunting or defending against predators. What is interesting about these spears is not one of them had a hafted point, though this is not surprising considering the date between 300 and 330,000 years ago. Hafted points would become more frequent in later time periods. In addition to the spears, there were other wooden objects. Double-pointed sticks, 64 centimeters or 2 feet long, are suspected to have been used as throwing sticks. Throwing sticks have been used across many human societies to target small game or to drive large game. The Neanderthals at Schöningen may have been targeting waterfowl with these weapons. Another wooden tool found at the site was a charred wooden stick that has been interpreted as a skewer for roasting meat. The last wooden objects yet to be mentioned were short work shafts with notches cut into them. They have been inferred as handles for stone tools. They were likely paired with a sharp flake that would act as a knife. Other wooden tools created by Neanderthals exist, though they are very rare. The oldest wooden tool that is either attributed to early Neanderthals or their ancestors is the Clacton spear. It was discovered off the coast of England and has dated to around 420,000 years ago. Since the spear only consists of a tip, It is unknown if the spear would have been suitable for throwing, though it certainly could have been used for thrusting. The existence of this technology predating the appearance of true Neanderthals and its appearance in Germany 100,000 years later suggests that most, if not all, Neanderthals would have used wooden spears. Other Neanderthal wooden objects have been found, including another spear, though their preservation is poor and their purpose is debatable. The site of Abrek Romani preserved the imprints of many wooden objects. Though the wood has long since decayed, the travertine has preserved a cast with incredible detail. A few flat wooden dish-like objects have been found. A large pole, 5 meters or 16 feet long, may have been part of this structure. An impression of a very interesting knife or spade-like object was also found. The object is very unique as it is not something that we see in contemporary indigenous societies. It may have been used as a butchering tool or perhaps a digging tool. We will never know for sure. There are a handful of other impressions from wooden tools that are more enigmatic. Overall, the findings at Abrek Romani have taught us that much of the items made and used by Neanderthals would have been wooden. Besides spears and handles, many unique objects would have been made. Those stones have stood the test of time. Wooden tools were just as essential to Neanderthal survival. Neanderthals also utilized other materials when creating tools. Bone and shell tools were used, though in limited ways. Bone tools were mostly limited to l'issois and flint-knapping tools. Hammers often made of animal limb bones were great tools for striking flakes off of cores. Smaller broken bone shards called retouchers are quite common throughout Neanderthal sites. They vary in construction, but Neanderthals generally preferred the bones from the rear limbs of large animals such as aurochs, horse, and bison. Materials such as jaws, horn cores, and mammoth ivory were also utilized. In one case, even another Neanderthal's skull fragment was used as a retoucher. These tools would be used to resharpen stone edges by hitting off small flakes. Other bone tools display evidence that they may have even been used for indirect percussion flint knapping. This advanced flint knapping technique consists of two tools, a tool contacting the stone core and a tool to hit the other tool. This technique accurately focuses a lot of force into a small point. It is a very effective technique that allows for making much better stone tools. At the Schöningen site, sharp bones may have functioned as knives to cut flesh. In other sites, mammoth tusks seem to have been split and knapped into scrapers. At one site in Germany, over a dozen bone artifacts dating to over 60,000 years ago have been found, and some of them may have been points. Flattened mammoth ribs with pointed tips may have functioned as spear points. A smaller point made of reindeer antler was almost certainly a spear point. It is light enough that it even could have been hafted on a javelin or a dart. It is possible that a point of this size could have been hafted on an arrowhead, though our evidence does not suggest that Neanderthals ever used this technology. It certainly could have been part of a light throwing spear or possibly even an atlatl. This idea is lacking any support, but it is an interesting idea to consider. The appearance of hafted bone points throughout Europe is largely correlated with the appearance of modern humans, but their existence in Neanderthal sites tells us that Neanderthals were certainly aware and capable of this technology to some extent. This technology is only found at one site in Germany, but bone does not always stand the test of time. It is possible that bone points were used elsewhere and left little trace, though we just don't know. Another tool made of bone found at various Neanderthal sites were leatherworking tools called l'issois. These tools, also known as slickers or burnishers, are used to rub into hides to make them softer and more water resistant. Neanderthals chose the ribs of large herbivores to make these tools. Though these l'issois could be made with the abundant reindeer from which they hunted, they preferred the more uncommon bison and aurochs ribs. Besides mammal bones, shell was also heavily utilized by various populations of Neanderthals, particularly in the Italian peninsula. In areas of poor quality stone, we see that Neanderthals often used shell as an alternative. Shell is a hard material that can be knapped similarly to stone, but can also be resharpened simply by rubbing against an abrasive stone. Over 170 work shell tools were found at Grotta dei Moscerini alone. Out of these shells, about 24% of them were gathered alive from the sea floor, meaning that Neanderthals had to wade or dive into shallow waters to collect them. These live clams have stronger and more robust shells than unoccupied specimens. They also offered a small snack every time they needed another tool. Across various sites, these tools were used for cutting meat, scraping skins, and even for shaping wood. Shell tools are found in parts of Italy and Greece, but are absent from other Mediterranean sites. Considering that Neanderthals were certainly using aquatic resources elsewhere, it is strange that shell tools are not more common. It is possible that these sites exist, but lie beneath the ocean's surface. The ocean undoubtedly conceals many other facets of Neanderthal life. The use of fire was clearly a major technological development for our genus. Evidence of the use of fire by our ancestors extends more than 1 million years into prehistory. To understand the significance of this technology, we should take a further look into why exactly it was so advantageous. First and foremost, fire provided heat. Neanderthals lived across a range that was quite often cold depending on the current environmental conditions. Other ways to stay warm existed, such as clothing, but fire provided direct heat. At the site of Ebrick Romani, there are 8 evenly spaced hearths aligned against the rock shelter wall. These hearths have been interpreted as personal fires to keep individuals warm while sleeping. Similar constructions have been observed by Australian desert aboriginals. They would sleep with little glowing campfires on either side of them. The altering position between each individual and fire provided an economical way to stay warm. Other Neanderthal sites show similar constructions. The advantage of fire, arguably more important than warmth, was its use for cooking. Charred bones that may have been cooked are widely known from many Neanderthal sites. This suggests that the meat and marrow were likely being cooked. Other tissues such as organ meat does not preserve well in the fossil record. Cooking meat breaks down tough fibers and connective tissue, which makes it easier to chew and digest. It also leads to better nutrient absorption and kills any harmful pathogens. Direct evidence for cooking plants is very rare in the Neanderthal fossil record, though it does exist. The Kibara assemblage consists of more than 4,000 charred seeds, which were likely mostly from legumes and nuts. It is possible that these seeds came from dung or from animal carcasses, though their density suggests that they were deposited from direct cooking. The use of fire for cooking is often correlated with the shrinking of our ancestors' large ape gut. The large guts seen in our earlier ancestors were used to digest tough plant fibers and unprocessed meat. To process this food, their gut had to use a lot of energy by itself, meaning less energy was available for things such as large body and brain size. More nutrient-dense food allowed us to have a much smaller gut, which is hypothesized to have led to the development of the large brain sizes seen in hominins such as Neanderthals and modern humans. The presence of many hearths at Neanderthal sites with charred food remains indicates that fire was often used for cooking. Though it should be noted that fire may have not always been available, and raw food would have been eaten. Another important use of fire not realized by many is its increase on human productivity. The light fire provides would have increased the hours which people could craft tools and socialize. Modern humans have about a 16-hour waking period, while other apes are only awake from sunup to sundown, which is around 4 hours less. Considering many groups of Neanderthals lived in dark caves, the light of fire would have been very useful for many crafts. Flint knapping was often done within caves, and fire would have been essential for this. Other tasks like hide working, woodworking, and butchery would have needed light. Socializing is also an overlooked aspect that fire would have allowed. I would venture to say that we have all sat around a fire, captivated by the methodical flames, while talking with friends and family.
Neanderthals similarly would have talked about the day's activities, future projects, and possibly old stories of great beasts and even greater hunters. One can only imagine how fascinating it would be to hear one of these conversations with the help of a linguist. Another important question regarding Neanderthal fire use is how they obtained it in the first place. The obvious answer would be naturally occurring wildfires. Wildfires occurring from lightning strikes would have been very well known to Neanderthals living across Eurasia. Fire could be harvested and kept going for weeks, months, and possibly even years with the right planning. The problem with this method is that natural fires are not reliable or necessarily predictable, especially in colder seasons. The many Neanderthal sites with evidence of fire has always made researchers wonder if they were able to create it on their own. Direct artifactual evidence for regular systematic fire production has been found at multiple sites across France according to a 2018 study. Dozens of late Middle Paleolithic bifacial tools exhibit evidence of repeated abrasion with a hard mineral material. The macroscopic and microscopic traces found on the axes are consistent with experimental reconstructions struck with pyrite, also known as marcasite. Striking a flat lithic surface with pyrite creates sparks which can be harvested for fire creation. The evidence suggests that this technology was at least present within southern France, though it may have also been used elsewhere. Even just striking regular flint together can produce sparks, and it is possible that Neanderthals could have gotten a fire started this way. Another study from 2016 found evidence that Neanderthals were using manganese dioxide to help start fires. Scratch marks on blocks of manganese suggest that the substance was being turned into a powder. When this powder is sprinkled over wood, it is shown to lower the ignition temperature of the wood significantly, allowing for fires to be started much easier. It is debated if this substance was actually used to start fires because it also could have been used as a black pigment. However, a variety of other materials such as charcoal would have worked perfectly well as black pigment. The careful selection of manganese dioxide and subsequent processing suggests that it may have played an important role in starting fires, at least in southern France. Another complicated but important form of evidence that Neanderthals were creating fire comes from the chemistry of ancient hearths. A 2019 study found that the polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbons in the floor sediments from an Armenian cave suggest that fire was being created independently of natural sources. Other fire-making techniques such as friction-made fire must also be considered. Hand drills and fire plows are a very simple construction, yet are reliable ways to start a fire. Unfortunately, this technology would leave very little, if not nothing, behind archaeologically. Existing evidence suggests that some Neanderthals likely did create their own fires, but it certainly does not mean that the majority did. The evidence of hand axes being struck with a hard mineral and the hydrocarbon evidence both date to less than 60,000 years ago, meaning that these sites are quite recent in regards to Neanderthal existence. Earlier Neanderthals likely did not know of this technology, though future research may indicate otherwise. Another aspect of their fires that we must consider is, what were their fires like? Most of their fires were simple circular fires without surrounding stones. Other more permanent hearths were built with divots or stones around them. This would have improved heat retention and decreased direct heat. At Abric Romani, some fires have small trenches dug to them which would have increased the airflow to the fire. Across their sites, many types of wood was burned. Pine is the most common across their sites because it is very abundant and produces a lot of dead wood. Their fires mainly consisted of naturally dead wood and some fresh green wood. Cutting down trees would have been very difficult with their technology, and there was little need to in regards to fires. Most areas they inhabited would have had enough dead wood to burn for months within an hour's walk. Twiggy branches, large sticks, and even whole logs seem to have been brought back to their shelters to be burned. Some sites even have evidence of large wood piles. Other sources of fuel were also used. Bone was a common material to burn. Bone is hard to get alight, though it would have increased the longevity of their fires quite a bit.
on the steppe where wood would have not have been very common, bone would have been a convenient alternative. Even in environments with plenty of wood, it would have still been useful. Another source that some Neanderthals utilized was coal. Neanderthals at the Les Carlettes rock shelter burned coal for many centuries. The coal in question is brown coal. Brown coal is not easy to get alight, but once it is, it burns hot and would have significantly increased the longevity of their fires. They sourced the coal from about 10 kilometers or 6 miles away. Who knows how they discovered that rock could burn? It is a testament to their deep knowledge of their surroundings. Another form of fire technology that can be considered are portable embers. Instead of starting an entirely new fire, embers can be carried long distances to the next camp. There are a variety of ways to carry an ember. A smoldering piece of wood can simply be wrapped in green leaves, though other materials such as fungus may be more effective. Utsi the Iceman was found with a tinder fungus that is suspected to have been used to carry embers. Once set alight, tinder fungus can smolder for hours before going out. Though we do not have evidence of Neanderthals using this technology, it is still interesting to speculate. Another technology that Neanderthals must have utilized to survive the colder winter months is clothing. Clothing may have been used as far back as the Lower Paleolithic, though direct evidence does not exist. Our oldest direct evidence of clothing is less than 10,000 years old. It just doesn't stand the test of time. However, many forms of indirect evidence can tell us an incredible amount about the clothing that Neanderthals would have worn. The placement of cut marks on the bones of butchered animals indicates that Neanderthals were preserving the skin of their prey. Use wear on lithics from dozens of Neanderthal sites confirm that they were being used on hides. Researchers are even able to distinguish lithics that were mainly used on fresh hides from ones that were used on dry, processed hides. Some artifacts are so worn that they must have been used for many hours. Heavy wear present on the teeth of Neanderthals similar to contemporary hunter-gatherers indicates that they were using their teeth as a clamp to hold onto hides as they worked them. Neanderthals from colder regions even show significantly more wear on their teeth, suggesting that hides were being worked at a higher frequency. Hide working is a hard, time-consuming process. First, all fat and muscle tissue must be cleaned from the hide shortly after butchering an animal, or else the hide will rot. This process is very time-consuming and physically demanding. This is what hide scrapers would have been used for, a very common tool in Neanderthal assemblages. After drying in sunlight, by a fire, or in a dry cave, the hide can be stored indefinitely without spoiling. But a dry hide can be as stiff as a board. It must be worked further. The hide must be soaked in a water source to become pliable once again. Once wet, it is easily stretched. This can be done over a hard surface or even by hand. After sufficient stretching, it can be left to dry once more. The next step would be to work a fatty substance into the hide. This waterproofs the hides and makes them even softer. Any kind of fat could be used, but bone marrow and especially brain work much better due to their natural chemistry. At this point, le soie could be used to further work the hide. They are not essential, but they make a much finer product. The last step that may have been used is smoking. Smoking a hide drastically increases its longevity and durability. It is not essential, but Neanderthals were likely aware of its effects on their hides. Evidence from the site of Neumark Nord suggests that Neanderthals even tanned their hides to make leather. Hides must be exposed to tannins in order to stabilize the proteins to resist decay. Tanning seems to have been done at this site with boiled oak and chestnut bark. Soaking the hides in this solution would have not only dyed them a pleasant color, but also made them last much longer. This process may have been used at other sites, though further evidence is required. Hides may have been used for a number of things, but clothing was certainly an important process. Neanderthals lived in colder environments than contemporary hunter-gatherers that wear parkas and other heavy clothing. Thermal modeling has shown that Neanderthals must have covered much of their body in colder regions to survive. Though Neanderthals were stockier than modern humans and able to deal with temperatures 4 degrees Celsius colder. Taking this into account,
Wales et al. 2012 compared the climate that the Neanderthals lived in to 245 modern human hunter-gatherer groups. The resulting data predicted that on average, Neanderthals would have had to cover up to 80% of their bodies during winter. The amount of clothing they would have needed heavily fluctuates from region to region and depending on whether or not the world was in a glacial or interglacial period. Neanderthals living in Central Europe during glacial periods would have had to cover over 90% of their bodies during the winter. Though, even in the coldest periods, Neanderthals living on the coast of the Mediterranean would have had to wear much less clothing. Clothing would have certainly fluctuated from season to season and in larger scales with climatic changes. As for the actual clothing itself, it is hard to say what exactly they would have worn. Wales et al. Did suggest that hands and feet must have been covered in colder periods to survive. Clothing did not necessarily have to be fitted, but it certainly would have helped. That brings us to a big question about Neanderthal clothing. Was it sewn together or simply draped around the body? To date, no eyed Neanderthal needle has ever been found. Though eyed needles are not essential for fitted clothing, all that is necessary is an awl and cordage. Awls could have been made of stone, bone, or even wood. Stone and bone objects found at Neanderthal sites may have been used to make holes in hides. After a hole was made, cordage could simply be pushed through. Various materials could have been used for cordage. Thin strips of hide, sinew, and plant fibers would have all worked well. In France, there is evidence that plant fibers were being twisted into cord around 50,000 years ago. The small fragment was made of the inner bark of an evergreen tree. They were twisted to form a 3-ply cord. This cord in particular does not appear to have been very strong, though it still would have been useful. It is unclear how widespread this technology was, considering that the materials are biodegradable and preserve very poorly. Hides could have been stitched together to create fitted clothing. A set of Neanderthal clothing, including an upper body garment and leg coverings, would require around 5 large hides. Many animals would have been available to make clothes out of. Their most common game of deer would have been an easy choice, but deer hair falls out of the hide quite easily. Deer hides may have been made into buckskin for a variety of leather crafts and garments. Specific hides were likely sought after for different garments because of their different properties. Thicker hides such as bear, bison, and woolly rhino may have provided exceptionally warm skins, likely utilized for heavy coats. But some of these hides, such as woolly rhino or mammoth, may have been impractical for clothing. They may have been used as very heavy blankets or as walls for shelters. Additional garments such as shoes, gloves, or hats could have been made with trimmings or small sections of hides. Shoes and hats would have only been worn in very cold periods. Like contemporary hunter-gatherers, Neanderthals would have had calloused feet which would have not required shoes in most environments. An analysis of their feet and posture indicates that Neanderthals did not wear hard-soled shoes. Most surviving Neanderthal footprints are from barefooted individuals. Though at Theopetra Cave in Greece, one footprint is barefooted while the other 2 seem to have been covered with some sort of material. The print may support the hypothesis that simple foot coverings were worn. Soft coverings made of hide or perhaps woven grasses must have been used during the winter and especially in glacial periods. Ötzi the Iceman was discovered with what has been interpreted as a grass cloak. The oldest pair of shoes ever discovered were made of leather and grass, while the oldest sandals were made of sagebrush bark. It seems likely that some of their clothing and toolkit utilized grass. Since we know that some Neanderthals were able to create cordage, weaving is certainly not out of the question. Besides just clothing, hide and cordage technology would have had many other uses. Warm fur pouches for carrying infants would have been essential for cold winters. Babies may have been strapped to the back of Neanderthal mothers as seen in Inuit and Native American cradle boards. Fur bags and pouches would have been very useful for carrying around the Neanderthals' toolkit. Neanderthals were highly nomadic and carried everything with them. Bone tools, hides, weapons, flint-knapping tools, stone, dried meat, bedding, fire-making materials, and more. Bags made of animal skins or stomachs would have been essential. Limb extremities left on hides could have functioned as shoulder straps or handles. Other uses of hides includes bedding and shelter. Hide is a very versatile material that Neanderthals certainly exploited. It was one of the many materials that Neanderthals utilized made of animal products. Products that can only be procured with the death of an animal. Hunting was certainly one of their main forms to obtain sustenance and raw materials. Across their vast range, both spatially and temporally, many different kinds of animals would have been hunted in many different ways. Their technology, wear on their lithics, and damage to the bones of their prey can allow us to understand how hunting may have been done. Like mentioned earlier, much of their technology was focused on creating wooden implements. As seen at the Schonigen site, throwing javelins and thrusting spears were being created even early on in Neanderthal existence. Even a relatively simple wooden spear would have been a formidable weapon in the hands of a Neanderthal. The large horses found at the Schonigen site weighed over 500 kilograms or 1,100 pounds. The site is located on an ancient lakeshore where Neanderthal hunters likely ambushed their prey. It was originally interpreted as a mass killing event, but later discoveries found that the horses were hunted in separate seasons. The hunters likely herded horses towards the lake where they were less mobile and easier to ambush. The ability to kill such large animals with such simple tools is a testament to their hunting ability, which likely included pre-planning and an extensive knowledge of animal behavior. A very similar site, which also consists of an ancient lakeshore in Germany, preserves the remains of over 100 fallow deer. Out of the mostly prime-aged individuals, 2 different individuals have puncture wounds present on a hip and a neck bone. These wounds are consistent with a low-velocity thrust, likely underhanded. Getting within thrusting range of an agile deer is no easy task. These hunters would have had to conceal themselves hours in advance while coordinating with multiple individuals. The powerful Neanderthal anatomy would have allowed for quick and powerful bursts of speed that would have aided them in ambushing unsuspecting prey. Though only 2 of the deer at the site have direct evidence of puncture wounds, it is likely that most, if not all of them, were hunted, telling by the context of the site. Many wounds, such as a punctured lung, would not necessarily be evident in their skeleton. Other wounds are highly evident. The vertebrae of an African wild ass from Syria has a fragment of a Levallois point embedded in it. The fragment impacted the animal with a high degree of kinetic energy. If the animal was struck while standing, the trajectory of the weapon must have been parabolic. The high kinetic energy and parabolic trajectory suggests that this weapon was thrown rather than thrusted. This wound would have caused immediate paralysis of the limbs and likely a quick death. This example overturns the idea that Levallois points hafted on spears were only used as thrusting spears. Still, these spears would have been quite heavy and would have only been thrown short distances. Whether thrown or thrusted, the weapons would have created massive flesh wounds. The fragment found in this particular vertebrae already had a broken tip before impacting the donkey's neck. This may indicate that it was used multiple times in the same hunt or that it was damaged from a prior hunt. Whatever the case, even with a broken tip, it was able to deliver a fatal wound. Though some of this evidence may make it seem like Neanderthals primarily threw their spears, in reality, thrusting was more common. We know this based on artifacts, but also by the fact that 79 to 94% of our Neanderthal specimens show evidence of healed major trauma. Up to 50% of Neanderthals were injured throughout their lifetimes. Confrontations with large dangerous game is generally the explanation for such a high injury rate. Even game not typically seen as dangerous, such as deer, can cause life-threatening injuries at close range. Very large animals such as moose, woolly rhino, and mammoth would have been very deadly. Due to the risk of hunting these animals and their pure bulk, some question whether hunting them would have even been possible. Proboscidean hunting in particular seems to be a point of contention for many. In Pleistocene Eurasia, there lived both the woolly mammoth and the straight-tusked elephant. Woolly mammoth were around the same size of modern elephants, while the straight-tusked elephant was much larger. Recent contemporary hunter-gatherer populations in Africa have been known to take down adult elephants with only spears. In some cases, a singular hunter was able to sneak beneath an elephant before delivering a fatal blow from beneath the animal. Considering mammoths and elephants are known throughout many Neanderthal sites, it is certainly possible that some of these individuals were actively hunted. When taking into account the wide razor-sharp edges of a Lavallois point in tandem with a heavy shaft, the idea of a group of Neanderthals taking down a mammoth or elephant seems much more plausible. Perhaps mature mammoths were only hunted in times of scarcity or perhaps before winter, though it can be said that they were not relied upon or were the usual prey of most Neanderthals. Though young mammoths and elephants may have been preyed on much more often. A fascinating site in Belgium called Spy Cave has evidence that Neanderthals preyed upon young mammoths. The site has many interesting remains, but the mammoth remains are peculiar. There is an abnormally high frequency of young mammoth skulls. In a very interesting paper, it is hypothesized young mammoths were targeted by these Neanderthals for their brain matter. The brains of young mammoths provided essential long-chain fatty acids. It was found that Neanderthals were less efficient than some modern humans at creating these fatty acids, which are very important for neural growth. Mammal brain tissue is one of the richest sources of these long-chain fatty acids. Therefore, eating these mammoth brains actually helped them in their own brain development. Another interesting thing about baby mammoths or elephants is that they are not naturally afraid of humans. Young elephant calves have no instinctive fear of humans and are known to attach themselves to them. It is possible that baby proboscideans were even kept as some kind of pets in rare instances. Though we would assume that these people would have just hunted a helpless animal mercilessly, even relatively unintelligent animals are known to form strange bonds with animals that they may typically see as prey. It is not out of the question that a group of Neanderthals well off with food may befriend a young mammoth to possibly eat later, or even just as a pet. Besides proboscideans, other very large animals were hunted. Multiple rhino species called Europe home. The woolly rhino weighed around 3,000 kilograms or 6,600 pounds. Merck's rhinoceros and the narrow-nosed rhinoceros both weighed around 1,800 kilograms or 4,000 pounds. At around half the weight, Camelus noblaki was much taller at 3 meters or 10 feet. The aurochs, the undomesticated ancestor of cattle, weighed as much as 1,500 kilograms or 3,300 pounds. Megaloceros was a giant species of deer with the largest antlers ever discovered. They weighed as much as 700 kilograms or 1,500 pounds and would have certainly been a sight to see. During interglacials, hippopotamus moved all the way up into Central Europe. Extinct species such as red deer, reindeer, ibex, moose, and bison were all hunted. Carnivores also seem to have been hunted. There was evidence of direct brown and cave bear hunting in and out of hibernation. Bear are not an easy animal to hunt, but they become much more vulnerable when hibernating. Other large predators such as cave lions, cave hyenas, and wolves would have all been prey occasionally. All of these animals would technically be considered megafauna. Megafauna are just animals that weigh over 45 kilograms or 100 pounds. But Neanderthals hunted a much larger variety of prey. Smaller animals such as birds, small mammals, and reptiles were hunted more than we once thought. Because these animals are smaller, their remains do not tend to preserve as well in the fossil record. Due to this, preservation bias made us think that Neanderthals only hunted large game. We even thought that Homo sapiens may have outcompeted them because they had an over-specialized diet. However, recent evidence has suggested otherwise. A team led by paleoanthropologist Eugene Morin examined the fossil rabbit remains from 8 Mediterranean sites. What they found was that most of the rabbit remains were adults. This suggests that they are not targeting the rabbits' homes, but instead hunting them individually. Rabbits do not provide very many calories and were likely only a snack, but the fact that Neanderthals were able to catch these animals is interesting. Rabbits are extremely difficult to catch by hand and are also hard to hunt with traditional weapons. Throwing sticks may have been used, but traps are generally more effective. Neanderthals were certainly cognitively advanced enough to create a variety of traps. Small game very well may have been caught with snares or deadfalls. The high rate of bird remains at their sites raise a number of questions regarding how they procured them. Birds are another animal that could have been caught with traps. The high rate of bird remains at their sites raise a number of questions regarding how they procured them. At sites in Gibraltar, the remains of 143 different bird species have been found, including ground-dwelling species and even eagles and vultures. Some bird species, such as chows, nest in caves at night and can be easily caught by hand. Ground-dwelling bird species, such as grouse or quail, could have been taken with throwing sticks, plain old rocks, or even traps. Birds of prey would have frequented carcasses, which would have made them vulnerable to being taken by a projectile. Though these birds are extremely intelligent and have extremely keen senses, it would have been very difficult to sneak up on them and even more difficult to actually kill them. Though the unusually high rate of eagle remains at Neanderthal sites and strange modifications to their bones suggest that eagles may have had a symbolic meaning in their culture. Another food source were reptiles. The remains of at least 20 butchered tortoises have been found at Bolomar Cave in Spain. Tortoises from the region became significantly smaller over time, likely reflecting overhunting, which may have led to their extinction in Iberia. Freshwater turtles were also caught at an ancient lake in Israel. Aquatic resources in general were quite an important part of the diet of some Neanderthal populations. Neanderthals seem to have exploited aquatic resources to a similar degree as our own early ancestors. Neanderthals, particularly in southern Europe, ate all kinds of marine life. Crabs, clams, seals, many species of fish, dolphins, and seabirds were all enjoyed. At Figueira Brava, Portugal, almost 800 shells of multiple species were found. This cave also preserves the remains of marine mammals with butcher marks. The remains of a monk seal, a ringed seal, and 2 different bottlenose dolphins have been found. How these animals were acquired is a mystery. It is likely that they were simply scavenged, but other possibilities exist. Seal could be killed in shallow waters or while lounging on the shore, but dolphin would have been harder to encounter. A beached dolphin would have been easy prey, and of course, washed-up carcasses could have always been scavenged. It is possible that they were hunted near the shore with spears. No hooks are known from Neanderthal remains, and neither are weights that could have been used for nets. Fishing methods would have likely consisted of hand and spear fishing. However, bony growths on Neanderthal skulls may suggest otherwise. Surfers' ear is a condition where the ear canal begins to grow bony protrusions in response to exposure to moist and cold conditions. The presence of this condition on many Neanderthal skulls may support the idea that they were diving. The abundance of shells at their sites suggests that they were primarily foraging, though hunting is not out of the question. Neanderthals also harvested fish in freshwater. Trout, chub, and eel have been found in Grotta di Castelcivita, Italy, which is on a river. Multiple sites in France have evidence of chub and European perch. Kadaro Cave, Russia, even has evidence of Black Sea salmon. It is generally thought that a lot of the evidence of Neanderthals eating fish is lost due to the sea level rising and covering up coastal sites. Even with the evidence we have, it is clear that some Neanderthals exploited aquatic environments for food and resources. One such lesser talked about food sources would be insects. Eating insects may be frowned upon in some modern societies, though in others it is extremely common. Hunter-gatherer societies are known to recognize the importance of insects. A variety of bugs can simply be caught by hand or with simple tools. Smashing open rotting logs or scavenging grubs from carcasses could have easily provided valuable nutrients, especially in times of scarcity. Parasites on their prey and on themselves may have served as a quick snack. Some Arctic people have considered the parasites on the inside of caribou pelts to be a delicacy. There is currently no evidence of insect exploitation, though insects generally do not fossilize well, so that is not surprising. Since beeswax was mixed with some of their adhesives, we can assume that they were also harvesting honey. Contemporary hunter-gatherers are known to be obsessed with honey even if they get stung a little bit. Beehives would have provided them with tasty honey, nutritious larvae, and useful beeswax. The last food source we will be talking about is other Neanderthals. Neanderthals, just like Homo sapiens, practiced cannibalism from time to time. The oldest evidence of cannibalism from Neanderthals comes from 120,000 years ago. At Moulin-Guercy in southeastern France, the remains of at least 6 cannibalized individuals have been found. 2 adults, 2 teenagers, and 2 children. Their flesh was cut and scraped from the bone, and their bones were smashed and thrown among the remains of their other prey. Many of the Neanderthals at Moulin-Guercy seem to have suffered from malnutrition. This is evident by the thinner bands of enamel on several teeth from Moulin-Guercy cave. Only the remains of 6 individuals were cannibalized at the site, and subsequent layers of habitation do not include cannibalized remains. 2 authors of a 2019 paper about the site said, "The cannibalism highlighted at Moulin-Guercy is not a mark of bestiality or subhumanity. If anything, it's a gut-wrenchingly human story of hard choices and desperate times. At the end of the day, our bodies are edible and many will choose survival over starvation." Another cave in northern Spain paints a grimmer picture. At El Cedrón Cave, an exceptionally well-preserved assemblage of bones preserves the remains of 13 individuals. They include 3 adults, 4 adult females, 3 adolescents, 2 juveniles, and 1 infant. Analysis of their mitochondrial DNA supports a hypothesis that the 13 individuals represent one cohesive family group. The bones are full of cut marks and have been smashed to bits. This family was almost certainly murdered and cannibalized by another group. The group only had 3 adult males, which may have been easily overpowered. Even the adult men and women seem to have been quite young, as seen by the wear on their teeth. This group may have been purposefully targeted as a food source by a larger, stronger group. The remains of this family also indicate that they had been suffering from nutritional stress for their entire lives. Their diet seems to have been made mostly of plant seeds, tubers, and a smaller quantity of meat. They may have been targeted by another tribe that was having trouble filling their stomachs. Another site in Belgium has grisly evidence of Neanderthals being butchered. Through the cut marks present on their bones, it was determined that the upper limbs were disarticulated, the lower limbs were defleshed and smashed, and the chest was disemboweled among other smaller cuts. Their butchering was conducted in a very similar way to their normal prey of reindeer. Some Neanderthal bones were also used as retouchers to freshen up the edges on their stone tools. The aforementioned examples may be painting a picture that is not necessarily accurate. Neanderthals were expert butchers. If they were consuming other Neanderthals on a daily basis, you would see much fewer cut marks on these remains. Cannibalism would have been reserved mainly for starvation. When considering all of our Neanderthal remains, it is apparent that Neanderthals practiced cannibalism to a similar degree as our own species. To label them all as cannibals is as inaccurate as calling all Homo sapiens cannibals. Regardless of what they were eating, we know that they needed plenty of calories to survive. On average, Neanderthals were shorter than modern humans, though their stockier bodies required comparably more nutrition. Their shorter legs meant more steps, and deep snow would have been hard work to move through. Cold environments without highly tailored clothing would have used a lot of energy just to stay warm. Carrying equipment, babies, or injured friends would have been even more taxing. Larger brains, hearts, and digestive tracts would have passively burned a lot of energy, whether active or not. Between 3,500 to 5,000 calories would have been required daily. Contemporary hunter-gatherers living in similarly cold environments are known to eat over 3 kilograms or 6.5 pounds of meat each day. That is around 5,500 calories. Neanderthals living a similar lifestyle may have had to consume as much as 7,000 calories a day. Such a large amount of calories could only have come from animal products. An average group of Neanderthals between 8 to 12 individuals would have needed 3 to 4 medium-sized animals such as deer or ibex a week just to survive. A larger kill such as a woolly rhino, bison, or aurochs could feed an average group for over 2 weeks. However, massive quantities of lean meat can actually lead to a form of malnutrition called protein poisoning. Many people get confused with the term protein poisoning because of the popularity of carnivorous diets. Protein poisoning does not occur from just eating meat. It occurs when almost all calories consumed come from protein in lean meat. The lack of other nutrients, specifically in lean meat, can lead to health problems such as dysentery and even starvation. In order to have a heavily animal-based diet, Neanderthals would have certainly needed to consume eyes, brains, tongue, fat, marrow, and other fatty organs. Fat in general is a very valuable resource in hunter-gatherer societies. Considering they heavily processed long bones and skulls, it appears they highly valued fat and marrow. Neanderthals may have even eaten the partially digested contents found in the stomachs of their prey as seen in contemporary hunter-gatherers. An important question about the diet of Neanderthals is what proportion of animal products did they eat in comparison to other foods such as plants or fungi. Plants would have certainly been an important part of the diet of Neanderthals, though we have to consider the limitation of plants as a whole. Many wild plants are not very calorically dense. They offer a wide array of nutrients, but Neanderthals would have typically been concerned with warding off starvation and not feeling marginally better. Edible plants also do not grow at high frequency during the winter, meaning that meat intake would have increased during these months. Nuts, moss, tree barks, and mushrooms would have been some of the few plants and fungi available during the winter. Dental tartar from Grote de Spy in Belgium indicated that the inhabitants had a diet including mouflon sheep, woolly rhinoceros, and mushrooms. During warmer interglacial periods, plants seem to have played a larger role in Neanderthal diets. Middle Eastern sites preserve the remains of charred nuts, including acorns, walnuts, pistachios, and hazel and pine nuts. Fruits including dates, figs, olives, and grapes can also be found. The large variety of plants found at these sites suggests that they had a knowledge of many plants and knew how to get to them. Neanderthal toothware supports the idea that the animal products were the primary source of nutrients. However, their wear is not like that of Arctic people who exclusively eat meat. It is more similar to populations with a relatively varied diet. The dental calculus of an individual from El Cedrone Cave had no evidence of large mammal DNA, but it did have evidence of pine bark, mushrooms, and moss. This discovery created claims of vegetarian Neanderthals all over the internet, though the truth is more complicated. The DNA found in the calculus matched mushrooms from the area, pine bark from East Asia, and a moss with little to no nutritional value. The moss and pine bark may have gotten into the test through contamination. The actual dental wear on the remains of this individual and others at El Cedrone suggest a varied diet including plants and animal products. The idea of a purely vegetarian Neanderthal seems to be a product of our modern imagination rather than a reflection of reality. When considering Neanderthal diets, we must also consider how the food was actually prepared. As already mentioned, cooking food breaks it down and thus increases its nutritional value along with other benefits. But how was meat actually cooked? Roasting meat on skewers would have been a good way to quickly cook up a piece of meat. A stick from the Schöningen site even appears to have been used for that exact purpose. The problem with roasting a piece of meat over the fire is that precious calories are dripped into the coals and the meat may still remain quite tough. Other methods such as making stews or baking by throwing a large piece of meat directly on the coals and then burying it would have provided more calories. It is easy to bury meat in a fire and to let it cook, but creating some kind of stew or soup is much harder. It requires a waterproof container that can also withstand a lot of heat. Rocks heated in the center of a fire can be placed into any container of water to boil it. A bark bowl, animal stomach, or skull could have been used for this purpose. There was even a rock structure from Abric Romani that may have been used as a container to boil liquids. A hole in the rock capable of being filled with a liquid is located right next to a high quantity of hearths. It may have been used to boil stews or steam meat. Plant remains from other sites also appear to have been cooked. Along with caloric staples, Neanderthals may have seasoned their food with wild herbs. In the calculus of a Neanderthal from El Cedron Cave, researchers found chamomile and yarrow. Neither of these plants have any nutritional value, though they do have strong flavors. They may have been used to add flavor to their food, though they may have also been used as a form of medicine. Besides immediate use, we must also consider how Neanderthals would have stored perishable goods such as meat or even some plants. Killing or scavenging a woolly mammoth would have left a Neanderthal band with literally millions of calories, enough to feed a group of Neanderthals for months. Even an abundance of relatively smaller animals may have warranted preservation. At Grotte du Lazaret, France, a total of 23 red deer, 6 ibexes, 3 aurochs, and 1 roe deer appear to have been hunted in a single autumn hunting season. The entire carcasses appear to have been transported to the cave and then butchered. Because this is such a large amount of food to be consumed, it is possible these Neanderthals were curing and preserving it before winter set in. Curing meat could have been accomplished in a few ways. Meat can simply be air-dried in the right conditions to preserve it. Neanderthals could have simply hung their meat over a fire, which is a very effective way to preserve it. Salt may have been used, but it is hard to come across in significant quantities in many places. If it was cold enough outside, meat of course could have just been frozen. It could have stayed frozen for many months during glacial periods, possibly even in the summer depending on how cold the period was. Meat may have also been fermented. Many recent indigenous peoples fermented meat and other foods. At Cueva de los Aviones, Spain, the remains of shellfish and seaweed may indicate that water-soaked seaweed was being used to keep shellfish alive or to keep them fresh. There are many ways which Neanderthals may have preserved their foods, and our evidence does suggest that food preservation may have been going on. By procuring all these food resources, Neanderthals made themselves a target for carnivores and scavengers. Neanderthals were a dynamic part of their wider ecosystem that we cannot overlook. Cave lions as big as the biggest tigers targeted horses, large deer, aurochs, and bison. Brides of such lions would have certainly been a threat for any Neanderthals butchering prey. Homotherium, also known as the scimitar cat, hunted young mammoths and other fairly large game. Wolves and leopards hunted a variety of prey. Multiple species of bear would have ran into Neanderthals on many occasions. Bears may have attempted to steal carcasses from Neanderthals or even target individuals. Bears in general do not typically target humans as a food source, though surprise encounters or defensive mothers often trigger attacks. The massive cave bears stood 3.5 meters or nearly 12 feet tall. They also weighed up to 1,000 kilograms or 2,200 pounds. As their name suggests, they would have competed with Neanderthals over cave space. Other bears like the brown bear and the steppe bear also occupied caves. Bears are vulnerable while hibernating and may have actually been more of a food source than a competitor in the winter. Some remains even indicate that bear hunts may have been a cultural practice among some groups. Another predator that Neanderthals would have frequently ran into were cave hyenas. Neanderthals and cave hyenas had very similar niches, though they may have exemplified niche differentiation. Though going after the same prey and living in similar places, they may have actively avoided each other. Animal remains from Neanderthal caves indicate that they targeted prime individuals, while hyenas hunted weaker and younger prey. Nonetheless, hyenas are often known to steal kills from other animals with intimidation tactics. Remains of Neanderthals even indicate that they were either preyed upon or scavenged by these powerful beasts from time to time. With a world full of hungry beasts, Neanderthals certainly had to deal with violent confrontations. Camrose 2016 looked at 124 Neanderthal specimens and analyzed the source of their skeletal trauma. 36% were victims of bear attacks, 21% were attacked by big cats, and 17% had evidence of wolf attacks. Interestingly, none of this sample were victims of hyenas, though other Neanderthals certainly were. These conflicts may have happened for a number of reasons, and many likely involved carcasses. With such stiff competition, Neanderthals certainly had ways to defend their kills. They likely engaged in intimidation tactics such as yelling, arm waving, and stone throwing. It is possible that they even lured carnivores to their kill sites to also target as prey. This may explain why carnivore remains are found at their sites. Still, these animals are very dangerous. Being able to quickly harvest game would have been a necessity. Deer and other medium-sized game would have been dragged off, but larger game would have put them at higher danger of encounters with lions or hyenas.
We would think that, in fact, the Neanderthals would come to the carcass, to the kill site, rather than dissecting the carcass and bringing it to their locations of residence, their base camps, which are frequently rock shelters and cave sites, as well as some open-air sites. Modern humans, when they take large animals like that, they will bring the people to the carcass rather than bringing the parts of the carcass to the people.
Campsites formed around large animal carcasses may have been nerve-wracking to live in, but it would have been the most calorie-efficient way to process a large animal. The idea of Neanderthal campsites conjures up questions about how they actually moved through the landscape. Neanderthals are most commonly pictured as cave dwellers. This is not just a stereotype. Caves were certainly heavily utilized. Though due to their ability to preserve remains, they are overrepresented. Depending on their structure, caves can provide protection from all sides and have a stable temperature. Fires were typically made near the entrance of the cave to, of course, prevent breathing hazards. It is possible that some form of wall or barrier was put at the end of caves to keep the cold out and to keep any predators from coming in. Many caves that Neanderthals used had an obvious organizational pattern. Dedicated areas were designed for sleeping, napping, butchery, and of course, the hearth. In some caves, specific hearths were reused for many generations. Some even have rocks around them that could have been used to contain the fire or maybe for butchery. Large blocks of stone are known from various Neanderthal sites. Some are surrounded with the remains of skulls, suggesting that they were used as an anvil for breaking hard bones open. Others that are not near animal remains may have been used to sit on or perhaps to rub hides against. Travertine from Abric Romani has preserved the remains of large pieces of wood. The wood may have been backup firewood, though it also may have been some kind of furniture or structure. Some caves have the remains of what seem to be post holes inside. Perhaps shelters were made inside of caves. There is also evidence that hides were placed on the ground in some caves as some sort of carpet or mat. Other caves have evidence of grass beds nearby a hearth which were likely used for sleeping. Images of cold rocky caves with Neanderthals crouching on a dusty stone floor may not necessarily be very accurate. Instead, firelit living spaces with tents, rugs, and other furnishings may be a more accurate depiction of some of these caves. Though even well-established caves like Abric Romani were only used temporarily. Neanderthals were highly nomadic and only stayed for a period of weeks, not months or years. Only so many animals exist in one area, and once they were exhausted, Neanderthals moved on. Many animals also follow seasonal migrations, and Neanderthals would have moved with them. A site in Spain known as Texenares Cave may preserve a seasonal hunting camp. Horses are found at the site, but only during the late spring and early summer periods, a time when horses mate and are generally more vulnerable to predation. The site also had fewer hearths and stone tools than we would expect from a Neanderthal home. The site seems to have only been stayed at for a few days at a time, certainly not a place where generations of Neanderthals grew up. Other sites also show individual occupation periods that could have only been a couple of nights at most. Since there are not caves everywhere, Neanderthals would have certainly had to construct shelters. At the French site of La Folie, it appears that large wooden poles were rammed into the ground and supported with large stone blocks. The space was around 10 meters or 32 feet in diameter and was likely not roofed. Perhaps thin sticks were woven between the large poles to create a wall to protect from wind and predators. Within the structure, there is evidence of different areas of activity, including a butchery station, leatherworking area, flint knapping space, and a bedding area. Even though they had to invest a lot of time making this structure, they only seem to have stayed for a few weeks at most. At another site in Ukraine, a ring-shaped structure made of mammoth bones was found. It was 7 by 10 meters or 23 by 33 feet. It contained hearths, a crafting area, and a cooking area. This structure is similar to later modern humans from the Russian plains. With little wood to go around, mammoth bones were some of their only building materials. It is unlikely that all of these mammoths were directly hunted, but some of them likely were. Neanderthals likely created many small shelters across their broad landscape that would not necessarily preserve any evidence in the fossil record. A simple shelter made of sticks and shrubs would not leave much evidence. Portable shelters such as teepees or hide tents may have been made. However, the large teepees that were made by the Plains Indians required horses and dogs to be moved efficiently. Since Neanderthals had neither of these animals at their will, their portable shelters would have been limited in size. Neanderthals seem to have moved across their landscape in yearly cycles from one shelter to another. Some sites were repeatedly returned to for thousands of years. Occasionally, some of these sites were abandoned for decades or even hundreds of years before being reoccupied. Perhaps their inhabitants died out, or perhaps they found greener pastures elsewhere. It is hard to reconstruct their yearly cycle, but considering they returned to the same caves, there was certainly a rhyme and rhythm to their movement. Neanderthals did not seem very concerned with other Neanderthals taking their caves. This is likely because Neanderthal populations were always quite low. Analysis of Neanderthal DNA suggests that Neanderthal populations hardly exceeded 10,000 individuals and never exceeded 15,000 individuals. Populations were separated into small, isolated groups, with some being fairly inbred. The Neanderthals had a massive range from Britain to Siberia to the Middle East. Their overall range was as much as 26 million square kilometers or 10 million square miles. Despite their massive range, their population density was only 0.0002 individuals per square kilometer. Mongolia, the least populated country, has a population density of 2.07 individuals per square kilometer. To add to this, their population was only 1/10 of the size of the population of Homo sapiens who would eventually move into their territory. Their low population may have been due to a low fertility rate and a high infant mortality rate. Such a low population allowed for the proliferation of harmful gene variants, which in turn may have kept their population low. We will talk about their population further when we talk about their decline. Another aspect about their world that we must consider is how it changed over large time periods. The Earth has been in an ice age for roughly 2.5 million years. What most people think of when we talk about ice ages is the last glacial period. A glacial period is a cold period caused by variations in the Earth's orbit that affects how much solar radiation the Earth receives. The last glacial period lasted from 120,000 years ago to 11,500 years ago. They are then followed by a warmer interglacial period. We are currently in an interglacial period. During the roughly 400,000 years of Neanderthal existence, 4 different glacial periods occurred, with 4 different interglacials between them. These periods are far too long to be noticeable within a lifetime, though Neanderthal existence was undoubtedly dictated by these climatic changes. In glacial periods, northern Europe and much of the British Isles were covered by large glaciers. Central Europe was left as mostly barren tundra, while the Alps were also covered in glaciers. Many Neanderthal populations were forced to move south. Due to so much ice being locked up in glaciers, southern Europe swelled in landmass during these periods. Some islands could be simply walked to, and coastlines everywhere expanded. Inversely, Warmer interglacials would have allowed Neanderthals to move farther north, though territory would have been lost to rising sea levels. Interglacials in general were much more tolerable to live in, and Neanderthals had greater success during these times. Understanding these climatic changes can help us understand the larger picture of Neanderthal life. The last aspect of their landscape that we must consider is how did they actually move through it? Neanderthals were very adaptable and could live at sea level all the way up to relatively high altitudes. They were certainly not discouraged by high mountain ranges or low valleys. Just like modern human hunter-gatherers, they would have had a detailed mental map of their range. They would have been able to navigate many miles based on familiar landscapes and perhaps the stars. Stars must have been a thing of wonder for these people. Perhaps a symbolic meaning was attached, or maybe they were even seen in a more practical light. Regardless, we know that they would have been very familiar with them, and navigation is a possibility. From analyzing how they used stone, we can get a hint about how they moved through their landscape. From their sites, poor quality stone is usually sourced within about 5 to 10 kilometers or 3 to 6 miles. This range may represent their typical foraging area once they reached a site. Poor quality stone was typically left within this range after the Neanderthals left. Only high quality stone would have been carried further. Quality flint was often carried more than 60 kilometers or 40 miles from its source before being discarded. The highest quality flint and the sharpest rock, obsidian, were carried more than 300 kilometers or 190 miles before being discarded. These tools may represent the existence of long-distance trade networks. Neanderthals likely did trade with other groups, though they were so nomadic that it is hard to rule out actual movement. Moving such distances would have required crossing significant obstacles. Streams and small rivers may have been simply walked or swam across, though larger rivers and oceans would have been difficult to cross. Despite this, Neanderthal remains are found on islands separated from the mainland by many miles. The only way to get to these islands would have been to swim or perhaps to use some sort of flotation device. Artifacts on Crete date back to between 130 and 107,000 years ago. Crete has been an island for some 5 million years and is 40 kilometers from its closest neighbor. Even during glacial periods when the sea level was much lower, it would have been nearly the same distance. 40 kilometers is quite a long distance to swim. Neanderthals would have not necessarily have been the best swimmers. Their high muscle mass and dense bones would have not made them very buoyant, and their short limbs would have not been the best to propel them. We must also consider that not all Neanderthals were full-grown adults. Teenagers, toddlers, and infants were all part of a Neanderthal group at any given time. Depending on their age, it would be nearly impossible for young Neanderthals to swim this far. Ambitious journeys such as crossing over to Crete were almost certainly highly planned affairs. Some type of flotation device may have been necessary. Buoyant logs may have been held onto while children sat atop them. More complex constructions may have certainly been used considering their crafting ability. However, an above-water boat is unlikely considering how challenging they can be to make. A dugout canoe would have been extremely labor-intensive, though some type of reed boat could have been made. Other islands also show evidence of long-distance travel over the Mediterranean. Zakynthos and Cephalonia also have artifacts older than 100,000 years. These islands were still islands during periods of low sea levels. Other islands in the Mediterranean may have also been inhabited, and others do have artifacts present on them. Even the Strait of Gibraltar may have been crossed. If they really did cross the seas, their ability to engineer boats and navigate through open waters would speak volumes to their advanced cognitive and technical skills. Considering their world was quite lonely, we must consider what their social lives were like. First, we must consider the lives of pregnant women. Giving birth would have been about as dangerous as it is for modern humans. Neanderthal infants were born with a brain volume of about 400 cubic centimeters. Similar to modern human babies, though their skeletons were much more robust. Female Neanderthals had larger pelvises than modern humans, but infants also had long and more robust skulls. Pregnant Neanderthal mothers would have likely sought after shelters such as a cave or a rock shelter when their time was near. Since most Neanderthals seem to have been born in the spring, they may have planned to give birth at certain locations. Friends, parents, and even grandmothers may have assisted in the birthing process. If a Neanderthal and their mother were lucky enough to survive birth, they would have been breastfed for up to 2.5 years. This is similar to modern hunter-gatherers. An extra 500 calories on average would have been needed for Neanderthal mothers to feed their infants. Based on living people, an estimated 1 in 2,000 Neanderthals would have been born intersex. A low number, but statistically significant considering their population size. These individuals are almost ubiquitously accepted across hunter-gatherer societies as another set of hands, and their actual role in society varies. Considering these individuals certainly existed, it is interesting to imagine how they would have fit into the Neanderthal social structure. Due to a high level of ailments at a young age, it appears that young Neanderthals were immediately put to work helping the group. Both male and female Neanderthal children show a similar rate of a highly active life. They would have had many skills to learn, many of which were physically exhausting, such as working hides, though a childhood with toys and plenty of laughter is not out of the question. Young chimpanzee females are known to carry around objects to mimic infants. Young Neanderthal girls may have also played with some sort of makeshift dolls. Both sexes may have been given their own stone tools to play with at a young age. As men and women matured, their tasks would have diverged. Tooth wear patterns in Neanderthals differ from men and women. Women seem to have commonly used their teeth for carrying things around, while men have more wear on their upper teeth. We do not know exactly what they were doing, though it is clear that there was a sexual division of labor. Though the typical picture of men hunting large game while women foraged harmless berries does not seem to be true. First of all, this idea is not really even true for modern human populations. Across hunter-gatherer societies, women often hunt small game and even sometimes medium to large game. Neanderthal women were stocky and strong and would have certainly been capable of hunting. Though based on hunter-gatherer societies, the larger the prey and the farther away it is has a direct correlation to a higher proportion of male hunters. Neanderthal women may have not taken part in some of the larger, more dangerous hunts, but they were still certainly getting injuries from dangerous animals. Some hunts undoubtedly included men and women. Another question we must ask regarding Neanderthal relationships is what their sexual relationships were like. It is of course a very difficult question to ask with the remains that we have. Funny enough, a way to test this comes from finger length ratios. It is thought that finger length ratios are affected by androgens such as testosterone in the womb. High levels of hormones increase the length of the fourth finger in comparison to the second finger. Neanderthal finger ratios were lower than most populations of living humans. This means that males were likely very competitive for mates and more promiscuous than modern humans. They may have formed more polygamous relationships than modern contemporary hunter-gatherers, though of course take this with a grain of salt. Due to their relatively similar rates of sexual dimorphism as modern humans, they probably commonly had pair-bonded sexual relationships. And these relationships were likely even same-sex from time to time. Same-sex relationships are quite common across the animal kingdom and have been reported in every species of great ape. There is no doubt that this would have been the same for Neanderthals. Beyond thinking about individuals, we must think about the larger Neanderthal community. Their group sizes averaged between 10 to 30 individuals. Smaller groups seem to have splintered off for specialized hunting and gathering tasks. Some sites show only 3 individuals stayed for short periods. The previously mentioned family that was cannibalized at El Cedrón has told us a lot about Neanderthal family organization. 7 of the 13 individuals, of which 6 were men, share the same mtDNA haplotype. 3 of the 4 adult females have different mtDNA lineages. This suggests that the men were all closely related while the women were from an outside group. This group likely practiced patriarchality, meaning that the women moved to the male's group instead of vice versa. though we must be careful when coming to any concrete conclusions. Other groups may have had much different customs or organizations. Neanderthal groups were likely part of a larger network of similar groups. In order to avoid interbreeding, this larger network would have had to be around 500 individuals. Genetic evidence tells us that a fair amount of Neanderthals may have been inbred, though, based on artifact transfer, Neanderthals seem to have been capable of creating expansive ethno-linguistic tribes. Many tribes in a region may have been able to directly communicate through a similar language. Due to their technical and cultural complexity, it is reasonable to assume that some kind of language was spoken.
They had language. Their language, in terms of their speech, was slightly different from ours, but we don't have any reason nowadays to assume that, in fact, the language was so different that it could not have performed like a grammatical language.
A fairly complicated language was likely necessary to navigate their complex world. The hyoid bone is a small bone at the front of the neck which is used to support the tongue and is very important for speech. A Neanderthal hyoid bone found in Israel is nearly identical to the hyoid of a modern human. Some have claimed that Neanderthals would have had high-pitched, squeaky voices. However, multiple studies on the morphology of the Neanderthal vocal apparatus prove that they could produce a similar range of sounds as modern humans. Neanderthals' ear bones also suggest that they were capable of hearing a similar range of sounds. Beyond being able to make and hear complex noises, a complex brain is needed to process them. Neanderthals had an expanded Broca's area of their brain, which in modern humans is associated with the formulation of sentences and speech comprehension. They had similar rates of right-handedness as modern humans, which reflects asymmetry of the brain and supports language ability. DNA can offer us a more detailed look into what they may have been capable of. Among 48 genes associated with language in modern humans, 11 of their genes differ from modern humans. These 11 genes do not necessarily inhibit complex communication, but they do differ. Of the similar genes, Neanderthals had a FOXP2 gene, but it was not the same as our modern variant. This gene is associated with speech and language development. Overall, DNA evidence suggests that modern humans have a stronger ability to express language than our Neanderthal cousins. This makes sense considering that Neanderthals lived in secluded groups and overall had a lower population density. Modern humans in general are much more social than Neanderthals. When thinking about the actual language that they spoke, it is important to understand that there was not one singular Neanderthal language. Over their vast range, their languages may have even differed to a similar degree as contemporary indigenous people. There are 839 living languages in Papua New Guinea alone due to how isolated the populations on the island are. We can also imagine that some Neanderthal populations may have spoken very differently than we are familiar with. Some groups may have spoken with clicks such as Khoisan languages or possibly with whistles. Migrating groups of Neanderthals may have had a very difficult time communicating with each other. Neanderthal groups may have even found themselves interacting with people who were very culturally different. As mentioned early on in the video, there is evidence that Neanderthal cultures from Central Europe were different from southern ones, and another culture east of the Altai Mountains were also different. Not only did they use slightly different technology, but there was also anatomical differences. But we can't only think about culture from a geographical perspective. We must also consider time. Different tool-making traditions and cultures appeared throughout space and time. La Quina is a Neanderthal site from France where the La Quina mousterian industry was discovered. These Neanderthals had a specific way of life that was different from other groups. They specialized in reindeer hunting. Just like some modern cultures, they followed reindeer and lived off of what they provided. They brought their entire carcasses back to their sites and processed them with unique, thick, asymmetric tools. These tools could be retouched many times, useful for nomadic hunter-gatherers. The Quina techno-complex appeared around 80,000 years ago in southern France during the MIS-4 glacial period. This period was very cold and caused many prey animals to become regionally extinct. Hyenas also seem to have abandoned the area, possibly because of a lack of prey. Quenya sites contain mostly reindeer and hardly any red or roe deer. This suggests that these Neanderthals did not frequent forests and were more accustomed to the tundra. Reindeer are known to be very migratory, and Quenya sites appear to have hunted reindeer at all times of the year. This means that they were well aware of reindeer movements and either followed them or intercepted them along the way. Many Quenya sites also appear to have been intensely used, but only for short periods. The Quenya culture continued to exist after MIS4 ended and the warmer glacial period had begun, though it would only be a few thousand years before the culture disappeared around 50,000 years ago. The important thing to understand about this culture is that it represents how the Neanderthal world was complex and distinct cultures formed and disbanded due to a variety of reasons. When considering how Neanderthal groups from different areas would have interacted with each other, we cannot overlook conflict, or even war. Perhaps the ugliest and simultaneously most celebrated human cultural invention would be war. War is more or less ubiquitous across modern human cultures, and many like to speculate that it was the same way in prehistory. But warfare did not even appear in our own species until we started settling down and our populations rose rapidly. Some anthropologists have even considered warfare to be a relatively new cultural invention that is only around 10,000 years old. Though we think of warfare as fundamental to the human condition, it was actually quite rare during the Paleolithic. When considering warfare during this period, we must define what we even mean. Regarding Neanderthals, warfare would simply consist of separate groups attempting to kill or injure members of other groups. There are only a few examples that we could point to regarding Neanderthal conflict. The Neanderthal family at El Cedrone seems to be the victims of a starving group of neighbors. This example may classify as warfare, but seems to be more of a case of survival exocannibalism. A skeleton from France preserves a healed blade wound on top of an individual's head. Based on comparative and actualistic data, Zollicoffer 2002 concluded that this injury was inflicted during an act of intragroup interpersonal violence, meaning that the injury was likely inflicted by an individual within the victim's group. He was then nursed back to health by his group and possibly even by the individual that injured him. Considering the wider context, this example is not indicative of warfare with other groups, but rather violence within a group. At the Shandandar cave of Iraq, a lesion on the rib of a Neanderthal is characteristic of a projectile weapon. The morphology of this injury is consistent with a low mass, low kinetic energy projectile weapon. The injury only damaged one rib, but may have also damaged the individual's lung. Shandandar 3 was 40 to 50 years old and may have died due to the wound. Whether it was a hunting accident, an act of interpersonal violence, or violence from another group, we may never know. It is possible that it was even made by modern humans, though we just don't know. Overall, conflict and warfare does not appear to have been very common in the Neanderthal world. Neanderthal populations were just too low to make conflict all that common. When considering their population density, there just does not seem to have been an incentive for two groups to fight. Since we have talked about the ugliest aspects of the human condition, we should talk about the most beautiful: the expression of art and culture. It was once thought that Neanderthals were not capable of symbolism. This was because early modern human remains are full of art, something that was seemingly absent from the Neanderthal fossil record. As more discoveries were made, it became apparent that Neanderthals were capable of symbolism, even if it was expressed quite differently than it was in early modern humans. Some of the first indications that Neanderthals may have thought symbolically came from the large amounts of red ochre found at their sites. Red ochre is a term that describes various kinds of iron oxide pigments which can be a variety of warm colors. It is still used today across many cultures as a pigment and a medicine, and it was widely used throughout prehistory. Neanderthals used red ochre over 200,000 years ago, around the same time that our own species began to use it. Identifying how Neanderthals used this material is quite complicated. If they used it to paint themselves, we will never know. The Himba people of Namibia use a combination of ochre and fat to create a paste. This paste is then spread across their skin and hair to protect themselves from the harsh desert climate. They also use it as a mosquito repellent during initiation ceremonies and during funerals. Other cultures have been known to use it to tan hides or even for food preservation. Neanderthals may have been using it in many of the same ways. They may have also used it to paint their clothes or perishable goods, both of which would not preserve well in the fossil record. Though analysis of pigments from a site in France suggests that they were applied to soft materials such as hides or even human skin. Hides may have been dyed brilliant shades of orange and red for ritualistic events or even just for daily life. Red ochre and other pigments are also found on some objects. A geode from Romania was coated with red ochre. The strange object was brought back to a cave and painted on every surface. Other containers from the same site made of stalagmites appear to have been used as mixing containers. The geode had no practical use, but nevertheless it was carried back to the cave and covered in paint. Other objects that may have been pendants were painted with pigments. A fossil sea snail shell that may have been painted red was transported over 100 kilometers or 62 miles to a Neanderthal site. Other shells from Spain dating over 115,000 years ago were perforated and painted with black, red, and yellow pigments. The shells are naturally vibrant on one side, and they may have been painted to make them colorful on both sides. Considering they have holes present in them, they may have been strung together to make a necklace. Other evidence of necklaces exists. Perhaps the most interesting evidence comes from the Krpina site of Croatia. Here, 130,000-year-old eagle talons appear to have been strung into a necklace. 8 of these talons were excavated together. The necklace would have taken 3 to 4 eagles to create. It is unlikely that all of these eagles were simply found deceased. Deep notches and smooth cut marks present on the base of the talons would have helped string them together. Recent analysis showed evidence of a fiber still present on one of the talons, which may be a remnant of the leather or sinew that once held it together. Some of the talons even have evidence that red, yellow, and black pigments were applied to them. This evidence may be the earliest evidence of jewelry in Europe. It may also be evidence that Neanderthals had a symbolic culture long before contact with modern humans. There is evidence of another eagle talon necklace from Spain dating to 39,000 years ago, though it could have been made by modern humans. Talons are known in other sites as well as the wings of eagles. Interestingly, other parts of these birds without significant quantities of meat on them are present in many of their caves. Wings in general are vastly overrepresented in Neanderthal sites compared to other parts of birds. It appears that Neanderthals mainly selected the primary flight feathers from wings. These feathers do not appear to have any practical purpose. They do not provide any warmth, and they are not useful in stabilizing a projectile due to the size of Neanderthal spears. The most likely answer would be that they were used for their inherent aesthetic value. Feathers are commonly used throughout indigenous societies for this very same purpose. Another site in Ukraine preserves evidence of modified raven bones. 17 of the bones were decorated with intentional equidistant marks. The reasoning behind this is of course enigmatic. They could have been made to count, to aid in the grip of the bone, or for some aesthetic purpose. Either way, this is further evidence of bird bones being interacted with in a way that does not have a survivalistic explanation. Birds, especially larger raptors and corvids, may have indeed had a symbolic meaning across many Neanderthal populations. Clearly, these animals are impressive, not only in the way they interacted with their environment, but also in their inherent aesthetic value. Bones from a variety of other animals also seem to have been treated in ways that are not consistent with butchery. A hyena bone from a cave in France has 9 strange parallel incisions. Perhaps it is evidence that Neanderthals were counting things. A giant deer phalanx from Germany has even stranger markings. The bone appears to have been cleaned of tissue and probably boiled. After drying, it was then carved with slanted, intersecting lines and smaller tick marks. Carving these deep notches would have taken some time, and it was certainly not accidental. A piece of flint from the Crimean Mountains has 13 deep lines scratched into the cortex. The lines would have had no practical function. Unmodified natural objects, known as manuports, are known throughout many Neanderthal sites. Neanderthals transported various rocks and even fossils to their sites. Some of these objects do have practical purposes, but we cannot look past their eye-catching looks. Quartz crystals can be knapped, and Neanderthals certainly did knap them, though others were left unmodified. Other minerals that they brought into their sites include cerussite, iron pyrite, calcite, and galena. A variety of fossils of aquatic organisms have been found at their sites, including shells, polyps, sea urchins, and belemnite beaks. A fossil numelite shell from Hungary even has a cross etched into it. Some of these aquatic animals would have been familiar to Neanderthals and may have been strange for them to see in the medium of stone. Though they did not understand how these fossils came to be, they undoubtedly found them to be interesting. Another fascinating artifact recovered from a Neanderthal site is the mask of Laroque Cotard. It was made of a piece of flint with a bone pushed through a hole on the midsection. It has been interpreted to resemble the upper half of the face, with the bone representing eyes. It may represent a human or even animal face. The actual function of this so-called mask is unknown. It is unlikely that this artifact would have been worn, considering it is made of a heavy piece of flint. It has been argued that it may have actually been a device for tying knots. Though it would be very coincidental that it was used for a different purpose, yet resembles a face. Its purpose remains unknown. Another intriguing object found at a Neanderthal site is the Divje Babe flute. Canadian musicologist Robert Fink said that the original flute had either a diatonic or pentatonic musical scale. This artifact is very controversial. Some claim it to have been made by modern humans, and others think it may have been made by a carnivore bite. The bone comes from a very young cave bear. The holes were likely made by humans and seem to have been deliberately spaced. It remains unknown whether it was a musical instrument. Another place where stunning artifacts have been found is at Denisova Cave. Though Denisova Cave is typically known as the place that housed Denisovans, Neanderthals also lived there. In fact, a girl that lived at this cave 90,000 years ago was the daughter of Denisovan and Neanderthal parents. This cave is the farthest east that we know Neanderthals lived. It is hard to tell how often Neanderthals would have been in the area, but we know at certain times they were. Artifacts from this cave become exceptionally interesting in younger layers dated to around 48,000 years ago. In these layers, there were many pendants, ostrich eggshell beads, a beautiful stone bracelet, and even a bone needle. These objects suggest that the inhabitants must have had drill technology. A stone hand drill could have worked, but a bow or pump drill would have been much better. These artifacts are much more indicative of a modern human assemblage, and they may have been made by them. Modern humans were in Siberia during this time, and they likely had a role in the creation of these tools. Though we cannot rule out the possibility that Neanderthals, Denisovans, or even a hybrid population between all three of these species were responsible. Besides artifacts, Neanderthals also decorated their living spaces to some extent. Art from Maltreviso Cave, also located in Spain, has been dated to 64,000 years ago. It was once thought that these paintings may have been made by Homo sapiens, but after a new dating technique was used, it proved that these were the work of Neanderthals. They are the oldest cave paintings found anywhere on Earth. They show abstract symbols and even what appear to be animals. In order to create these works, they had to venture deep into the cave with the aid of a light source. Interpreting what these symbols may represent is very difficult. A geometric ladder-like shape was made. Above it, over 100 dots of paint were placed. This would have taken precision and patience. 2 paintings of what have been interpreted to be animals fill 2 of the ladder's holes, both bulbous-looking herbivores, though these paintings may have actually been made by modern humans later. Then, to the right of the work, a very strange and complex symbol was made. It does not look to be a depiction of an animal or anything of the natural world, a purely symbolic creation. We can only imagine what the purpose of this painting was. Could it represent their culture or clan, a spoken word or a song, maybe a depiction of a primordial creation deity? In truth, we will never know. In this cave there also exists a couple of red ochre hand paintings.
a trend that would be very widespread throughout the Upper Paleolithic. Some hunter-gatherers in Australia still practice this ancient tradition. Likely the longest living expression of art, a mark of one's hand, the Stone Age way of saying, "I was here." Looking at walls of these handprints can sometimes be eerie. Though they were distant in time, they were no less human. Their lives were as detailed and as complicated as the ones we're living right now. It seems now that Neanderthals may have been the pioneers of art, rather than the artless brutes that we once thought they were. This discovery has opened the door to the possibility that other European Paleolithic art could have been created by our evolutionary cousins. Since sapien and Neanderthal occupation overlaps, we can only say that the art was undoubtedly Neanderthal if it was older than about 44,000 years old. At the site of Leroux-Cotard, the same site as where the mask was discovered, evidence of red pigment on the walls as well as finger marks were likely made by Neanderthals. The site has tools characteristic of Neanderthals as well as faunal remains dating to over 44,000 years old. Another cave in southern Spain called the Cave of Nerja has various works created over the past 40-some thousand years. Recent dating methods have shown that some of the paintings are well over 42,000 years old. This has led some to speculate that they may be Neanderthal in origin. The paintings of two seals are among the oldest in the cave, which is an animal not commonly seen in cave art. Other cave art found around southern Europe could have been made by either Neanderthals or modern humans. These species both coexisted in the region for a few thousand years. At Gorham's Cave, Gibraltar, scratch marks on the floor have been interpreted as art. 13 intersecting lines were scratched deep into the stone over 40,000 years ago. It would have required an estimated 200 to 300 scratches to produce this pattern. Such a structure had no practical use, perhaps a mark of property or a careless doodle. A far stranger sight was discovered within the French cave of Bruniquel. 300 meters or nearly 1,000 feet down, a bizarre arrangement of stalagmites was found. Over 400 of these stalagmites were broken off and placed into two main rings. The larger ring has a diameter of about 5 meters or 16 feet. Two piles of stalagmites made by 4 distinct layers sit within the larger circle. Evidence of fire was found on multiple points of the structure. Around a quarter of the stalagmites were burned. The floor of the cave is covered in flowstone, but beneath it are other hearths. It seems that the site may have been visited repeatedly for at least hundreds of years. The total weight of the stalagmites moved is over 2 tons. It would have taken hours to build, likely over multiple sessions. Artificial light would have been needed to see, perhaps a torch or possibly the fires on the structure. When looking at the bigger picture of the site, it appears that it was some kind of ritual or sacred cave. Why would a group of Neanderthals spend hours deep underground choking on smoke, working on a seamlessly pointless structure? Some have claimed that it may have been a sort of shelter. Perhaps the stalagmites were used to anchor a tent of some sort. However, the structure was so deep underground that it would have been impractical to live in. Starting a fire for cooking or warmth would have choked the inhabitants with smoke. Fires were also had within the structure and on the walls. This contradicts the idea that the stalagmites supported some kind of tent or pole. Furthermore, there is no lithic or butchery waste. There are some bones, but they could have been fuel for a fire just as much as a snack. The structure is dated to 174,000 years ago and is the only monumental stone structure ever made by the Neanderthals. Modern humans around the world made large megalithic structures, often for spiritual reasons, and Bruniquel may be the Neanderthals' take on the same impulses. Though it is easy to think of Neanderthals as busy hunter-gatherers with little time to think abstractly, the reality is that they were human and had complicated emotions and ideas. Attaching words such as religion or spiritual to Neanderthals can be contentious. Even doing so to early modern humans is a tricky affair. But there are even examples of chimpanzees' symbolic or ritual behaviors such as so-called sacred trees or reacting strangely in the face of storms or wildfires. These behaviors may be the most primitive predecessors to our modern religions and rituals.
Though we cannot pin down any classification of shamanism or animism, we can imagine that they would have had similar impulses to act based on existential thoughts. In the early 1900s, the cave of Dreckenloch in Switzerland was excavated. The cave was full of bare bones, which was not very surprising considering it was used as a den. But the bones appeared to be arranged in very strange ways. Low stone walls next to the cave walls seemed to hold back bare long bones and complete skulls. One skull even had a shin bone stuck between its cheekbone. Elsewhere in the cave, 6 chests or boxes made of sandstone contained bare bones. One contained bare skulls and was covered with a limestone slab. Workmen then reportedly dismantled much of the site before it could be photographed, and only sketches remained. The discovery and rumors associated with the cave immediately caused speculation that it was used as a ritual center for some sort of cave bear cult. The romantic idea quickly caught on, though some were still skeptical. The cave was excavated hastily by workmen who were only supervised by archaeologist Emil Bachler for part of the time. They discovered the skull with the long bone through it and some of the chests without any professional present. No photos of the chests were taken, and our only evidence comes from what Bachler says he found. The men who saw these chests in their resting state do not even agree what they saw, and as time went by, their accounts changed. Field notes from one man say that the structures may not even be man-made and may just be accumulations of fallen rocks. He also made no mention of stone chests, but rather cavities in the floor with bones covered up by limestone slabs. Such an accumulation could certainly be the work of nature and not the hands of a cultist. Bachler's account is undeniably flawed. Unfortunately, we will never really know because the site has been so badly damaged. This example is important because it displays the danger of placing our own preconceived notions on remains that we may not fully understand. Neanderthals very well may have had various cults based on bears, birds, the seasons, or even the stars, though our evidence is far from conclusive. Perhaps the best evidence that they may have thought ritually or spiritually comes from the burial of their dead. Neanderthals did bury their dead, this much we can say for certain, though we do not know if their burials were symbolic funerals or just some form of predator prevention. From a practical standpoint, burying a dead member of your group prevents attracting dangerous animals. It can also prevent the spread of dangerous diseases or even just an unpleasant smell. Though chimpanzees, elephants, and even whales are known to display mourning behaviors. Chimpanzee mothers are known to carry around their deceased children, while in one case, a chimpanzee used a grass tool to clean out the teeth of a dead friend. This would not necessarily classify as symbolic, but rather just a display of immense emotion. There is no doubt that a Neanderthal would have mourned the loss of a loved one, but we must look for further evidence of symbolism. The first evidence of possible deliberate burial by Neanderthals comes from an individual from La Chapelle-aux-Saints, France. The remains seem to have been preserved in an artificial hole within the cave. Further evidence emerged from excavations in the 1950s and 60s. The cave yielded the remains of 10 Neanderthals, including one dubbed Shannon-Dar 4, which was found with clumps of pollen. This suggested that the body had been deliberately placed in a grave and a variety of flowers were scattered on it. Interestingly, some of the flowers may have medicinal properties. This led some to believe that the individual may have been a shaman or a healer. The finding was one of several lines of evidence that has led to a reassessment of Neanderthals as highly intelligent and social people. The idea of burial has been controversial, and the idea that flowers were placed on the grave seemed even more unlikely. Flowers may have just grown nearby or been blown in with sediments, and some rodents are known to deposit various plants in caves. Deliberate placement of flowers remains a possibility, though rodent remains within the deposit are a more likely explanation. Re-examination of the site discovered another Neanderthal individual right next to the famous flower burial. These new remains showed the upper half of a Neanderthal in an anatomical position. Multiple lines of evidence indicate that the Neanderthal was deliberately buried, including the fact that the sediment layer around the body is visibly different from the layer below. evidence of digging and replacement within the sediment is strong evidence for burial. A variety of other Neanderthal sites preserve evidence of burial, though it can sometimes be hard to rule out cave-ins or rockfalls. Actual deliberate Neanderthal burials typically consist of shallow graves and sometimes include grave goods. Some sites, such as Shenandoah Cave or La Ferraci, may actually have been important mortuary centers for Neanderthals. Mortuary centers are known throughout many modern human cultures. Neolithic Europeans would bring their dead from far and wide to the site of Herxheim. It is possible that Neanderthals would have made similar travels to these sites to put their loved ones to rest. Children and infants in particular seem to have been buried with great respect. An infant from La Ferraci, France had 3 flint scrapers buried with it. Its head was also left higher than the rest of the skeleton, perhaps indicating that Neanderthals deliberately piled sediment to raise the head. At Amud Cave, Israel, a child is clearly associated with a red deer jaw, while the other remains of this animal are absent or pulverized. At Dedaraya Cave in Syria, 2 infants were buried. One of them was buried laying on its back with a stone slab next to its head and a triangular piece of flint on its chest. The other was associated with faunal remains and over 100 pieces of knapped stone. At the site of Teshiktash in Uzbekistan, a child was placed in a circle of ibex horns with a slab of limestone to support its head. Finally, at the site of Kilkoba in Ukraine, a child was buried with a flint flake with etchings on it. This is the same flake that we talked about earlier. Considering that almost any parent would have been devastated by the loss of their child, it makes sense that deceased infants were treated with so much respect. The association with grave goods at infant graves is indicative of a deeper symbolic meaning. There very well may have been a ritual being performed at these burials. Once again, we must be careful not to apply our modern ideas of spirituality or religion on these people. Though, at a human level, we can relate to their feeling of loss. These people loved each other, and even after death, they had residual feelings that compelled them to bury their dead and sometimes leave them with valuable goods. When considering all of our evidence of Neanderthal burial, it does not appear to have been exceptionally common. The oldest burials occurred 70,000 years ago and became more common as the years went by. This suggests that burials were a cultural invention that happened relatively recently in Neanderthal existence. This behavior may have increased in frequency and became more elaborate if more time was allowed. There have been over 400 individual Neanderthals discovered. This number may sound low because of the thousands of Neanderthals alive at any given time, but it is actually a lot. Fossilization is an extremely rare process, and humans also have to find these fossils. One of the reasons that we have so many fossils of Neanderthals is undoubtedly due to burial. Another kind of funeral we must take into account is ritual cannibalism. Though cannibalism is usually thought of as a predatory affair with an unwilling victim, this is only one kind of cannibalism. Mortuary cannibalism was actually quite common throughout history and prehistory. At the aforementioned Neolithic site of Herxheim, individuals were brought from far distances before being butchered, pulverized, and then buried. The ones doing the butchery were likely loved ones who brought the dead to the site as a form of a funeral. Similar rituals have been seen in Papua New Guinea and Brazil. Communities of Papuans would commonly consume their deceased loved ones. The belief is that it is much better for the body to be eaten by their own people than by maggots or worms. It has been reported that many Papuans would personally request this funeral before death. Another tribe in Brazil, known as the Tupinamba, practiced ritual cannibalism on the deceased. They believed that the soul lives on in the body of their relatives once consumed. It was an essential practice to help their family relieve their grief. As you can see, cannibalism can actually be done out of great love and respect, and there is evidence that Neanderthals may have been engaging in a similar behavior. At the Croatian site of Krapina, where the possible eagle talon necklace was found, another intriguing thing was discovered. A well-preserved Neanderthal skull was found to have strange cut marks present on its forehead. At least 35 marks were made on the forehead of this individual, likely during the same session. The cut marks are not consistent with butchery and are more likely associated with the symbolic perimortem manipulation of the dead. It is difficult to say what was actually done to this individual, though he wasn't simply scoffed down by a hungry neighbor. Deceased Neanderthals were definitely treated differently in various Neanderthal populations. Some may have had many similarities with modern funerals, while others may have looked like a horror movie to us. Besides the way they treated their dead, we can also find hints of compassion in how they treated the living. Neanderthals lived very hard lives, and serious injuries were a common part of life. It is generally accepted that more than 80% of the skeletal remains known to archaeologists display several injuries. Most of these injuries were acquired during hunting or when traversing their often mountainous terrain. Despite so many injuries, many of them seem to have made impressive recoveries. Bone fractures often healed without significant deformities, suggesting that they had been set with a splint of some sort. Individuals with healed head trauma and rib lesions suggest that they had methods to prevent major blood loss. Bandages made of animal skin may have been used. Some Inuit groups today use rodent skin to dress wounds. It is feasible that Neanderthals would have come across similar methods to stop the blood flow and to keep the wound relatively hygienic. Perhaps more impressively, they appear to have avoided severe infections, indicating good long-term treatment of their wounds. The high level of injury and recovery from serious conditions, such as a broken leg, suggests that others must have collaborated in their care and helped them not only ease the pain, but to fight for their survival in such a way that they could regain health and actively participate in the group again. Neanderthals lived in small groups, so any loss of life could prove catastrophic for the survival of the group. Injury over disease was the most common threat, as Neanderthals didn't live in the type of environment or in large enough communities to be at high risk from pathogens. Their knowledge of medicinal plants appears to have been comparable to that of contemporary hunter-gatherers. Karen Hardy of the Catalan Institution for Research and Advanced Studies has spent years analyzing the calcified plaque left on Neanderthal teeth. In one individual, she found the chemical signatures of yarrow and chamomile. These plants may have been used as herbs, though they taste extremely bitter and have little nutritional value. She hypothesizes that they were instead used for self-medication. Both of these plants have anti-inflammatory and fever-reducing properties. At the Shenandoah Cave, the flower burial may have included these plants. Analysis of another Neanderthal individual revealed traces of poplar in the mold penicillin. Poplar contains the natural painkiller salicylic acid, while the mold penicillin is of course one of our most successful antibiotics. While we can't be sure that Neanderthals deliberately ingested these substances for medicinal purposes, it's telling that this individual suffered from a severe tooth abscess. The individual also had painful parasites which would have caused diarrhea. These plants were likely used to cure both of these ailments. Many have speculated that early humans and other species such as Neanderthals may have used psychoactive drugs for a variety of reasons. Evidence of psychoactive drug use only goes back a few thousand years, though it is likely underrepresented. Powerful hallucinogenic mushrooms did grow in the range of the Neanderthals, and they would have been aware of them. It is possible that they were consumed for their mind-altering effects, and perhaps they were even part of spiritual practices. However, no evidence of these mushrooms exists in Neanderthal dental calculus or at Neanderthal sites. It is entirely possible that these mushrooms are being consumed, though without evidence, we can only speculate. Some have proposed that psilocybin mushrooms may have had a profound effect on the evolution of our genus, though this theory has little evidence to support it. It appears that psychoactive drugs were not used very much until relatively recently in human history. Besides medicine or drugs, other healthcare practices would have also been very important. Sick, injured, and especially elderly individuals would have had to be fed and cared for. Perhaps the most fascinating display of Neanderthal healthcare and compassion comes from the remains at Shenandoah Cave. Remains of a Neanderthal who survived well into his 40s were named Shenandoah I. This man lived an excessively painful life. he had suffered a violent blow to the left side of his head at a young age. It fractured his orbital and left him partially or totally blind in his left eye. His teeth were abnormally worn, a sign of a degenerative disease. He also suffered from severe hearing loss, which left him partially deaf in one ear and likely completely deaf in the other. Damage to his C5 vertebrae caused his right arm to lose muscle function. This arm was likely amputated later in his life. If so, it is the earliest evidence of amputation on a living individual. The damage to his arm and vertebrae caused some paralysis on the right side of his body. And to add to all this, he suffered from not one, but 2 broken legs. They had healed, but left him with a painful limp. Even so, his legs seem to have been walked on to a similar degree as other Neanderthals. With all of these debilitating injuries, he seems to have survived well into his 40s, perhaps nearing his 50s. Though he was still able to walk and use one arm, he wasn't taking down woolly rhino by himself. He undoubtedly survived with a little help from his friends. They would have had to at least partially feed him and certainly protect him from predators. After a long and loving life, he appeared to have died of natural causes. This level of altruism is hardly ever associated with the Neanderthals. Even some human hunter-gatherers have practiced killing off the weak and elderly for the good of the tribe. But these Neanderthals, all those thousands of years ago, valued this man. He was a part of their family, a father, a brother, maybe even a grandparent. At the tribe's expense, he was kept alive. Perhaps he actually provided the tribe plenty of valuable information that actually benefited their survival. Elderly Neanderthal remains are not exceptionally common, though there are misconceptions regarding their lifespan and life expectancy. Lifespan is defined as the maximum number of years that an individual can live, while life expectancy is the average number of years that an individual lives. Neanderthals had a life expectancy of between 25 to 40 years old. This is about the same as modern human hunter-gatherers depending on what population you are looking at. But these hunter-gatherers can have lifespans over 70 years of age. Even a wild chimpanzee reached an age of 63, while captive individuals can reach their late 70s or early 80s. It is perfectly reasonable that a very small number of Neanderthals could have made it to a similar age. At any given time, a Neanderthal group may have even had individuals in their 40s or even 50s who actively participated in daily activities. 3 living generations would have not been out of the ordinary for any group. Older individuals would have been highly knowledgeable about many things. They would have had a much more detailed mental map of the landscape than younger individuals. They could also remember seasons where there may have been much more snow or times when herds migrated in unexpected ways. Even if they were not able to directly hunt large game, they would have been competent at hunting small game, time-consuming foraging, and taking care of the little ones. Young Neanderthals would have had to have been taught flint knapping for many hours. Though some Neanderthal tools may look simplistic, creating them can be a challenge even for modern flint knappers. We also have to think about the fact that even prime-aged adults would have been injured fairly frequently and would have needed care. We also cannot underestimate the importance of elders telling stories around the fire. A simple tale about an old friend eaten by a cave bear may have served as an important educational moment for anyone listening. Stories from long ago may have been passed on for many generations. Australian Aboriginals from coast to coast tell stories of when the sea rose long, long ago. Much of Australia is surrounded by extensive shallow shores no more than 9 meters or 30 feet deep. Over 7,000 years ago, they would have been grazing grounds with many other islands sitting offshore. After the glaciers melted, the sea levels rose and an unimaginable amount of land sank beneath the shore. Over the next 400 generations, stories about the rising waters persisted. Some even recall the names of great islands that were once above the waves. Similar stories may have actually been important for Neanderthal survival. Their climate was ever-changing and herds moved accordingly.
Stories of massive glaciers or rising sea levels may have persisted for hundreds or even thousands of years. It is even possible, if not likely, that some of these stories were passed on to the newcomers from the south. Neanderthals and Homo sapiens were not completely isolated from each other for hundreds of thousands of years. Remains from Apodema Cave dating to 210,000 years ago suggest that archaic Homo sapiens may have been present in Greece much earlier than once thought. Though if these fossils do represent sapiens, they do not appear to have stayed long. The fossils may represent an occasional unsuccessful migration deep within Europe from the Near East. The Near East was a very important place for our species and for Neanderthals. Both species ranged throughout it, and genetics suggests that interbreeding occurred as early as 120,000 years ago. Homo sapien remains from a number of sites in Israel date as far back as 200,000 years ago, and nearby Neanderthal sites date to the same period. There is no doubt that Neanderthals and modern humans in the Near East regularly interacted and even created families together. For over 100,000 years, both Neanderthals and modern humans lived in this region. Meanwhile, other populations of modern humans were spreading throughout much of Asia. They made it to the Indian subcontinent by 80,000 years ago and even Australia by around 65,000 years ago. Meanwhile, the modern humans in the Near East do not seem to have encroached into Europe until later. The appearance of modern humans in Europe is very complicated. It was previously thought that sapiens first followed the eastern Mediterranean coast to enter southeast Europe between 43 and 48,000 years ago. Though a 2022 study found modern human fossils in France dating to between 51 and 56,000 years ago. Alongside their remains were peculiar stone tools dubbed the Neronian tools. They consist of small projectile points that may have been spears, though they could have also been atlatl points or even arrowheads. This technology is similar to technology from Africa and the Middle East, which now makes sense considering that it was likely modern humans that made it. What is even more interesting is that just as soon as they came, they left. Neronian tools and human remains sit below additional layers of Neanderthal occupation. The remains at Grote Mandrin may represent an unsuccessful migration by a population of modern humans. And this brings up an interesting point about this period. Europe was so sparsely populated that sapiens may have simply migrated in without even coming into conflict with Neanderthals. Neanderthals themselves likely would not have seen sapiens as anything but another group of humans. Modern humans may have looked slightly different, being taller, slimmer, and likely darker, though from other examples, we clearly see that Neanderthals had no problem mating with the newcomers. Neanderthal war parties fighting off encroaching warmongering sapiens is a scene of fiction. Once again, the Paleolithic does not appear to have been nearly as violent as some make it out to be in regards to intergroup violence. We have not discovered any evidence of sapiens or Neanderthals who appear to have died in an interspecies war. The reason that sapiens had difficulty migrating into the region may simply be because Neanderthals were already living there. They were the ones adapted for the environmental conditions, and there may not have been the room for other humans. It does not appear that modern humans were able to find much success in Europe until they made technological innovations. This is why, even though humans were present for a short time in France over 50,000 years ago, actual significant migrations did not seem to have occurred until around 48,000 years ago in the Balkans. Here, the Bohuntian industry appears to derive from the Levantine Amirian industry. The Bohuntian seems to be a transitional industry between the Neanderthal Mousterian and the later Sapien Aurignacian. These tools may have been made by a population of both Neanderthals and modern humans, though we do not have fossil evidence. A few thousand years later, this industry would evolve into the Proto-Aurignacian. This technology consisted of bone and antler points, bone needles and awls, and fine stone blades and bladelets. These blades could be attached to composite points to create very deadly weapons. Small cores that could easily be carried had the potential to create dozens of these razor-sharp microliths. Besides tools,
Upper Paleolithic technology is often associated with many cultural innovations, such as a variety of cave art and the formation of long-distance trade networks. From about 45,000 years onward, this culture and its sapient creators would spread out throughout much of Western Europe. But the replacement of the Neanderthals was not so simple. Another stone tool industry from France and northern Spain called the Châtel-Perronian existed from 45,000 to 40,000 years ago. This industry was also Upper Paleolithic and may have been produced by Neanderthals. Some have suggested that Neanderthals were adopting sapient technology, while others believe these tools were made by hybrid populations or simply by Homo sapiens. The industry may also partially be the result of disturbed archaeological records from the 19th century. Though this may all sound confusing, the larger picture is that sapiens migrating into Western Europe brought with them new technology that mixed with the other technologies of the region. A 2022 study found that modern humans and Neanderthals coexisted in Western Europe for roughly 1,400 years. This helps explain why the archaeological record is so confusing. Old ways of toolmaking adopted new techniques, and eventually it appears that the new techniques were favored by both Neanderthals and modern humans. The coexistence of these species undoubtedly included centuries, if not millennia, of hybridization. We know that hybridization occurred because all modern humans have Neanderthal genetics, but we will talk about this later. Besides this fact, all remains from this period clearly show that they were hybridizing. The 40,000-year-old OAC2 from Romania was found to have 6 to 9% Neanderthal DNA. This suggests that he had a Neanderthal ancestor only 4 to 6 generations earlier. With this example, you must keep in mind that by 40,000 years ago, Neanderthals were already on the brink of extinction. When considering the initial periods of intermixing, first-generation hybrids would have been much more common. Neanderthal populations across Western Europe seem to decrease drastically after around 43,000 years ago. The reason for their decline is not entirely understood, but it certainly had to do with their population size. Neanderthal population size fluctuated mainly based on warmer times, though after about 100,000 years ago, their populations began to decline regardless of modern humans. The reason for this decline does not seem to have to do with competition with modern humans, as it started before they even appeared on the landscape. Even when modern humans entered Europe, there were plenty of resources to go around. Both Neanderthals and early modern humans would have been rare on the landscape. Their decline instead seems to be tied to low fertility rates and assimilation. Neanderthals seem to have suffered many negative effects due to having low genetic diversity. The mitochondrial genomes of 6 Neanderthals from across Europe only differ at 55 locations out of more than 16,000 locations. They had about 3 times less mitochondrial diversity than in modern humans. This resulted in the proliferation of harmful gene variants which may be tied to their low fertility rate. It appears that Neanderthals were already having a hard time when our new innovative species moved in. It didn't help that our population seemingly had a much higher fertility rate than Neanderthals. Our population seemed to have swelled as much as tenfold around 40,000 years ago. This may be tied to the onset of the Heinrich 4 event, which also occurred during this time. A Heinrich 4 event is caused by ice breaking off from glaciers in the Atlantic, which causes extreme seasonality. These conditions included drought-ridden summers and frigid winters. The periods lasted for centuries. Neanderthals had survived a few of these events before, though their populations had decreased in prior Heinrich events. However, this time Homo sapiens were there. Sapient populations appear to have done very well during this period, perhaps because of their technological or social organization. Though you must keep in mind that this population had significant Neanderthal genetics and even purebred Neanderthals. As OAC1 shows us, many modern humans would have had a significant amount of Neanderthal DNA and may have even had full Neanderthals in their group. Early European modern humans at large display many features that are reminiscent of Neanderthals.
Many had slightly flattened skull caps and prominent occipital buns, as well as heavily built skeletons. The frequency of these features in early populations suggests that interbreeding was much more common than once thought. These features would persist for tens of thousands of years, though they significantly diminished throughout the Upper Paleolithic. It appears that many Neanderthal genes were eventually naturally bred out of the population throughout time. Some of these genes were initially quite harmful, though others may have helped these newcomers adapt to the European environment. When considering the disappearance of Neanderthals, we must understand that it was a very long process. Neanderthals appear to have been more or less bred out of existence. Many of their populations were simply assimilated into our own populations. Their genetics in subsequent hybrid populations were watered down by the more numerous Homo sapiens. Other groups of Neanderthals may have been outcompeted for food resources by groups of sapiens or hybrid groups. However, remember that Europe is a big place and it was underpopulated during this time. There would have been plenty of room for many of these groups to coexist. Still, the possibility exists that some groups of Neanderthals were outcompeted or perhaps, in rare occasions, even targeted for violent attacks. Another aspect to consider about their extinction is, when did the last true Neanderthals actually go extinct? The Neanderthal range is full of isolated, hard-to-reach areas that could have harbored Neanderthals for much longer than mainland Europe. Even the entire Iberian Peninsula seems to have remained isolated from sapien dispersal later than the rest of Western Europe. It has been hypothesized that the Ebro River in northern Spain may have been a formidable geographical barrier for sapien populations. Re-evaluations of sites suggest that sapiens may have been able to cross the river even over 42,000 years ago, though Neanderthal populations may have still remained in isolated areas throughout Iberia post 40,000 years ago. Most purebred Neanderthals were already absent from Western Europe at this time and whimpered to virtually nothing in the next 1,000 years. Though, Neanderthals in Gibraltar may have survived much longer, possibly as late as 30,000 years. Though the evidence for this is based upon unusual artifacts and climatic patterns rather than direct dating. Populations elsewhere may have also survived much longer. Mousterian tools dating to post 34,000 years ago in northern Siberia may represent a late surviving Neanderthal population, though these tools could have been made by sapiens as well. More direct evidence would need to be found. Neanderthal populations living in Central or Eastern Asia may have been some of the last. Though Neanderthals have only been found as far east as Denisova Cave, they may have been more widespread in the region than the fossils suggest. Overall, it is clear that no exact date can be given for the extinction of purebred Neanderthals. By around 40,000 years ago, Neanderthal populations were nearly non-existent, and any evidence after 37,000 years ago is very rare and often controversial. The last Neanderthal likely took their last breath in some remote mountain refuge, perhaps surrounded by a family of hybrids and sapiens. The picture of Neanderthal extinction I have laid before you is one of assimilation, infertility, and gradual decline. This picture is supported by much more evidence than sensationalist claims that Neanderthals went extinct because they couldn't hunt this or that, or because their technology was not as complex as some other Paleolithic technologies. There are many reasons why Neanderthal populations may have been suffering, such as diseases or unfavorable changes in the climate, but the larger picture is that they were essentially absorbed into modern human populations. It could be said that Neanderthals as a species were less innovative than Homo sapiens, though there are many nuances involved in this assessment. Neanderthal technology did appear to stagnate for tens of thousands of years, though we can only really assess their stone technology. We do not know exactly what kind of advancements were being made. We are aware that Neanderthal cultures adapted to different conditions, such as the reindeer hunters of the Quinoa Neanderthals. But their technology did not actually advance. It was just utilizing similar techniques in a different way. Homo sapiens, on the other hand, did appear to improve their technology more frequently during the past 100,000 years.
Sapiens living in North Africa over 100,000 years ago began to produce light-tanked points which may have sat at the tip of projectile weapons. Around the same time, sapiens in Central and South Africa were creating complex bone and stone tools such as the katana harpoon. Further developments would happen in the Middle East, such as Lavawa points being retouched to create objectively better Amirian points. Other tools from the Amirian culture display a high level of complexity and only appear to have been made by modern humans. Though before we get ahead of ourselves, we must identify that Neanderthals during this time were also beginning to make more complex technology. Though they still utilized Mousterian technology, bifacial points of considerable complexity were being made, such as the leaf-shaped points found at Hohlfels and other sites. The point is, just when modern humans began to make technological breakthroughs, Neanderthals were on the verge of extinction. Technological innovation is largely based on population size. The more individuals there are, the more likely that new ideas and methods will emerge. Since Neanderthal populations were always quite low, their ability to innovate also remained quite poor. Though after sapiens moved into Europe, interbred with Neanderthals and expanded their populations, innovation became much more common. This period is called the Upper Paleolithic. Regional stone tool industries appeared with art and complex culture.
The Upper Paleolithic is something that the culture changes quickly. So we can talk about every 8 to 10,000 years, we can recognize a different Upper Paleolithic cultural entity where they make different stone tools, they make different bone tools, different forms of art, and they change every 5 to 10,000 years. Whereas Neanderthals had the same access to same resources, and they did not change at that rate, and things didn't go viral across, let's say, Eurasia, or at least Western Europe to Central Europe, which we see with modern humans in the Upper Paleolithic.
It is easy to take in this information and simply think that Neanderthals were cognitively unable to advance as our species was. But you must consider that Neanderthal technology may have simply innovated over time if sapiens never entered Europe. Though we are talking about hypotheticals, it is important to identify that our own ancestors were living with relatively similar technology to Neanderthals for hundreds of thousands of years before gradually innovating and expanding around the world. It therefore may have been our culture which propelled us forward rather than our anatomy. Neanderthals were certainly able to survive with their anatomy, but their culture stagnated and was assimilated and replaced. If the dice rolled differently, it very well could have been Neanderthals that expanded around the world. After all, we are both just descendants from the same common ancestors with a slightly different anatomy. Another question regarding their extinction is whether we can truly even consider them extinct at all. Neanderthal genetics exist in every modern human population alive today. Though Neanderthals primarily lived in Europe and parts of Asia, their genetics can be found all over the world. This is of course because any population of modern human outside of Africa had to pass through the Middle East and inevitably run into Neanderthal ancestry. It was once thought that populations of sub-Saharan Africans did not possess Neanderthal genetics, though this is found to be false. Recent studies have proven that every African population has some degree of Neanderthal DNA, and surprisingly more than once thought. On average, African individuals have about 17 megabases of Neanderthal DNA, or 0.3% of their genome. These genes entered African genomes when populations migrated back into the continent and also throughout prehistoric and historic periods. People throughout the rest of the world have comparatively more Neanderthal DNA. Despite the fact that Europe was the main home of the Neanderthals, Europeans do not have the most Neanderthal DNA. They have between 1.8 to 2.4% Neanderthal DNA, while East Asian, Oceanian, Aboriginal Australian, and Indigenous Americans have between 2.3 to 2.5%. Pre-agriculture Europeans appear to have had similar levels to modern Asians, but these levels have decreased with migrations. Interestingly, most modern European DNA actually comes from Western Asia and only spread to the region in the past 10,000 years. In fact, Oazi, the man with a recent Neanderthal ancestor from Romania, is more closely related to Americans and East Asians than to any European. Well, it is clear that Neanderthal genes are present in all modern humans, but what does 2% Neanderthal DNA even mean? After all, don't we share 99% of our DNA with chimpanzees? This is a question commonly asked in regards to Neanderthals, and it is reasonable to ask. Between 95 to 99% of our DNA letters are in the same relative position as chimpanzees, though this calculation ignores some stretches of DNA not present in both species. Actual genetic similarity between chimps and humans can be calculated between 71 and 95%. Neanderthals, on the other hand, share about 99.7% of their DNA with us, but only a few percent of our DNA is fully identical to Neanderthals, as in the same genes in the same sequence. The other 97 to 99% of the human genome is still very similar to that of Neanderthals, though not identical. When considering how this affects modern populations, it is important to note that someone with 2 to 4% Neanderthal DNA only has about 0.006% different DNA than someone with nearly no Neanderthal DNA. Eurasians and Africans do not primarily vary genetically based on Neanderthal ancestry. It is just a small part of their variation, and even their entire variation is genetically quite small. Populations across the world have similar levels of Neanderthal genetics, but they are not the same. Neanderthal genetics in Europe differ from the genes found in Western and Eastern Asia. This is likely because of different Neanderthal populations as well as which genes were held onto. A gene that is useful in frigid Ice Age Germany may not be very useful in tropical Thailand. Overall, it appears that about 20% of the Neanderthal genome survives across modern human populations, meaning that around 20% of their genes were useful across our species and have survived into the modern day. Though, when considering our initial hybridization with Neanderthals, it may have been quite harmful. Due to small populations and inbreeding, Neanderthals accumulated several harmful mutations that would eventually be bred out of our populations. Initial hybrids experienced an estimated 94% reduction in fitness compared to other populations. Many Neanderthal genes were bred out quite quickly, though others appear to have been useful for adapting to the new Eurasian environment. Our species kept Neanderthal genes associated with circadian rhythms due to the darker conditions of European winters. Due to the cold, they also kept genes associated with thermal efficiency and metabolism. Though these genes which helped starving Neanderthals pull through a long winter appear to be linked with diabetes in the modern day. Other Neanderthal genes associated with UV radiation sensitivity and red hair found in some European but mainly Asian populations may have helped us adapt to the generally less intense Eurasian sun. Other Neanderthal genes are associated with depression, digestive problems, blood clotting, and miscarriages. Perhaps the most significant way that Neanderthal genetics benefits some modern populations is in regards to viral immunity. Between 20 to 30% of all Neanderthal genes in modern humans are related to the immune system. These genes may have initially helped us adapt to the pathogens found in Europe. They also still affect modern populations in both good and bad ways. In 2020, it was found that one chromosomal section from Neanderthals in modern humans may serve as protection against COVID-19, while another may significantly increase its severity. A limited number of Neanderthal genes may affect cognitive function in modern humans. Some may benefit advanced thought process, counting, and calculating. Other genes may actually have negative cognitive effects on modern populations. Much of the Neanderthal DNA within the modern human genome actually has little to no effect on us. It is non-coding DNA, also referred to as junk DNA, that does not do much. The absence of Neanderthal-derived mtDNA suggests that interbreeding between Neanderthals and sapiens primarily consisted of Neanderthal men and sapien women. This has caused some to assume that these Neanderthals men may have been having unconsensual sex with these Homo sapien women, and perhaps sapien men had no interest in Neanderthal women. Though other possibilities to explain this do exist. It is possible that couplings between sapien men and Neanderthal women encountered fertility issues.
Perhaps these couplings often resulted in miscarriages, or the offspring itself was infertile. Additionally, the lack of Neanderthal-derived Y chromosomes which passed from the father to son suggests that it was mainly hybrid females that contributed to modern sapien genes. Though we do not entirely understand why these genes passed on this way, the possibility of fertility issues may be evidence that Neanderthals were indeed a distinct species. While modern humans may only have inherited between 1 to 3% Neanderthal DNA, it is a significant amount with observable implications. There is no doubt that modern humans are still affected by the genes of our long-lost cousins. Though the Neanderthal anatomy may be extinct, there are more Neanderthal genetics passing around modern populations than there ever was in the Paleolithic. In a way, Neanderthals are more successful now than ever before. Their legacy lives on with us, and they will forever be a part of our story. With wise stones and fortunate fossils, we are given just a minuscule glimpse into the countless years the Neanderthals spent dominating the landscape. New remains and re-examinations of old remains constantly alter what we think and know about these people. Our ideas and views about these people will undoubtedly change as the years go by, though they will forever remain shadows on the wonderful landscape that is Eurasia.